Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Ava. The world shrinks to the space between my knuckles and the worn leather of the steering wheel. A low thrum vibrates up through the pedals, through the soles of my worn-out Pumas, and settles deep in my bones. It's a familiar hum, the mechanical heartbeat of my 1969 Camaro, a machine I know better than my own reflection. Outside, the Los Angeles night is a smear of neon and anticipation. The crowd is a restless beast, their energy a low-frequency buzz against the growl of a dozen engines. The air tastes of grit and exhaust, a cocktail I've known my whole life. They call me the ghost. I'm a whisper on the asphalt, a flash of silver blue steel that's there one moment and gone the next. Tonight I need to be faster than a rumor. Tonight visibility is a liability I can't afford. My gaze flicks to the makeshift starting line, a strip of fluorescent tape peeling off the cracked pavement of this abandoned industrial park in Vernon. I ignore the faces, a sea of hungry eyes lit by phone screens and halogen floodlights. I ignore the wads of cash being passed from hand to hand, the low, urgent murmur of bets being placed. They don't matter. The only thing that matters is the $5,000 prize. An image of my grandmother flashes in my mind. Her hands, once so strong, now resting fragile and bird-like on her blanket. $5,000. That's 2 more months of Nurse Elidia's care, 2 more months of dignity, of her being able to stay in the home she's lived in for 50 years. $5,000 is the dam holding back a flood of guilt and failure. This isn't about adrenaline, not anymore. It's about survival. I take a deep, steadying breath, but the scent of burning rubber and cheap hot dogs does little to calm the frantic hummingbird beating against my ribs. My fingers flex. My foot hovers over the gas, light as a feather. To my right, Caleb's Dodge Charger Hellcat idles with an arrogant rumble, its cherry red paint job so slick it looks wet under the lights. He leans out the window, a smirk pulling at his lips, the kind that makes you want to check your teeth for something green. He thinks this is a game, a way to pass a Thursday night. For him it is. His father owns half the luxury car dealerships in Beverly Hills. If he wrecks this $70,000 toy, Daddy will just buy him a new one. My Camaro, the Phantom, was rebuilt with my own 2 hands, paid for with 3 years of greasy, back-breaking work at a garage that paid me under the table because they knew I was desperate. She's all I have. Feeling lucky, Montgomery? Caleb's voice cuts through the engine noise, smooth and condescending. Or did you just need the cash bad enough to risk that piece of junk again? I keep my eyes fixed forward. Don't take the bait. Don't let him see he's getting to you. He feeds on that. Just focus on not scratching your paint, Caleb. A girl in cut-off shorts and a cropped top steps between our cars, holding up a red bandana. My focus narrows, a tunnel vision that blots out Caleb, my grandmother, the crushing weight of my responsibilities. Everything but the strip of road ahead. The bandana drops. I slam the gas. The Phantom screams. A raw, beautiful sound of pure power. Tires bite into the pavement, and we launch forward. The world dissolves into a high-speed blur of decaying brick and yellowed light. My body moves on instinct. A fluid dance of muscle memory forged over hundreds of races just like this one. I shift, the gearbox groaning in protest, my hand a blur on the stick. The Hellcat is right on my tail, a predator in my rearview mirror. its headlights' two angry eyes burning into my back. I can feel Caleb's frustration, the angry roar of his engine, a physical thing pushing against me. He has the horsepower, the raw, brutish strength that money can buy. But I have the skill, born from necessity. I know this course like the lines on my palm. I know the pothole near the second turn that can throw your alignment. I know the exact moment to brake before the hairpin near the derelict warehouse, feathering the pedal to keep the back end from spinning out. Caleb, as always, takes it too wide, overconfident in his traction control. His tires squeal in a desperate cry for grip. That's my opening, my chance. I gun it, pulling ahead as we rocket down the straightaway. The wind whips through the open window, a wild symphony of speed, and for a glorious fleeting second, I'm not just surviving, I'm flying. The finish line, a pair of flaming oil drums, is 100 yards away. Caleb is closing in again, his engine a furious roar of indignation. He can't stand being beaten, especially by me. But it's too late. I'm already there. I fly past the flames, the heat a fleeting kiss on my skin. Victory. A wave of profound, bone-deep relief washes over me, so potent it almost makes me dizzy. I did it. I actually did it. A grin splits my face, raw and real and unfamiliar. And then, nothing. The engine cuts out. No cough, no sputter, just an abrupt, deafening silence. The Phantom coasts, her momentum dying with a sickening lurch that throws me forward against my seatbelt. The triumphant roar of the engine is replaced by a high-pitched electrical whine and the acrid smell of fried wiring that stings my nostrils. My grin melts into a mask of cold, hard dread. I grip the wheel, my knuckles white, as the car rolls to a dead stop 50 feet past the finish line. No, 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 I whisper, my voice cracking in the sudden, tomb-like quiet. I turn the key. Nothing. The ignition doesn't even click. I try again, pumping the gas like a prayer to a God I stopped believing in long ago. The dashboard is dark. She's dead. Utterly, completely dead. The $5,000 is mine. But my only way home, my only asset, my only piece of freedom, is a hollowed-out metal corpse. Headlights slice through my rearview mirror, blinding me. Caleb's Hellcat pulls up alongside my driver's side door, his engine purring like a satisfied jungle cat. He kills the ignition, and the sudden quiet feels heavier, more damning than the noise. He doesn't just lean out the window this time, he gets out, slamming his door with a sound that echoes through the now emptying lot. He saunters over, hands in the pockets of his designer jeans, a picture of casual victory in defeat. He leans down, peering into my window, that same condescending smirk firmly in place. Tough break, Ghost. Looks like your little antique finally gave up. I'm shocked it lasted this long, honestly. I refuse to look at him, staring straight ahead at the cracked windshield, at the tiny spiderweb of a fissure near the bottom corner that I've been meaning to fix for months. I won the race, Caleb. You did. He concedes, his tone dripping with a false magnanimity that sets my teeth on edge. For a second there, you were really something. And now, he gestures around at my dead car, the darkness, the isolation. Now you're this, stranded. You almost made it back, almost. He lets the word hang in the air, a deliberate sting. Tell you what, I've got a tow rope in the trunk. I can drag you back to a garage. No charge. I know his offer for what it is. It's not kindness. It's a power play. It's a story he can tell his friends about how he had to rescue poor little Ava Montgomery after her rust bucket fell apart. It's a way for him to reclaim his dominance, to put me in his debt. My pride, already frayed, hardens into a sharp protective shell. Seriously, Ava. He presses when I don't answer, his voice taking on a needling, insistent quality. What's your plan here? You gonna call for a tow? I'm sure they'll come right out to this fine establishment. Or maybe you can use some of that prize money for an Uber. Oh, wait. He snaps his fingers, a cruel, performative gesture. That money's probably already spent, isn't it? My hands, which had been clenched on the steering wheel, slowly unclench. I turn my head, my movements deliberate, and meet his gaze with a cold placidity I don't feel. I'd rather set it on fire and walk home. His smirk falters for an instant, a flicker of genuine surprise in his eyes before the arrogance slides back into place. He lets out a short, humorless laugh. Always so dramatic. Suit yourself. Offers on the table when you get tired of waiting for a miracle. He gives my car a dismissive pat on the roof, a final insult, before turning his back and walking away. He starts his engine, the sound an obnoxious roar of victory. And with a final pitying glance in his rearview mirror, he peels away, leaving me stranded in a pool of dying light and the ghost of his exhaust fumes. The silence that follows is heavier than a tombstone. $5,000 richer, and I've never felt poorer. The money feels like ash in my mouth. I won, but in the same breath, I lost the only thing that felt truly mine. I stare through the windshield into the deepening dark, the remnants of the crowd melting away into the night. A single thought echoing in the hollow space where my hope used to be. Now what?
Chapter 2. Alexander. I'm a man who deals in facts, in evidence, in the clear, unambiguous language of contracts. I trade in certainty. But the woman in front of me is a living, breathing paradox. She stands with her forehead pressed against the hood of a dead muscle car in the middle of a derelict industrial park, smelling of gasoline and desperation. Yet she radiates a defiance that would be more at home in a hostile boardroom negotiation. Her head snaps up at the sound of my voice, and her eyes, the color of dark, rich coffee, hot and unsettling, lock onto mine. They are not the eyes of a victim. They are wary, intelligent, and blazing with a fire I can already tell would be exhausting to extinguish. For a long moment that stretches the silence, she simply stares, her expression a mask of hardened neutrality. She's assessing me, cataloging my suit, my shoes, my very presence here as a threat. She's not wrong. That, I say, breaking the quiet, my voice calmer than the sudden illogical interest coursing through me, was either the best or the worst race of your life. I hold her gaze, issuing a direct challenge. Which is it? A muscle feathers in her jaw. I expect a curse, a dismissal, a demand to know who the hell I am. Instead, her lips curve into a humorless smile that doesn't touch the heat in her eyes. Both! Her voice was a threat of sound. And you're trespassing on my pity party. State your business or keep walking. Direct. I appreciate that. It saves time. My business, I state, taking a step closer, deliberately entering her personal space, is a recurring headache named Julian Croft. I was sent to retrieve him before he could wrap his new Mustang around a telephone pole. In doing so, I had the distinct experience of witnessing your race. Her eyes narrow. You're a babysitter? The word is an insult. I'm an attorney, I correct smoothly. Which, in this case, is a far more expensive and frustrating version of the same thing. Julian's father is a client, a very important client who prefers his son not acquire a felony record before his 21st birthday. She pushes herself off the hood of the Camaro, crossing her arms over her chest. The movement is defensive, but her chin is lifted in defiance. She's covered in a light sheen of sweat, and a smudge of grease marks her cheekbone like war paint. So you saw what you came for. You can go now. My professional obligations are concluded, I concede. My curiosity, however, is not. I gesture with my chin toward the car. That's a catastrophic alternator failure. Looks like you fried the wiring harness, too. A monument to pushing a machine past its absolute limit. Her face hardens. The dismissive posture was swallowed by a sharp, protective anger. It's the reaction of an owner, a creator, being told their work is flawed. She got me across the finish line, and then died spectacularly, leaving you stranded in a place where the only Uber you'll find is the one that comes with a body bag. I counter, my tone clinical. I'm testing her, pushing at the edges of that formidable pride. I want to see where it cracks. I won $5,000, she bites out, as if the words themselves are a shield. I'll be fine. $5,000 won't cover the repairs on this car. Not if you want it done right. I've already done the math. The parts alone, for a classic of this vintage, will run north of $3,000. The labor, to fix a wiring job this catastrophic, will be twice that. I can see the truth of my words land in her eyes, a flicker of raw panic she quickly smothers. Before she can formulate another sharp-edged dismissal, the bright, flashing lights of a flatbed tow truck cut through the darkness, sweeping across the lot. Its arrival is punctuated by the hiss of air brakes. Her head whips toward the sound, her entire body tensing with suspicion. She looks back at me, her eyes accusing. You called a tow truck? I anticipated a need and provided a solution, I state simply. The truck is from Hard Automotive. They're the best in the city. Hard Automotive? She repeats, the name catching in her throat. The logic of her was finally making sense in her mind. You're Alexander Hart, and yes, it's my garage. Her expression is a storm of conflicting emotions, outrage at my presumption, grudging comprehension, and the suffocating realization that she is well and truly trapped. The tow truck driver, a burly man named Gus who has worked for my family for 30 years, gets out and gives me a nod before expertly maneuvering the flatbed into position. I didn't ask for your help, she says, her voice dangerously low. I rarely wait to be asked, I reply, unmoved. Now you have two options. You can stand here and argue with me while your $5,000 victory depreciates with every passing minute. Or you can allow my man to load your vehicle so we can get a precise, and I suspect deeply unpleasant, estimate of the damages. She watches as Gus starts securing the Phantom to the flatbed, her hands clenched into tight fists at her sides. Every clank of metal on metal seems to land on her like a physical blow. She looks like she wants to tear me apart with her bare hands, but the fight has bled out of her, replaced by a cold, brittle resignation. She knows I'm right. She's out of options. Without another word, she walks to my car, an Audi A8L, and pulls the passenger door open, sinking into the plush leather seat. It's a surrender, and we both know it. I follow, sliding behind the wheel. The interior of my car, all quiet German engineering and the subtle scent of Italian leather, feels like a different planet compared to the world we just left. She sits ramrod straight, staring out the window, a tangible field of angry energy radiating from her. The silence is thick with it all the way to Beverly Hills. The garage is my sanctuary. It is a pristine, brilliantly lit space that smells of high-grade polish and clean metal. There are no pinups on the walls, no greasy rags on the floor. Everything is white, gray, or stainless steel. Tools hang in perfect, ordered rows. It's less of a workshop and more of a surgical theater for high-performance machines. She gets out of the car and just stops. She looks around, her expression one of utter dislocation. She's a creature of grit and asphalt, and I've just dropped her into a sterile laboratory. She looks at a cherry-red Ferrari on one lift, a classic Porsche 911 on another. She looks at the polished concrete floors you could eat off of. I see her gaze fall on her own car as Gus unloads it, and the contrast is jarring. The Phantom, even in its prime, is a beast of a different nature. Here, covered in the grime of the race, it looks like a stray dog that's wandered into a palace. "This is your garage?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper. "It is." I lead her to the Camaro. I run my hand over the fender, the metal cool beneath my touch. I pop the hood. The damage is exactly what I expected, only worse. The acrid smell of burnt plastic is overpowering. "The entire electrical system is shot," I announce. "Harness, alternator, starter solenoid, probably the voltage regulator too. You were running it too hot. pushing too much power through a system that wasn't equipped to handle it. I rebuilt that system myself, she says, her voice tight with defiance. And you did an admirable job for an amateur, I say, not unkindly. It's a simple statement of fact. But this requires a professional. To do it properly, we'll need to strip it down and replace everything. Custom fabrication for the harness. We're looking at $15,000. Minimum. The color drains from her face. That number, I know, might as well be 15 million. The $5,000 she won tonight is a single drop in an ocean of debt. She opens her mouth, then closes it. For the first time since I saw her, she looks well and truly defeated. I let the silence hang for a moment, letting the weight of her situation settle. I have a proposition for you, I say finally. Her eyes, dull with despair a moment ago, sharpen instantly. The fire is back, banked low but still burning. I'm not interested in your charity. Good, because I'm not offering any. I lean against the workbench, crossing my arms. My world is transactional. Everything has a price, a value, a return on investment. I will have my team restore your car, every wire, every connection, back to factory new condition, and then improve it so this doesn't happen again. The cost to you will be nothing. Suspicion radiates from her. Nothing is ever free, Mr. Hart. What's the price? You will work for me, I state. You'll pay off the debt with your time, and with your very specific skill set. She lets out a harsh, disbelieving laugh. You want a mechanic? You're standing in a building full of them. I have mechanics, I say, pushing off the bench and closing the distance between us until I can see the flecks of gold in her dark eyes. I need a driver. I need the ghost. Her breath catches. You want me to race for you? Not exactly, I say, the edges of my plan beginning to take shape, solidifying into something concrete and useful. I told you I have a Julian Croft problem. It's a problem that recurs with alarming frequency. His father pays me a small fortune to keep him out of jail, but my time is better spent in a courtroom. Your job will be to intercept him, to get to him before he does something stupid, to beat him at his own game, if necessary. You'll be my insurance policy. I watch her process this. The defiance, the anger, the shock. She sees the offer for what it is, a gilded cage. I also see the flicker of pragmatism, the cold, hard math she's doing in her head. A $15,000 debt versus a job that, for her, is as natural as breathing. You want me to be your watchdog, she says, the words laced with contempt. I want you to be a solution to a very expensive problem, I counter. The choice is yours, Miss. I'm sorry, I never got your name. It's Ava. Ava Montgomery. Miss Montgomery, I say, my voice leaving no room for negotiation. Do we have a deal? She looks from my face to her broken-down car, the beautiful, dead thing that represents her entire life. She's trapped, and the only escape route is through me. Her jaw is tight, her back ramrod straight, but her acceptance when it comes is a bitter pill she's forced to swallow. Fine, she chokes out. I'll do it. Excellent. I allow myself a thin, satisfied smile. I walk to my office, a glass-walled box overlooking the garage floor, and retrieve a thick manila folder. I walk back and hand it to her. She looks at it, then at me. What's this? Your first assignment, I say, my tone all business now. It contains everything you need to know about Julian Croft, his habits, his friends, his likely locations. I tap the folder. And Ava? She looks up, her eyes narrowed. Welcome to the company. Try not to get arrested. The paperwork is a nightmare.
Chapter 3. Ava. I walk through the gleaming automatic glass doors of Hart Automotive, and the first thing that hits me is the silence. It's not an empty silence. It's a charged, humming quiet. The sound of expensive, well-oiled machines operating with terrifying precision. There's no shouting over the roar of an impact wrench, No classic rock blasting from a dusty radio. No scent of spilled oil and stale coffee. The air here smells sterile, with a faint, clean metallic tang and the expensive perfume of leather polish. It smells like money. My worn Pumas make no sound on the polished gray concrete floor. Last night, this place was a sterile laboratory under harsh fluorescent lights. In the bright, indirect sunlight of a Beverly Hills morning, it's a temple. A pristine, white-walled cathedral dedicated to the worship of high-performance gods I've only ever seen in magazines. Every car is a masterpiece on a pedestal. A silver Aston Martin, a menacing black McLaren, a vintage Mercedes Gullwing with its iconic doors raised like wings. And in the center of it all, on the main lift, is my Phantom. My breath hitches. It feels like seeing a friend undergoing open-heart surgery. Two mechanics in spotless gray jumpsuits, so clean they look like they've been hermetically sealed, are methodically disassembling her front end. They move with the unhurried, deliberate grace of surgeons, placing every nut and bolt onto a magnetized tray. There's a part of me that's screaming sacrilege, that wants to shove them away and reclaim my territory. But another, smaller, more honest part recognizes the expertise, the respect with which they handle her. It's a confusing, infuriating mix of violation and gratitude. "Can I help you?" The voice is clipped, professional, and dripping with thinly veiled disapproval. I turn to see a man who looks more like a store manager at a luxury boutique than a mechanic. His gray jumpsuit is perfectly pressed, his name, Marcus, stitched in neat silver thread over his heart. His salt and pepper hair is immaculately styled, and his eyes do a quick, dismissive scan of my outfit. Ripped jeans, a faded band t-shirt, my beat-up leather jacket. The judgment is palpable. In his world, I am a smudge on a perfectly polished window. "I'm Ava Montgomery," I say, forcing a neutral tone. "Alexander, Mr. Hart, told me to be here at 9. Marcus's eyebrows lift a fraction of an inch, a masterclass in controlled surprise. You're the new hire." He says the words like he's handling something distasteful. "He's in his office. He said to send you up when you arrived." He gestures vaguely toward a sleek steel and glass staircase in the corner that leads to a glass-walled office overlooking the entire garage. The panopticon. Of course. "Right," I say, my own sarcasm a shield. Wouldn't want the king to miss a moment of the action from his castle. Marcus's expression doesn't change, but a muscle in his jaw tightens. He clearly isn't accustomed to banter from the hired help. "There's a uniform for you in the locker room. Standard issue." He points to a door I hadn't noticed. He expects all his employees to maintain a professional appearance. The insinuation is as subtle as a sledgehammer. I glance down at my clothes, then back at his sterile jumpsuit. Right? Wouldn't want to get any actual grease on the uniform. I don't wait for his response, just head for the stairs. Every step on the floating metal treads feels like I'm climbing further into enemy territory. From up here, the garage looks even more like an operating theater. The obsessive perfectionism is everywhere. In the perfect alignment of the tool chests, the color-coded wiring spools on the wall, the complete absence of a single stray object. This isn't a place where things are built. It's a place where things are perfected to an impossible, inhuman standard. It's Alexander Hart's personality manifested as a building. He's not looking at me when I walk in. He's standing at a massive minimalist desk, reading a document with an intensity that seems to suck the air out of the room. He's wearing another perfectly tailored suit, this one a deep navy blue with a crisp white shirt. No tie. A small concession to the hands-on environment he's created, I suppose. The morning light cuts across his sharp jawline, highlighting the focused set of his mouth. He doesn't just occupy the space, he commands it. I wait. I stand in the doorway, my arms crossed, letting the silence stretch. It becomes a game of chicken. Who will break first? I'm used to waiting. He, I suspect, is not. Finally, after a full minute, he looks up, his dark eyes meeting mine with no surprise. He knew I was here the whole time, the bastard. You're late, he says. It's not an accusation. It's a simple statement of fact, which is somehow more irritating. I'm on time, I counter, glancing at the sleek, numberless clock on his wall. It's exactly 9 a.m. To be on time is to be late, he says, placing the document he was reading into a folder with unnerving precision. To be early is to be on time. You'll find we value punctuality here, Ms. Montgomery. I'll find that you value a lot of things I couldn't care less about, Mr. Hart. A flicker of something, not annoyance, maybe amusement, crosses his face before it's gone. He gestures to the chair opposite his desk. It's a piece of modern art that looks deeply uncomfortable. I remain standing. Marcus informed me he showed you to the locker room, he says, his gaze dropping to my clothes with the same subtle disdain as his foreman. I take it the uniform was not to your liking? I'm not a mechanic, remember? I'm your insurance policy, I say, throwing his own words back at him. My job is out there, not in here. What I wear doesn't affect my performance. Everything affects performance, he counters, his voice smooth and absolute. What you wear affects mindset, discipline. It signals to everyone, yourself included, that you are part of a team operating at the highest level. The uniform is non-negotiable. I bite back a sharp retort about how my skills have nothing to do with a polyester jumpsuit. I lost the battle over my car last night. I don't have the capital to fight this one. Yet. Fine. But if I'm going to be your attack dog, I need a leash and a target. He leans back in his chair, the expensive leather groaning in protest. He steeples his fingers, his eyes analytical, dissecting me. The folder I gave you last night. Did you read it? I skimmed it. I lie. I devoured it, reading every page twice, memorizing Julian Croft's smirking, privileged face, his favorite haunts, the specs on his car. Knowledge is power, and right now, I'm powerless. Spoiled rich kid with a death wish and a car he doesn't deserve. Seems pretty straightforward. Don't underestimate him, Alexander warns, his tone shifting, becoming serious. His recklessness is precisely what makes him dangerous. He's predictable in his unpredictability. Your job is not just to beat him in a race. It's to anticipate him, to outthink him, to get him off the street before I have to get him out of a holding cell. And you think I can do that? I challenge, taking a step toward his desk. The girl with the amateur wiring job? The amateur wiring job got you across the finish line with a fried alternator? It was a brilliant, desperate, and deeply flawed piece of improvisation, he says, his eyes holding mine. It tells me you know how to push limits. You know how to extract every last ounce of performance from a machine. That is precisely what I need. It's the closest thing to a compliment he's given me, and it lands with a strange, disconcerting warmth. I hate it. I hate that his approval, even a clinical assessment of my skills, matters. So what's the plan? I ask, pushing the feeling away. I just hang out in your pristine palace all day, waiting for a call? Essentially, he says without a hint of irony, you'll be on call. When we get word that Julian is heading out to race, you'll go to work. Until then, he stands and walks toward the door, brushing past me. The faint scent of his cologne, something clean and expensive, like sandalwood and bergamot, clings to the air. You'll need a vehicle. I follow him back down the stairs, my eyes immediately going to my Phantom, still helpless on the lift. I have a vehicle. Or I will, once your guys are done with it. The Phantom is a relic, a beautiful, powerful, wildly impractical relic, he says, not even glancing at her. She's a scalpel, For your work with Julian, you will require an axe. He leads me to the back of the garage, to a bay I hadn't noticed before. Under a tailored black car cover sits the unmistakable, aggressive silhouette of a modern muscle car. Marcus is standing nearby, holding a key fob. At a nod from Alexander, he pulls the cover off. Underneath is a Dodge Challenger Hellcat, the newest model. It's painted a matte, gunmetal gray, a shark in a sea of brightly colored fish. It's the exact opposite of my car. My Camaro has history, a soul, a story written in every dent and scratch. This thing is a factory-made weapon. It's cold, efficient, and utterly devoid of personality. It's the automotive equivalent of Alexander Hart himself. I hate it on sight. 77 horsepower supercharged, Hemi 5.8, Alexander says, running a hand over the hood as if it were a prize stallion. Reinforced chassis, upgraded suspension, ceramic brakes. It's a monster. And it's yours. For now. I stare at the car, then at him. You want me to drive this? I want you to use it to do a job, he corrects. Your personal feelings about the vehicle are irrelevant. My personal feelings are what make me a good driver. I shoot back. I win because I know my car. I feel it. This is a computer on wheels. It's soulless. It is a tool, he says, his voice cutting and final. He takes the key fob from Marcus and holds it out to me. It rests in his open palm, a black plastic rectangle that represents my deal with the devil. A superior tool for the task at hand. Your job is to learn how to wield it. I look from the keys to his face. His expression is unreadable, but his eyes hold a clear challenge. He's not just giving me a car, he's testing me. He's replacing my scalpel with an axe to see if I'm smart enough to handle it. To see if I'll put my pride aside for the sake of the job. For the sake of paying off my debt. My hand feels impossibly heavy as I reach out and take the keys from his palm. His fingers are long and cool, and in the blink of an eye, they brush against mine. A strange, unexpected jolt, like static electricity, shoots up my arm. I pull my hand back as if I've been burned. His eyes flicker, and I know he felt it too. I close my fist around the key fob, the plastic digging into my skin. This car isn't a gift, it's a leash. And as I stand here in this temple of sterile perfection, I realize I've just clipped it around my own neck. Chapter 4. Ava. The key fob is cold and smooth in my palm, impersonal, a piece of mass-produced plastic that holds the leash to a $70,000 monster. When my fingers brushed against Alexander's, the jolt was real. A sharp, surprising spark of warmth in this sterile, refrigerated world he calls a garage. Now, the memory of that brief contact is a phantom itch under my skin. An anomaly I can't explain and don't want to examine. I close my fist around the key, the edges digging into my skin. This is the deal. This is the price. A soulless machine in exchange for the resurrection of the one piece of my soul I have left, currently dissected on a lift under the unflinching glare of fluorescent lights. Alexander is watching me, his dark eyes clinical and assessing, as if he's waiting for a specific reaction he can catalog and file away. He probably has a color-coded binder for human emotions. He sees my hesitation, my blatant disgust for this gunmetal gray weapon, and misinterprets it. It's faster than your Camaro, he states, as if this is a simple, comforting fact. The learning curve will be steep, but the onboard telemetry can guide you. It's a more efficient tool. Tool. The word echoes in the space between us. He thinks he can replace my hands with a manual, my intuition with telemetry. Little does he know that the Phantom and I speak a language that has no words. He never guessed that what I do isn't about efficiency. It's about a conversation between woman and machine. A legacy written in grease and oil. The scent of his cologne, sandalwood and something else, something sharp and clean like gin, is in jarring opposition to memory that rises, unbidden and potent, triggered by the weight of the keys in my hand. A different scent, a better one. The smell of gasoline, honest sweat, and the cheap, cherry-flavored cigarillos my father used to chew on. The gleaming, polished concrete of Hart Automotive dissolves. The silence is replaced by the familiar, comforting echo of our old garage in Inglewood, a rented cinder-block box with a leaky roof and a perpetually busted radio that only played old-school soul. I'm 10 years old, and the world is the size of the space beneath a jacked-up '67 Mustang. My father's laughter is a low, warm rumble that vibrates through the chassis and into my bones. He's lying on his back on a creeper, his face smudged with grease, a small wrench in his hand. He's beautiful. The Los Angeles sun streams through the open garage door, catching the dust motes dancing in the air and turning them into a golden galaxy. "Okay, baby girl," he mutters, his voice muffled. "What's the golden rule?" I'm sitting cross-legged on the floor, a box of mismatched sockets in my lap, carefully sorting them by size. It's my most important job. "Listen to the engine," I recite, my voice full of 10-year-old seriousness. "She'll tell you exactly what she needs." He slides out from under the car, his smile a flash of white in his dark, handsome face. It's a smile that starts in his eyes, warm and full of a fierce, boundless love that is all for me. He sits up, wiping his hands on an already filthy rag. "That's my girl," he says, his voice thick with pride. He taps the side of his head. "Anybody can read a manual, Ava. Any fool with cash can buy parts. But the real magic, the magic is in here." He points to his ear, then lays a hand over his heart. "And in here, it's a feeling, a connection. You don't just fix a car like this. You talk to it. You make it a promise. You promise to give it what it needs, and it promises to get you home safe." He pulls me closer, his arm wrapping around my small shoulders. He smells like my whole world. He looks around our cluttered, messy, perfect garage. "This life, this business, it's got teeth, baby girl," he murmurs. His voice suddenly quiet, the smile gone. His eyes are serious now, focused on me with an intensity that makes me sit up straighter. It's full of guys with slick smiles and fat wallets, guys who talk about cars like they're just assets on a balance sheet. They don't have this. He gestures around the garage, at the posters of Steve McQueen and the stacks of old car magazines. They don't have the heart for it. They'll smile at you while they're figuring out how to take what's yours. He takes my small hand in his palm rough and calloused against my own. "You trust your hands," he says, squeezing my fingers. "You trust the engine, and you trust your gut. It'll never lie to you. Promise me. You promise your old man you'll never trust the smile." "I promise, Daddy," I whisper, the words a sacred vow. The memory shifts, the golden light turning cold and gray. The image of his smile is suddenly overlaid with another, the jagged, spider-webbed glass of a windshield. The scent of gasoline is no longer comforting. It's sharp, acrid, mixed with something else, something metallic and terrible. The sound of his laughter is replaced by the screaming agony of sirens, a sound that rips through the fabric of my world and tears it apart. He made a promise to a car, and it didn't get him home safe. Someone with a slick smile broke that promise for him. I blink, and the sterile perfection of Hart Automotive snaps back into focus. The silence of the garage feels heavy, suffocating. Alexander is still there, a question in his eyes. My heart is a frantic trapped bird against my ribs. The grief is a physical thing, a phantom weight pressing down on my chest, as fresh and raw as it was the day it happened. Don't trust the smile, and Alexander Hart doesn't even smile. He offers propositions. He presents tools. He is the man my father warned me about. All tailored suits and transactional relationships. The irony is so thick I could choke on it. I'm standing here, about to take his keys, his car, his deal, breaking the one real promise I ever made. Is there a problem, Ms. Montgomery? Alexander's voice is sharp, impatient, cutting through the fog of my memory. I force the grief down, locking it back in the box where I keep it. I will not show this man a single crack in my armor. I lift my chin, my eyes meeting his. No problem, I say, my voice colder than I intend, just admiring the efficiency. I make the word sound like an insult. Where do you want me to keep it? I'm guessing you don't want this thing parked in my neighborhood. It might get a soul by accident. A muscle works in his jaw. I've arranged a space for you, a secure private garage. The details are in a folder on the passenger seat, along with a phone and a credit card for expenses. You will use the phone for all work-related communication. It is untraceable. Of course it is. Everything in his world is controlled, sterile, and untraceable. How very cloak and dagger, I say, unable to help myself. All this for one rich kid? All this is to protect a multi-million-dollar client from the consequences of his son's stupidity. He corrects, his voice clipped. And to ensure my investment in you is not compromised. I'm protecting my asset. Asset. There it is again. The language of his world, I'm not a person. I'm a line item on his ledger. The anger that flashes through me is clean and sharp, a welcome antidote to the suffocating grief. Anger I can use. Before I can form a reply, a sharp, electronic buzz cuts through the air. It's not my phone. It's coming from the folder he mentioned, the one on the passenger seat of the Hellcat. Alexander's eyes flick toward the car. His expression doesn't change, but his posture shifts, becoming instantly alert. It seems your workday is starting early. My gaze follows his. The burner phone. The first call to action. The first pull on the leash I've willingly fastened around my own neck. I walk to the Hellcat, my movement stiff. I pull the door open. It's heavy, solid. Nothing like the satisfying clank of my Camaro. The interior smells of new plastic and treated leather, a suffocating chemical scent of newness. I grab the manila folder and pull out the phone. The screen is lit up with a text message. It's not a number. It's a string of coordinates, a timestamp for 20 minutes from now, and a single grainy photo of a customized electric blue Mustang GT. Julian Croft's car. I look up from the phone and meet Alexander's gaze over the roof of the car. The hunt is on. My promise to my father is a ghost at my shoulder, whispering warnings I can no longer afford to heed. So what now, boss? I ask, the word tasting like poison. Do I get a pat on the head and a biscuit before you send me off to play fetch? For the first time, something other than clinical assessment or mild annoyance flickers in his eyes. It's a spark of something sharp, something that matches the anger humming under my own skin, a glint of respect. Just bring me the boy, Montgomery, he says.
Chapter 5. Alexander. The garage at night is a different entity. During the day, it's a symphony of controlled chaos, the precise hiss of pneumatic wrenches, the clinical hum of diagnostic machines, the muted, professional voices of my crew. It is a place of business, of forward momentum. But now, with the city lights of Beverly Hills painting soft, distorted rectangles on the polished floor and the day crew long gone, it's silent. A deep, resonant quiet that amplifies every sound. The whisper of the ventilation system, the distant sigh of traffic on Santa Monica Boulevard, the maddening rhythmic tap, tap, tap of the wrench in Ava Montgomery's hand. She is the source of this disruption. The reason I am here at 11 o'clock on a Tuesday night, in my shirt sleeves with the cuffs rolled to my elbows, staring into the dissected guts of a 50-year-old car. My team, my highly paid, factory-certified experts, hit a wall. An infuriating, illogical, Ava Montgomery-sized wall. They followed the schematics. They replaced the fried harness with a custom-built, military-spec loom. They installed the new alternator, the regulator, the solenoid. And still, nothing. A parasitic draw somewhere in the system, a ghost in the machine that was draining the battery in minutes. Marcus, my foreman, a man who can diagnose a Ferrari's transmission by the sound it makes, was stumped. "It's her wiring," he'd said, his voice tight with professional offense. "The way she jerry-rigged the ignition bypass and the fuel pump feed, it's a rat's nest. It's illogical. We can't find the source of the drain without undoing everything she did." And so, I sent them home. Because I understood something they didn't. To find the flaw, you have to understand the logic of the Creator, however chaotic it may seem. And Ava Montgomery is the sole maddening author of this mechanical puzzle. She's leaning over the passenger side fender, her brow furrowed in concentration. She's wearing the standard-issue gray jumpsuit I insisted upon. On her, it looks less like a uniform and more like a costume she's begrudgingly wearing. It's a size too big, hanging off her shoulders, and she's rolled the sleeves up to her biceps, revealing the toned, sleek muscle of her forearms. Her hair is pulled back in a messy knot, and a smudge of fresh grease adorns her jawline like a birthmark. She has been silent for the last hour, a focused, simmering presence on the other side of the engine bay. The silence is more unnerving than her usual barrage of sarcastic commentary. "You're thinking too loud," she says, not looking up. Her voice is a low murmur in the quiet, startling me. "I can hear you overanalyzing from here." "I am analyzing the brilliant, desperate, and deeply flawed piece of improvisation you call an electrical system," I counter, my voice cool. I'm tracing a wire with my finger, a wire that, according to any logical schematic, should not be here. I'm trying to comprehend what sequence of thoughts led you to splice the headlight relay into the main ignition coil. She finally looks up, her dark eyes flashing in the low light. "The original relay was shot, and the coil had a consistent 12-volt feed that wasn't dependent on the alternator. It was a temporary fix to get me through a race. A fix that worked. It worked until it catastrophically failed," I point out, unable to resist. "Everything works until it doesn't," she retorts. "That's entropy. Look it up." She turns back to her work, a small, triumphant smirk on her lips. She believes she's won the point. The infuriating thing is, she's not entirely wrong. Her methods are unorthodox, a chaotic tapestry of on-the-fly fixes and clever, dangerous workarounds. But they have their own internal logic. A logic born from scarcity, from making do with what you have instead of what you need. It's a foreign language to me, a man who has never had to make do. I move around to the front of the car, standing beside her. The space is tight. I'm suddenly aware of the scent of her, not perfume, but something far more elemental. The faint, clean scent of industrial-grade soap from the locker room, the metallic tang of the tools, and something else underneath it all. Something uniquely her. It's distracting. "The problem isn't the splice," I say, forcing myself to focus on the engine. I point a diagnostic probe toward a cluster of wires tucked deep behind the block. The drain is coming from somewhere else. It's intermittent. Something is grounding out, but only when the system is under a specific load. She leans in closer to see where I'm pointing, her shoulder brushing against my arm. The contact is brief, incidental, but a jolt of heat, sharp and unexpected, flashes through me. I instinctively tense, my entire focus snagged by the simple physical fact of her proximity. She either doesn't notice or is a master at feigning indifference, her attention locked on the engine. "My father had a Chevelle that did that once," she says, her voice softer now, thoughtful. "Turned out to be a loose wire in the alternator casing. It would only make contact and short out when the engine torqued under acceleration." "The engine isn't running," I state, my own voice sounding stiffer than I'd like. "No," she agrees, but But your guys were running diagnostics, sending pulses through the system. Maybe it's enough. It's a leap of intuition, not data. A hypothesis based on a memory, on a feeling. It's everything my process is designed to eliminate. And yet, it's the only lead we have. Hand me the inspection scope, I say. Which one? She asks. The $2,000 German one your guys use to look for imperfections in cylinder walls, or the $30 one from the auto parts store that actually fits in tight spaces? I don't grace that with a response. I simply hold out my hand. A moment later, she slaps the handle of the cheaper, more practical tool into my palm. Our fingers brush again, this time for a longer, more definite second. It's not a spark. It's a current. A low, steady hum of energy that travels up my arm and settles somewhere deep in my chest. I pull my hand back, my grip tightening on the tool. I look at her. She's already looking at me, her coffee-colored eyes wide, her lips slightly parted. The smirk is gone. The defiance is gone. Where it once was a raw, unguarded awareness. She felt it too. The silence in the garage is no longer empty. It's thick, charged, vibrating with the unspoken thing that just passed between us. I can hear my own heartbeat, a steady, controlled rhythm that suddenly feels inadequate. I clear my throat and turn away, breaking the connection, needing to re-establish the boundaries she so effortlessly tears down. I feed the flexible scope deep into the engine bay, my movements precise, mechanical, a deliberate retreat into the comfort of a solvable problem. The image on the small screen is grainy, a snake's eye view of the engine's hidden architecture. And then I see it. Tucked against the engine block, almost invisible, is a wire, one of hers. The insulation is frayed, rubbed raw against a sharp edge of metal, the copper threads exposed. It's not touching now, but I can see the faint scorch mark on the block where it has been making contact. There, I say, the single word a release of tension. You were right. I expect a smug. I told you so. I expect her to gloat. But when I look over, she's not looking at the screen. She's looking at my face. Her expression is one I haven't seen before. It's a quiet, intense scrutiny. I pull the scope out and put it down, my focus now entirely on the challenge of retrieving the wire without disassembling the entire top end of the engine. It's a puzzle, an intricate, three-dimensional problem of leverage and angles, and I lose myself in it. My mind clears of everything else, the client, the case files on my desk, the woman standing beside me. There is only the problem and the elegant, perfect solution that I know exists. My hands move with a certainty that feels more instinctive than learned, selecting a pair of long-nosed forceps, bending a piece of wire into a hook. This is my native language, the pure, clean logic of a well-built machine. I don't know how long I work, entirely absorbed. But eventually, with a final, delicate twist of the forceps, I feel the wire come free. I pull it out, a triumphant, tangible piece of evidence. I hold it up to the light. The frayed insulation is a clear indictment. I turn to show her, a rare, genuine smile of satisfaction touching my lips. But the smile freezes. She's watching me, her arms crossed, leaning against the workbench. And the look in her eyes stops my breath. The sarcasm is gone. The anger, the defiance, the hard shell she wears like armor. It's all gone. In its place is a look of startling, profound recognition. She is not looking at her boss. She is not looking at the rich lawyer in a fancy garage. She is looking at me. She sees it. She sees the part of me that is not about contracts or transactions. The part that finds a deep, quiet satisfaction in solving the puzzle, in bringing order from chaos. The part that speaks the same language of grease and steel that she does. A crack has formed in my facade, and she is staring right through it. The realization is deeply, profoundly unsettling. I have allowed her to see a piece of me I show to no one. The moment stretches, suspended in the silent garage. The vulnerability is a foreign, unwelcome sensation. I have to break it. I have to rebuild the wall. I dropped the wire onto the workbench, the small clatter of it shockingly loud. My smile is gone, replaced by a cool, professional mask. "Well," I say, my voice clipped, deliberately erasing the intimacy of the last few minutes. "That's one problem solved." I begin rolling down my sleeves, the gesture a clear dismissal, a return to our established roles. "My team can finish this in the morning. You can go home." I expect her to leave. I expect a sarcastic retort and a retreat. But she doesn't move. She just continues to watch me with those intelligent, unnervingly perceptive eyes. "That's it?" she asks, her voice quiet. "You solve the puzzle and you just walk away?" I turn to face her fully, my hands buttoning my cuffs. I need to re-establish the distance. I need her to remember who is in charge. "Don't mistake a shared interest for common ground, Montgomery," I say, the words colder than I intend, a deliberate act of self-preservation. This is still just a job, and you are still just an asset.
Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 6. Ava. Asset. The word has been ringing in my ears for 12 hours. A dull, metallic echo of Alexander Hart's carefully reconstructed walls. It follows me from the moment I wake up on my lumpy mattress to the second I step back into his silent, sterile temple of cars. Asset. A thing to be managed, utilized, and protected for its value. Not a person. Not the woman who found the ghost in his machine. His dismissal last night was a tactical strike, a clean, cold cut designed to put me back in my box. And it worked. The brief, startling connection we shared, that moment of mutual recognition over a frayed wire, has been sealed behind a fresh layer of concrete. I arrived this morning feeling raw and exposed, determined to rebuild my own defenses. The first thing I see is my Phantom. She's still on the lift, but the engine bay is no longer a chaotic puzzle. Alexander's crew, moving with their usual unnerving quiet, is already at work, replacing the damaged wire, methodically reassembling what we took apart. I watch them for a moment, a proprietary ache in my chest. They are working on my car, my history, my soul, and I'm forced to stand on the sidelines like a client. Like a stranger. I came in ready to fight, to demand access, to finish what I started. But the memory of Alexander's final cutting remark stops me. I'm an asset, and assets don't make demands. So I keep my mouth shut. I change into the ridiculously clean jumpsuit, my new skin, and resign myself to a day of leaning against walls, of waiting for a rich kid to get a speeding ticket. It's a new kind of prison, cleaner than the one made of debt, but a prison all the same. The silence of the garage feels different today. Not peaceful, but heavy with the unspoken things from last night. The chaos arrives at precisely 10:17 a.m. It doesn't start with a roar, but with a ripple. A sleek black town car pulls up outside the garage's massive glass facade, followed by another, and then a news van with a satellite dish on its roof. Then another. Within minutes, the manicured entrance to Hart Automotive is swarmed. A pack of wolves in expensive suits and sensible shoes, all holding microphones like weapons and cameras like rifles. They spill out onto the pavement, a chaotic, chattering horde. The mechanics in the garage freeze, their wrenches paused mid-turn. They look toward the glass-walled office upstairs, toward their king and his castle, their expressions a mixture of confusion and apprehension. This is an invasion. A messy, unpredictable human element crashing into a world of perfect, controlled machinery. Alexander appears at the top of the stairs, and his descent is a masterclass in control. There is no surprise on his face, no alarm. He adjusts his cufflinks, his movements economical and precise. He is wearing a charcoal suit that appears to have been forged from shadows and steel. As he walks down the steps, a mask of cool, impenetrable calm settles over his features. He's no longer the man who gets a genuine spark of joy from solving a mechanical puzzle. He is Alexander Hart, attorney at law, master of his universe. He doesn't even glance in my direction. He walks straight to the glass doors, Marcus flanking him like a loyal soldier, and steps outside. The feeding frenzy begins. "Mr. Hart, is it true the Sterling Finch merger has collapsed?" "Alexander, sources say your firm is responsible for the deal falling through. Any comment? How much did your clients lose, Mr. Hart? Are the rumors of a 9-figure loss accurate? Is it true you're being investigated for professional misconduct?" The questions are a barrage of verbal shrapnel, but he stands in the eye of the storm, unmoved. He holds up a hand, and a fragile, temporary quiet falls over the pack. "My firm does not comment on active client negotiations." He speaks, his voice a calm, resonant baritone that cuts through the air with absolute authority. He is not shouting, yet he commands their complete attention. "Any reports you may have heard are based on speculation, not facts. Now, if you'll excuse me, this is a private place of business." He turns to go back inside, a clear, final dismissal. But the wolves are not so easily deterred. They surge forward, shouting over one another. This is the part I understand. The part I've seen 100 times at the track. The desperation of the hungry, trying to get a piece of the prize. I'm watching from just inside the open bay door, partially hidden by the frame of a vintage Jaguar. I should be enjoying this. I should be savoring the sight of the unflappable Mr. Hart being backed into a corner. A part of me, the part that still stings from being called an asset, but then I see it. It's nothing most people would notice. It's less than a crack in his facade. It's a hairline fracture, visible for only a microsecond. As a particularly aggressive reporter shoves a microphone in his face, shouting about his family's reputation, Alexander's jaw clenches. Just once. A barely perceptible tightening of the muscle, and in his eyes, for a single, unguarded instant, the cool detachment is gone. Instead, there is a flash of something raw, frustration, fury, the deep visceral anger of a man whose control is being threatened. It's the same frustration I saw in Caleb's eyes at the race. It's the same frustration I feel when I can't make rent. In that fleeting moment, he is not a suit. He is not my boss. He is just a man, cornered and fighting to keep from showing his teeth. And a strange, unwelcome pang of something that feels dangerously like empathy twists in my gut. I recognize the look. It's the look of someone protecting something they built with their own hands. The moment passes. The mask is back in place. So perfect and seamless, I almost convinced myself I imagined it. He turns and walks back inside, Marcus shutting and locking the doors behind him, leaving the reporters to shout at the impenetrable glass. The garage is silent again, but the tension is a living thing, a toxic fume that lingers in the air. Alexander walks straight past me without a word and disappears up the stairs into his office. I'm left with the unsettling residue of that shared glance, that unexpected, unwanted connection. I try to shake it off, turning my attention back to my phantom. The anger is a safer, more familiar place. He's a billionaire in a bespoke suit. He doesn't need my empathy. I'm so focused on my car that I don't notice one of the reporters has slipped in through a side service door until he's right beside me. Quite a show, huh? I jump, my hand instinctively reaching for the heavy wrench I'd been watching a mechanic use. The man is weaselly, with slicked back hair and a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. His press pass identifies him as Donnie Pike from some gossip news site. He's the one who was shouting about Alexander's family. He couldn't get a bite from the shark, so now he's come looking for a minnow. This is a private garage, I say, my voice low and hard. You're trespassing. Just admiring the classics, he says, his eyes scanning the garage before landing on me, on my jumpsuit with the Hart Automotive logo. His smile widens. He thinks he's found his angle. You work here? Must be a tense day at the office. Everyone worried about their jobs now that the boss just fumbled a deal worth more than this entire building. My father's voice whispers in my memory. Don't trust the smile. I just fixed the cars, man, I say, turning away, giving him my back. A clear dismissal. He's not deterred. He steps closer, lowering his voice into a conspiratorial murmur. Come on, off the record. What's he really like? All that ice-cold control has to crack sometime, right? Is he throwing things up in that office of his? A guy like that, with that much pressure, he's got to have a breaking point. My spine stiffens. Every word is a greasy, invasive probe, trying to find a weakness, trying to turn me into a tool for his own gain. He is talking about my boss, about the man who holds my car and my future in his perfectly manicured hands. But that's not who I see. I see the man who stood beside me in the quiet of the night, whose eyes lit up with a genuine, unbuyable passion when he solved the puzzle. I see the flicker of raw frustration he tried so hard to hide. This weasel wants to paint him as a monster, a cliché of a rich man losing his temper. And without thinking, without any conscious decision, a fierce, protective instinct flares to life inside me. I turn to face him, my movements slow and deliberate. I let a small, pitying smile touch my lips. Breaking point? I repeat, letting out a short, humorless laugh. You don't get it, do you? I lean in, my voice dropping so he has to lean in too. You see that McLaren over there? The engine has over 1,200 individual moving parts. It runs at a temperature that could melt steel. It operates under pressures that could level a building. And it does it all with the precision of a Swiss watch. That's him. I tap my temple. It's not about pressure. It's about engineering. You think you're a storm, but to a man like that, you're just data. A slight increase in atmospheric turbulence. He's already run the calculations and moved on. You're just noise. And right now, you're noise in my workspace. I pick up a heavy, grease-blackened rag from the workbench. So get out, before you get something on your nice, shiny suit. Donnie Pike stares at me, his mouth slightly agape. My defense wasn't loud or angry. It was a calm, clinical dissection, delivered in a language he couldn't possibly understand. It was a dismissal so total, so absolute, that it left no room for a follow-up question. He blinks, then scoffs, trying to regain his footing, but the fight is gone. He turns and slinks out the way he came in. The silence he leaves behind is profound. I stand there, my heart thumping against my ribs, the dirty rag still clutched in my hand. What the hell did I just do? A slow, deliberate clapping sound comes from the top of the stairs. I look up. Alexander is standing there, leaning against the railing outside his office. He's taken his suit jacket off, and his tie is loosened at his throat. I have no idea how long he's been watching. His face is unreadable, a perfect mask once again. But his eyes are fixed on me with a startling, unnerving intensity. He walks down the stairs, his footsteps the only sound in the vast, quiet space. He doesn't stop until he's standing directly in front of me, closer than he's ever been before. I have to tilt my head back to meet his gaze. He says nothing. He just looks at me, and that silent, assessing gaze holds more weight than any words. It's not gratitude, not exactly. It's more complex than that. It's surprise. It's reevaluation. It's the look of a man who thought he had an asset perfectly cataloged, only to discover it has capabilities he never anticipated. He reaches out, and for a wild second, I think he's going to touch me. Instead, his long, elegant fingers gently take the dirty rag from my hand. He looks at it, then back at me. Then he turns to Marcus, who has been watching the entire exchange from a distance. "Marcus," Alexander says, his voice quiet but carrying the unmistakable weight of command. "Ms. Montgomery has full clearance on the Phantom." Marcus's eyes widen slightly. "Give her whatever she needs," Alexander continues, his gaze still locked on me. "Any tool, any part, no questions asked. Her authority on that vehicle is now equal to my own."
Chapter 7. Alexander. Control is the currency of my world. I trade in it, I leverage it, I build empires upon its foundation. My emotions, my business dealings, my environment, all are variables to be managed, systems to be optimized. For 34 years, this principle has been immutable. Then Ava Montgomery defended me with a wrenching, grease-stained rag in her hand, and the entire system crashed. From the panopticon of my office, I watched the silent, high-definition security feed. I don't need sound. I was there. I rewind the footage of the encounter with the reporter, Donnie Pike, for the 4th time. It's a compulsion. I'm treating the memory like a piece of legal evidence, searching for a precedent, a loophole, an explanation for the verdict her actions delivered. The jackal corners her. He assumes, as I would have, that she is a weak link, a disgruntled employee ready to trade a juicy quote for a moment of petty revenge. He sees the jumpsuit, her station, and makes a calculation based on predictable human behavior. But Ava does not behave predictably. She doesn't cower or lash out. She doesn't sell me out. She protects me, not my company, not Hard Automotive, me. She does it with a strange, fierce poetry, comparing the complexities of my mind to the intricate engineering of a McLaren V12. She doesn't defend my actions. She defines my nature. And in doing so, she dismisses the reporter not as an enemy, but as an irrelevance. Noise. I watch my own reaction on the screen, the slow, deliberate clapping, the walk down the stairs. The look on my face is one I don't recognize. It's not the mask I present to the world. It's something else, something unguarded. My declaration to Marcus, giving her full authority over the Phantom, was an impulse, an anomaly, a non-transactional act in response to her own. I told myself it was a strategic decision, a way to reward a valuable asset and ensure its peak performance. It is a lie. It was a gut reaction, a visceral need to acknowledge what she had done, to meet her inexplicable act with one of my own. To tell her, in the only language I thought we shared, that I saw her. The intercom on my desk buzzes, jarring me from my analysis. It's my assistant, her voice a model of efficiency. "Mr. Hart, your father is on line 1. I stare at the blinking light. I know precisely what this call is. It's about the Sterling-Finch merger. It's about the reporters. It's about my failure to control the narrative, a conversation for which I currently have zero patience. "Tell him I'm in a meeting," I say, my voice clipped. "I'll call him back." Before she can respond, I stand, the office suddenly feeling constricting. The controlled quiet is suffocating. I need to see the problem, to analyze the data in person. I need to understand this new variable named Ava Montgomery. I walk down the stairs, my leather-soled shoes making quiet, authoritative sounds on the steel treads. The day crew is finishing up, putting tools away with their customary precision. Ava is exactly where I expect her to be, standing beside the Phantom. A new circle of respect has been drawn around her and the car by my crew. She has a tablet in one hand, scrolling through a wiring schematic, and she's running her other hand along the fender, a slow, almost tender caress. She's a natural. She is at peace. I stop at the bottom of the stairs, just out of her direct line of sight, content to simply observe for a moment. But then her personal phone, an older, battered-looking smartphone, not the burner I provided, rings with a shrill, tinny sound. I watch her glance at the screen, and the peace on her face dissolves. It's replaced by a look of profound, weary dread. A muscle in her jaw tightens. Her thumb hovers over the screen as if contemplating the abyss. But then, with a sigh of absolute resignation, she answers. She turns away, seeking a modicum of privacy, her back to me and the rest of the garage. "Yeah," she says, her voice low. I can only hear her side of the conversation, but I can see the effect of every unheard word. Her free hand clenches into a tight, white-knuckled fist at her side. Her shoulders, usually so straight and defiant, slump forward as if under a crushing weight. "I told you I'm working on it," she says, her voice tight, strained. There's a pause. I watch her spine stiffen again as she listens, bracing for an impact. "That's not fair, and you know it. I just need more time. A week. Just give me one more week." Her voice is pleading. It is a tone I have never heard from her, a sound of raw, desperate negotiation that is utterly alien to the woman I know. It is the sound of a cornered animal trying to bargain with the trap. She listens again, and I see her knuckles drain of all color where she's gripping the phone. A fine tremor begins in her hand. She tries to hide it, pressing the phone harder against her ear. But I see it. She is afraid. Genuinely, physically afraid. That realization lands inside me not as data, but as a shard of ice. "Don't," she whispers, and the word is so full of naked terror that a cold, sharp anger unlike anything I have ever felt lances through me. It is not the calculated frustration of a failed business deal. This is a primal, protective fury. "You leave her out of this! You hear me? You leave my grandmother out of this!" Grandmother. The word is a key, unlocking the context for her desperation. The $5,000 she won at the race. The reason she was willing to risk everything. It was never for herself. She takes a shaky breath, trying to regain some semblance of control, but her voice trembles when she speaks again. "I'll have it. The full amount. I promise. I'll get it." The call must end then because she slowly lowers the phone from her ear. She stands frozen for a long moment, her back still to me, her head bowed. I see her shoulders shake with a single suppressed sob. She lifts a hand to wipe angrily at her eyes, her entire body radiating a desperate attempt to pull herself back together. She thinks she's alone. She thinks no one saw her armor shatter into a million pieces. She is wrong. My feet move without my conscious command. The distance between us closes in 3 long, silent strides. She must sense my presence because she stiffens, her head snapping up. She whirls around to face me, her eyes wide and panicked, red-rimmed and glistening with unshed tears. She furiously tries to blink away. Her face is a roadmap of fear and defiant pride. "Get out of my head, Hart," she chokes out, her voice a raw rasp. "Who was that?" I ask. My voice is quiet, but it is not a question. It is a demand. It is the coldest, most dangerous sound I am capable of making. "None of your damn business," she shoots back, her chin lifting, the reflexive defiance a shield for the terror I can still see swimming in her eyes. I take another step, deliberately crowding her space, backing her up against the fender of her own car. There is no room for her to run. I am no longer her boss. I am no longer a lawyer. I am something else. Something more fundamental. "When your life intersects with my business, it becomes my business," I state, my voice dropping even lower. I can see her pulse fluttering at the base of her throat like a trapped bird. And when someone threatens an asset, they are threatening my investment. So I will ask you one more time. Who was on that phone? The word asset is a mistake. I know it the second it leaves my lips. It's a retreat to a familiar, safe position, but it's the wrong one. Her fear is instantly burned away by a fresh wave of white-hot anger. Her eyes narrow into slits. Is that what this is? She spits, her voice dripping with venom. You're worried about your investment? Worried you won't get your 15 grand worth of work out of me? She shoves at my chest, a surprisingly strong, desperate push born of rage and fear. Get over yourself. This is unrelated to you. I don't move. I absorb the impact without flinching. I look down at her hand pressed against my shirt, her knuckles still white, then back up to her furious, tear-streaked face. And in that moment, all the pretense, all the carefully constructed walls between us, crumble to dust. To hell with the investment. The words are a low, rough murmur, raw with an intensity that surprises even me. I reach out, my hand hovering for a second before my fingers gently, almost hesitantly, brush a stray tear from her cheek. Her skin is soft, electric. She flinches but doesn't pull away, her breath catching in her throat as if she's been struck. I look directly into her wide, shocked eyes, forcing her to see the truth of my next words. You are not an asset, Ava, I say. A tremor ran through my voice. You are a responsibility, and you are no longer alone in this.
Chapter 8. Ava. The world narrows to the space between us, a supercharged, high-tension vacuum. His words hang in the air, echoing in the cavernous silence of the garage. You are not an asset, Ava. You are a responsibility, and you are no longer alone in this. My mind, usually a high-performance engine of quick calculations and sarcastic retorts, stalls. It sputters, catches, and floods. The concepts are foreign, the language alien. Responsibility. Not alone. These are not words that apply to me. I am a ghost, a racer who thrives on independence. I am the one who takes care of others, who carries the weight, who fixes what is broken. I am not a thing to be taken care of. His thumb is still on my cheek. The touch is a brand, a single point of impossible heat against my cold skin. It's gentle, questioning, and it undoes me more than any command or threat ever could. The tears I'd fought so hard to suppress well up again, hot and traitorous. My entire life, I have built my walls so high and so thick, and this man is dismantling them brick by brick with a single look, a quiet word, a gentle touch. My father's warning screams in my head. Don't trust the smile. But Alexander isn't smiling. He's looking at me with an unnerving, raw sincerity that's more dangerous than any lie. I slap his hand away. The sound is sharp, a gunshot in the quiet. My palm tingles from the contact. Don't, I choke out, the word rough and torn. I take a staggering step back, putting the cold, solid steel of the Phantom's fender between us. A shield. Don't you dare talk to me about responsibility. You have no idea what that word means. My voice is shaking, but I fuel it with every ounce of anger I possess. Anger is safe. Anger is a wall. A responsibility? I let out a harsh, disbelieving laugh. Is that what you call your cars, heart, your investments? Something you have to maintain so it doesn't break down and cost you money? I am not one of your finely engineered machines. I am not a problem for you to solve. No. He spoke in a hushed baritone. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't have to. The quiet intensity in his eyes is more commanding than any shout. You're not. A machine is predictable. You are not. He doesn't try to close the distance between us again. He holds his ground, watching me with that unnervingly perceptive gaze. The man on the phone. He threatened your grandmother. It's not a question. It's a statement of fact, a piece of evidence laid on the table. The mention of my grandmother makes the fear, cold and sharp, slice through the anger. I wrap my arms around myself, a useless protective gesture. This is not your concern, I bite out. It's my debt, my family, my problem. I told you I would handle it. And I told you that you are no longer alone, he counters, his patience a stark contrast to the frantic chaos inside me. Your methods, while resourceful, have reached their limit. You are out of options, Ava. The $5,000 you won is a fraction of what you owe, isn't it? His clinical dissection of my desperate situation is brutal. He's stripping away my pride, layer by layer, exposing the raw, terrified core of my failure. I can't protect her. I won the race, pulled off the impossible, and it wasn't enough. It was never going to be enough. You don't know anything about it, I whisper, the fight draining out of me, replaced by a suffocating wave of despair. Then tell me, he urges, his voice softening almost imperceptibly. Let me help you. No. The word is automatic, a reflex forged in years of self-reliance. I don't need your help. I don't need your money or your pity. I lift my chin, forcing myself to meet his gaze. I work for you. I will pay off my debt for the car. That is the beginning and the end of our arrangement. You stay out of my life. I expect him to push. I expect the lawyer to come out, to argue, to leverage my desperation against me until I break and tell him everything. It's what any other man I've known would do. It's what Caleb would do. It is the logical, controlling move. Instead, Alexander Hart does the one thing I could never have predicted. He takes a step back. He physically retreats, giving me space, ceding the ground he had taken. He looks at me with an expression unreadable, and then he gives a slow, deliberate nod. All right, he says. The single word is so unexpected it knocks the air from my lungs. I stare at him, baffled. All right, I repeat, my voice laced with suspicion. You have made your position clear, he says, his tone shifting back towards something more formal, more familiar. The lawyer is back, but he's not arguing my case. He's acknowledging the verdict. You are fiercely independent. You are determined to handle this yourself. I understand. He pauses. And for a second, I see that flicker of something again, the man who gets lost in the logic of an engine. I even respect that stubbornness. It is, I'm beginning to realize, a fundamental component of your design. I don't know what to say. He's disarmed me completely. He's seen my biggest, most defining trait, my refusal to bend, my prideful self-reliance, and instead of trying to break it, he's named it, respected it. It's a move so brilliant, so unlike anything I've ever encountered, that it leaves me speechless. He's not done. But your refusal to accept my help does not absolve me of my responsibility to act. He continues, his voice hardening again, becoming the voice of pure, unshakable command. The threat against you and your grandmother is a threat that originates from the world I pulled you into. It is a variable that exists within the sphere of my business. Therefore, I will mitigate it. He isn't asking. He is informing me. What are you talking about? I ask, a new kind of unease creeping up my spine. I am talking about security, he states, as if discussing a routine maintenance schedule. Your refusal to give me a name is a temporary inconvenience. I have a financial crimes analyst on my staff who specializes in tracing illicit debt. The man who called you, the organization he works for, I will have his name, address, and financial history by morning. The sheer, casual power in that statement is staggering. The monster that has been haunting my life, the faceless voice on the phone who holds my grandmother's safety in his hands. To Alexander, he is just a data point to be analyzed. You can't do that, I say. The words weak, lacking conviction. I can, he corrects. His gaze unwavering, he sees the war in my eyes. He takes a step forward again, but stops just outside of my personal space, his hands in his pockets. The formal mask is gone again, replaced by that unnerving, intense sincerity. "You don't have to trust me, Ava," he uttered with an intimate tone that is meant only for me. "You don't have to tell me a single thing." He pauses, his dark eyes holding mine, and he delivers the final killing blow. "You just have to let me handle the noise," he says. "You focus on the engine." He used my own words, the language I used to defend him, the language of my father, a language he had no right to understand, let alone speak. He is telling me that he listens, that he sees me. And then he turns and walks away, his footsteps echoing on the pristine concrete floor, leaving me standing in the shadow of my own broken-down car. He leaves me with this impossible, terrifying, non-negotiable act of protection. He leaves me completely stripped of my defenses. I look down at my hands, the hands that can rebuild an engine, win a race, fix anything that is broken. And I am finally forced to admit the one truth I've been running from my entire life. This is the one thing I can't fix alone. Chapter 9. Ava. The lie I have to wear tonight is a slinky midnight blue dress that feels like a second skin made of whispers and judgment. It's sleeveless with a neckline that dips lower than my comfort level and a slit up the thigh that feels like a liability. It's the kind of dress that's designed to be noticed, and all I've ever wanted is to be a ghost. Alexander called it a brand synergy event. I call it hell with better lighting. We're in a cavernous, artfully lit hangar at the Santa Monica airport, surrounded by a fleet of Hart Motorsports professional racing machines. They are sleek, beautiful predators, shrink-wrapped in corporate logos, and engineered to within an inch of their lives. They are the legitimate, pedigreed cousins of the street brawlers I know and love. They are everything my father dreamed of, and everything he lost. My presence here is non-negotiable. Alexander's exact words were, "The Julian Croft situation has been neutralized, for now. It would be beneficial for the client to see you integrated into the legitimate face of my operations. It provides a plausible cover story." It's a lie, of course. A clean, logical, lawyerly lie. The truth is, after the phone call, after his declaration, he doesn't want me out of his sight. He has neutralized the threat to my grandmother with a quiet, terrifying efficiency that he refuses to elaborate on. But the fortress he's building now is around me. This dress, this party, this forced integration, it's just a prettier cage. I clutch a glass of champagne I have no intention of drinking. The crystal stem is cold against my tense fingers. The air hums with the low murmur of money, a different frequency from the raw, hungry buzz of a street race. Men in tailored suits and women in jewel-toned dresses drift between the cars, their laughter light and brittle. They talk about torque and telemetry, but what they're really discussing is stock prices and market share. Alexander moves through the crowd with the effortless grace of a shark in its native habitat. He is the center of this universe, the sun around which all these smaller planets orbit. He's laughing at something a portly man with a pinky ring says. But the smile I notice doesn't quite reach his eyes. His gaze is constantly scanning, cataloging, controlling. A part of his attention, I feel with a disconcerting certainty, is always on me. I feel like a fraud, a street rat in borrowed couture. I see the sideways glances, the curious whispers. I am the only variable in this perfectly calculated equation, the smudge of grease on the pristine white jumpsuit of his life. Then I see a face I haven't seen in 10 years. Frank Gallo. He used to be my father's parts supplier, a man with a slick smile and eyes that were always calculating the angles. He's older now, heavier, but the smile is the same. He's standing with a group of men, and his eyes find mine across the polished concrete floor. His smile widens. Recognition dawns, followed by a look of predatory curiosity. He murmurs something to his friends, And they all turn to look at me. The whispers have found me. I can feel their eyes on me. A physical weight. I know what they're saying. That's Marcus Montgomery's girl. The one who was there. The air grows thick, heavy with the ghosts of the past. My father wasn't just a mechanic. He was a legend in the making. He was the guy with the magic hands who could make a junker fly. He was on the verge of breaking into this world, the legitimate moneyed world of professional racing. He had a sponsor, a car, a contract on the table. He had everything. And then he had nothing. Ava Montgomery? Gallo is in front of me now, his voice a slick, familiar purr. He smells of expensive cologne and cheap ambition. My God, I haven't seen you since you were a kid, running around your dad's garage. Look at you. His gaze travels down my dress and back up. A greasy, possessive appraisal that makes my skin crawl. All grown up. Your father would be so proud. The lie is so blatant, so insulting, it almost makes me laugh. My father would be proud of me winning on the street, of keeping his phantom alive. He would hate this. He would hate this dress, this party, this man. Frank, I said with my voice, a flat, cool stone. I don't offer him a smile. I was so sorry to hear about what happened. He continues, his voice dripping with a false sympathy that turns my stomach. A tragedy. A real tragedy. Marcus was one of the best, a real artist. To lose it all over one bad race, heartbreaking. One bad race, that's what they call it. The official story. A mechanical failure. A freak accident during a sanctioned qualifying run. A neat, tidy explanation that fits on a legal document. It's the story that buried my father and erased his future. The memory rises, not as a thought, but as a sensory assault. The smell of burnt rubber and something else, something coppery and sweet and terrible. The high-pitched scream of twisting metal, a sound that rips the air apart. I'm 15, standing on the safety barrier. One moment he's a flash of silver and red, a beautiful blur of speed and power. The next he's a cartwheeling, disintegrating wreck, a plume of black smoke against a perfect blue California sky. I remember the silence that fell over the crowd, a vast, profound vacuum of shock. I remember the sirens, starting as a distant wail and growing into an all-consuming scream. I remember trying to climb the fence, my fingers hooking into the chain link, screaming his name until my throat was raw. Someone pulled me back. Someone said the words. Mechanical failure. Brake line. No one could have survived. Lies. All of it. Lies. A shame he never got to see his dream come true. Gallo is saying, his voice a drone in my ears. He really would have been something in this world. I come back to the present, my hand shaking so violently that the champagne sloshes over the rim of my glass. The memory is a physical wound, torn open and bleeding. I can't breathe. The air in the hangar is too thin. The polite chatter, a deafening roar. My father's ghost is standing right beside me, his eyes full of disappointment. I told you not to trust the smile, baby girl. Excuse me? I managed to choke out, pushing past Gallo, ignoring the surprised look on his face. I need air. I need to escape. I head for a side door, a dark rectangle in the brightly lit wall that promises escape. I'm almost there. I can almost taste the cool night air. I can almost feel the blessed relief of solitude. But my composure shatters before I reach the door. A single hot tear escapes, a traitorous drop of weakness that slides down my cheek. I swipe at it angrily, but it's too late. The dam has broken. A warm, solid presence is suddenly behind me. A hand, large and firm, settles on the small of my back. The heat of it soaks through the thin material of the dress, a steady, grounding pressure against my spine. I don't have to look. I know who it is. The scent of sandalwood and gin, the silent, commanding energy. Alexander. He says nothing. He doesn't ask if I'm okay. He doesn't offer platitudes. He just stands there, his hand a solid, unshakable anchor in the hurricane of my grief. His thumb moves in a slow, almost imperceptible circle against the fabric of my dress. It's not a comforting gesture. It's a message. I am here. I am not moving. It's a silent act of solidarity that is more profound than any words could ever be. He saw. He saw Gallo. He saw the whispers. He saw the moment I broke, and instead of calling attention to it, instead of trying to solve it, he simply showed up. He is handling the noise. I close my eyes, leaning back into his touch just for a second. A breath shudders out of me, a ragged, broken thing. In this entire hangar full of ghosts and predators, his presence is a truth I can feel in my bones, the only thing that feels safe. So this is where you've been hiding. The voice is familiar, arrogant, condescending, and laced with a cruel, mocking amusement. My eyes snap open. Standing in the doorway I was so desperate to reach is Caleb. He's wearing a tuxedo. The thing is clearly made for him, his cherry red Hellcat visible in the parking lot behind him. He's not looking at me. His eyes are fixed on Alexander's hand on my back, and the smirk on his face is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. "Heart," Caleb says, his voice dripping with false cordiality as he looks up at Alexander. I should have known. When I heard the ghost had a new sugar daddy, I couldn't imagine who'd be stupid enough to try and put a leash on her. His eyes drop to me, cold and possessive. Looks like you're a collector of broken-down antiques after all.
Chapter 10. Alexander. The words that fall from Caleb's mouth are crude, predictable, and utterly beneath contempt. Sugar daddy, broken-down antiques. They are the linguistic equivalent of a child throwing rocks. And yet, the impact is undeniable. I feel it in the way Ava goes rigid against my hand, a flinch so profound it's like a physical shock transmitted directly up my arm. I feel her shame, her fury, her humiliation, and a cold, precise, and utterly lethal rage settles over me. It is not a hot, reckless anger. It is a calculated, chilling fury. The kind I employ in a courtroom just before I dismantle a hostile witness. Caleb's smirk is that of a man who believes he has landed a killing blow. He is a poorly managed asset of his father's, a litigious liability who mistakes arrogance for power. He sees Ava as a possession he once had a claim to, and me as a rival who has stolen her. He fundamentally misunderstands the entire equation. My hand on Ava's back does not move. It remains a steady, grounding pressure. A silent message. I am here. This is my storm to handle. I meet Caleb's gaze, my expression a carefully constructed mask of mild, intellectual curiosity. I do not raise my voice. I do not acknowledge the insult. I simply erase him from my reality. Caleb, I say, my tone the one I use for a particularly slow-witted junior associate. I was under the impression this was a private event. I must have overlooked your name on the guest list. An unfortunate clerical error, I'm sure. His smirk tightens. I go where I want, Hart. A habit that I suspect keeps your father's legal counsel exceedingly busy, I counter smoothly. I allow my gaze to drift from his face, down his tuxedo, and then to the doorway behind him, a look of profound disinterest on my face. However, this is not a public street where you can menace other drivers. This is a private hangar, filled with millions of dollars of my property and populated by my clients. Your presence here is an insurance risk I'm not willing to underwrite. I feel Ava take a small, shaky breath behind me. She is a coiled spring of tension, ready to lash out, to defend herself with the sharp, cutting words she uses as armor. My thumb presses gently into her back, another silent command. Stay. Caleb's eyes narrow, the bravado beginning to curdle into genuine anger. He's used to being the one in control, the one who sets the terms. Are you threatening me? I almost laugh. The idea is absurd. Threaten you? Caleb, no. I am informing you of a fact. You are trespassing. And if you do not remove yourself from the premises in the next 10 seconds, I will have security do it for you. I assure you they will be significantly less polite. I let a beat of silence pass, and the subsequent lawsuit for your colorful and slanderous accusations will be a pleasure to draft personally. The fight drains from his face, replaced by a sullen, impotent rage. He knows he has lost. I didn't engage on his terms. I didn't fight him for dominance over Ava. I simply reasserted the rules of my world, a world in which he is nothing more than a temporary nuisance. He glances at Ava, a final venomous look of possessive anger, then back at me. He opens his mouth, but no sound comes out. He is a predator who has been reminded of his place in the food chain. With a final disgusted scoff, he turns and disappears into the night. The space he occupied is now filled with a tense, vibrating silence. The immediate threat is gone, but the shrapnel from his words and space between us hummed with a dangerous energy. My hand is still on her back. I can feel the frantic, hummingbird beat of her heart through the thin fabric of her dress. Let's go. The words are a puff of air, barely audible. I don't wait for an answer. I guide her through the side door, into the cool, salt-tinged air of the Santa Monica night. The sounds of the party fade behind us, replaced by the distant scream of a jet engine. The drive to my penthouse is a monument to unspoken tension. Ava sits in the passenger seat of my Audi, a silent, rigid statue staring out at the blurred city lights. She has wrapped her arms around herself, a barrier against the world, against me. The air in the car is thick with her shame, her anger, and the ghost of that single traitorous tear. Every word Caleb said is in this car with us, a toxic, invisible passenger. Sugar daddy, leash, broken down antique. When we arrive, I lead her from the private elevator directly into my apartment. The space is my sanctuary, minimalist, controlled, with floor-to-ceiling windows that display the glittering sprawl of Los Angeles like a captive galaxy. It is a world of clean lines, polished chrome, and profound, deliberate silence. Tonight, it feels like a sterile operating theater. Ava positions herself in the middle of the living room and stops, her back to me. The midnight blue dress clings to her frame, a stark, vivid slash of color in my monochromatic world. She looks beautiful and utterly, tragically out of place. You shouldn't have done that. Her words scrape the air. Done what? I ask, keeping my own voice neutral. Prevented a scene? Had a trespasser removed? Protected my interests? She whirls around to face me, and her eyes are blazing. All the fear, all the grief from earlier, has been forged into a diamond-hard, glittering rage. Protected me? Is that what you call it? You paraded me around at your party like a new car, and when your rival showed up, you puffed out your chest and marked your territory. You made it worse, Alexander. You made me look like exactly what he said I was. What he said is irrelevant, I state, but the words feel hollow even to me. Irrelevant? She lets out a laugh that is sharp and broken. It's not irrelevant to me. I have a name in the world you just dragged me into. I have a history. My father had a history. And you just stood there and let that child reduce me to your property. I did not. Didn't you? She cuts in, taking a step toward me, her hands clenched at her sides. You do it all the time. Asset. Responsibility. Investment. You talk about me like I'm a line item in your ledger. Tonight you just did it in front of an audience. She is right. Her words are a clinical, brutal dissection of my own behavior, and they land with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. In my attempt to control the situation, to protect her, I've stripped her of her own agency. I've proven Caleb right. The realization is a bitter, unfamiliar taste in my mouth. It is the taste of failure. I was handling the noise, I say, the words feeling weak, a poor echo of the confidence with which she once used them. This isn't noise, Alexander, she shouts, her voice cracking. the rage finally breaking to reveal the raw, bleeding wound beneath it. This is my life. The ghosts you saw tonight, they are mine. The legacy, the rumors, the pain, it's all mine. You can't just swoop in with your money and your security details and your goddamn control and fix it. She takes another step until she is standing directly in front of me, her chest rising and falling with ragged, angry breaths. She is so close I can see the flecks of gold in her furious, tear-filled eyes. You want to control something? She challenges, her voice dropping to a raw, trembling whisper. Then control this. The words are a lit fuse. Her mouth crashes against mine in a collision of teeth and tongue, a desperate, angry claim. Her hands fist in my shirt, pulling me down, and the taste of her, champagne, salt, and aching grief, is a brand on my soul. My mind shorts out. Nothing left but pure animal instinct.
I know. We were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
Chapter 11. Ava. I wake up to silence, not the familiar, comforting quiet of my own apartment, which is always layered with the distant hum of LA traffic and the wheeze of my ancient refrigerator. This is a profound architectural silence, the kind that costs millions of dollars, the kind that insulates you from the world. My eyes open slowly. The ceiling is a vast, minimalist expanse of white. The light filtering into the room is soft, diffused by automated blinds that have muted the harsh morning sun. I'm in a bed that feels bigger than my first apartment, tangled in sheets so smooth and soft, they feel like cool water against my skin. The air smells clean, sterile, with the faint, lingering scent of sandalwood and gin. Alexander's scent. I'm alone. The memory of last night doesn't creep in, it slams into me. A chaotic, high-speed collision of images and sensations. The dashboard light on his face, the frantic, clumsy tangle of our bodies in the confined space of his car, the rip of my zipper, the rough scrape of his jaw against my skin, the raw, shuddering release that felt less like pleasure and more like a fault line splitting open inside me. It wasn't a seduction, it was a detonation, a shared act of demolition. A wave of heat washes over me, a mortifying full-body blush of shame and regret. I bolt upright in the bed, my heart instantly kicking into a frantic, panicked rhythm. I'm wearing a man's dress shirt, a ridiculously expensive, fine-gauge cotton that hangs off my shoulders and falls to my mid-thighs. My dress, the midnight blue lie, is nowhere to be seen. My shoes are placed neatly by the bedside table. He brought me here. He undressed me. He put me in his bed. The clinical, almost tender care of the acts is somehow more intimate, more violating than the frantic chaos in the car. I have to get out of here, now. I slide out of bed, my bare feet sinking into a plush gray rug. The room is a testament to his entire personality, massive, immaculate, and utterly devoid of personal clutter. The floor-to-ceiling windows offer a godlike view of the city, still waking under a hazy marine layer. It's beautiful and cold, and feels 1,000 miles away from my world. My clothes are not in the room. Of course not. That would be too simple. Control. It always comes back to control. Steeling myself, I pull the shirt down as far as it will go and open the bedroom door. The rest of the penthouse is a continuation of the same theme. A vast, monochromatic landscape of glass, steel, and Italian furniture that looks more like art than something a person would actually sit on. It's the home of a man who doesn't so much live in a space as he does occupy it. I find him in the kitchen, if you can call it that. It's a gleaming, stainless steel laboratory where food is probably synthesized, not cooked. He's standing with his back to me, looking out at the city. He's already dressed for the day in a pair of perfectly creased charcoal slacks and a crisp white shirt, the sleeves rolled up to his forearms. He looks composed, powerful, untouchable. He looks like a man who did not spend his night coming apart at the seams in the front seat of his car. He's holding a cup of coffee. The quiet, domestic sound of him taking a sip feels like a sonic boom in the silent apartment. He must sense my presence because he turns, and his face is a perfect, unreadable mask. There is no trace of last night in his eyes, no awkwardness, no regret, no possessive heat. Just the same calm, analytical assessment I've come to expect and hate. "Good morning," he says, his voice a neutral, even tone. The sheer normalcy of the greeting is a slap in the face. My mind scrambles for a witty retort, a sarcastic jab, anything to rebuild the walls he so effortlessly demolished. But all that comes out is a croak. "Where are my clothes?" "I took the liberty of having your things from the garage brought over," he says, gesturing with his coffee cup to a closed door I hadn't noticed. "I assumed you would prefer them to last night's dress. They're in the guest bathroom, should you wish to shower." He's anticipated my every need. He solved the problem of my escape before I even articulated it. The gesture is both thoughtful and a suffocating assertion of his control. He's taken my uniform, the symbol of my servitude, and offered it back as a courtesy. "So I can put my jumpsuit back on and report for duty?" I ask, and the words come out with a pathetic lack of their usual bite. A flicker of something, not pity, never pity, but something more complex, crosses his face. "So you would have something of your own to wear," he corrects softly. "Coffee?" I just stare at him. The man is a walking paradox. He strips me of all my agency and then offers me coffee with the quiet solicitude of a caring partner. The whiplash is making me dizzy. I give a short, jerky nod. He turns and prepares another cup with an unnerving efficiency, the expensive machine hissing and purring under his command. He hands me a heavy ceramic mug. Our fingers don't touch. The space between us is a crackling, high-voltage field of unspoken things. I take a sip. The coffee is black, strong, and impossibly good. Of course it is. The silence stretches, filled only by the sound of our breathing. This is a new kind of quiet between us, not the focused silence of working on an engine or the tense quiet of a power struggle. This is an awkward, uncertain silence, thick with the memory of skin and sweat and whispered, broken words. I have to fix this. I have to put the world back on its axis. My father's voice is a frantic whisper in my ear. Don't trust him. Don't let him in. Last night, I didn't just let him in. I invited him to tear the whole house down. I set the mug down on the cold granite island. The click is loud, decisive. Look, Alexander. He turns to face me fully, leaning back against the counter, crossing his arms. He gives me the floor, his expression patient, waiting. It's a lawyer's trick, letting the witness fill the silence, and it makes my skin crawl. Last night, I begin, my voice steadier now, fueled by a rising panic. It was a mistake. The words taste like ash in my mouth. It was a pressure valve. The party, Caleb, my father, everything. It just happened. It didn't mean anything. I'm talking too fast, the words tumbling out in a desperate, clumsy rush to build a new wall before he can breach the perimeter again. I am not just convincing him. I am trying to perform a desperate act of self-hypnosis. It was a moment of weakness, I continue, looking at a point just past his shoulder, unable to meet his eyes. For both of us. But it can't happen again. Our arrangement is business. I work for you. I will pay off my debt for the phantom. That is the beginning and the end of it. I finally force myself to meet his gaze, bracing for the argument, for the dismissal, for the cold, cutting remark that will put me in my place. He doesn't argue. He doesn't move. He just watches me, his dark eyes narrowed, not with anger, but with a startling, unnerving clarity. He sees right through me. He sees the terror masquerading as resolve. A pressure valve, he repeats, his voice a low, thoughtful murmur. He tests the words as if they are a piece of foreign code. He pushes off the counter and walks to a sleek built-in tablet on the wall, tapping the screen. A file appears. Speaking of business, he says, his tone shifting, becoming all professional, the brief, fragile intimacy of the morning evaporating like smoke. There's been a development. He turns the screen toward me. On it is a security report, a grainy, time-stamped photo of a man standing on a quiet, tree-lined street. I recognize the street. I recognize the small, tidy bungalow with the rose bushes out front. It's my grandmother's house. Your grandmother's nurse, Elidia, called my office an hour ago. Alexander murmurs, his voice a flat, clinical line. She was worried. It seems the man who threatened you paid a visit last night, about an hour after he called your phone. The coffee cup would have shattered in my hand if I'd still been holding it. A cold, heavy dread sinks through me, a chilling counterpoint to the hot shame from moments before. What? I whisper, my eyes glued to the image of the man, a generic-looking thug in a hoodie, standing under a streetlight, looking at her house. He didn't do anything. Alexander continues, his voice devoid of emotion. He just wanted her to see him. He wanted her to know that he could be there any time he liked. He pauses and his eyes finally meet mine, dark and serious. He wanted you to know. My carefully constructed wall of defiance, the desperate speech about boundaries and business, it all turns to dust. It's a pathetic, childish shield against a threat this real, this insidious. He didn't just threaten her over the phone. He went there. He stood outside her home. While I was at a party in a borrowed dress. While I was falling apart in Alexander's arms. Alexander taps another button on the screen, and a new file opens. It's a detailed dossier, complete with names, financial records, and known associates. The face of the man from the phone call, the loan shark my father got tangled with just before he died, stares back at me. A man named Silas Croft. My blood runs cold. Croft? I manage to say. My voice is a strangled thing. Any relation to Julian? Alexander's face is a grim, hard line. Silas is Julian's uncle. It appears the spoiled rich kid you've been chasing is connected to the man who holds your family's debt. His gaze meets mine, and in that moment, the cool, analytical lawyer is gone, replaced by something harder, something more dangerous. This was never just about a car, Ava. It's a trap, and we just walked right into the middle of it. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 12. Ava. The lie I tell myself is that I'm here to do a job. The truth is, I'm a ghost haunting my own graveyard. Irwindale Speedway, the House of Drift, A sanctioned, legitimate track, a world away from the abandoned industrial parks where I earned my name. But the smell is the same. It's the holy trinity of my youth. Burning rubber, high-octane race fuel, and cheap hot dogs. It's the scent of my father's ghost, and today, it offers no comfort. It only thickens the air, making it harder to breathe. Alexander's voice on the phone this morning was a cool, clinical instrument. Silas Croft launders money through a network of small businesses. One of them is a performance parts supplier that sponsors several drivers in the Thursday night amateur series at Irwindale. Julian's crew will be there. I need you to be my eyes and ears. I need to know who Silas talks to. It was an order wrapped in the logic of necessity, a perfect excuse to put me back in the field while keeping me under his invisible umbrella of protection. He didn't mention last night. He didn't mention the fact that my entire life is now inextricably tangled with his. We have retreated to the safety of our established roles. He is the strategist, and I am the operative, the asset. The space between us is a fragile, unacknowledged truce, a minefield of shared memory that neither of us dares to cross. So here I am, leaning against a concrete barrier, dressed in my own clothes, jeans, Pumas, a worn leather jacket that still smells faintly of my father's garage. I feel more myself than I did in that midnight blue lie of a dress, but it's a hollow feeling. I am a phantom of a person I no longer am, in a place that no longer feels like home. The noise is a familiar symphony, the high-pitched whine of a turbo, the guttural roar of a V8, the squeal of tires pushed to their absolute limit. It used to be music, now it's just noise. A chaotic backdrop to the single terrifying name that has been looping in my head for the past 24 hours. Silas Croft. Julian Croft's uncle. The loan shark who held my father's debt. A man connected to the sterile corporate world of Hart Motorsports, in the greasy, desperate world of my past. The two worlds I thought were separate are, in fact, the same. A snake eating its own tail. I scan the crowd in the pits, my eyes moving with a practiced, detached efficiency. I spot Julian Croft's electric blue Mustang easily. He's surrounded by his usual sycophants, all of them posturing and bragging. I'm looking for a shadow, a face that doesn't belong. I'm looking for Silas. Well, well, look what the cat dragged in. That voice. The familiar, arrogant drawl sends a jolt of unwelcome adrenaline through me. I don't have to turn around. I know who it is. Caleb saunters up beside me, leaning against the barrier with a studied nonchalance. He's in his element here, wearing a ridiculously expensive racing jacket, the logos of his father's dealership stitched across the chest. I heard you'd gone legit, he says, his eyes scanning the track, not looking at me. Didn't think that meant you'd be slumming it with the amateurs. Just keeping my skills sharp, I say, my voice flat. I keep my own gaze fixed on the track, refusing to give him the satisfaction of my attention. Or is this part of the new job? He presses, his tone turning sour. Hart let you off your leash for the night? Send you on an errand? I clench my jaw. He is a master at finding the exact raw nerve and pressing down. What do you want, Caleb? He finally turns to look at me, and the bitterness in his eyes is startling. This isn't the posturing rival from the street race or the mocking bully from the gala. This is something else, something wounded. I want to know what happened to you, Ava. I let out a short, humorless laugh. I got a job. I'm paying my bills. It's called growing up. No, he says, shaking his head, his voice dropping. This isn't you. You belong out there, on the street, where it's real, where it's about skill, not about who has the fattest wallet. You were the ghost. You were the last real one left. Now you're just another one of his assets. He uses the word, and it's a deliberate, calculated strike. He must have heard the term. Or maybe he's just that good at reading the situation. It doesn't matter. It lands exactly where he intended. A poisoned dart in a wound that is still fresh. My father died for this life, Caleb. The words rumble in my chest. He died chasing the dream of getting here, to a place with sponsors and rules and fat wallets. Forgive me if I'm not sentimental about the realness of the street. Your father died because he got in bed with the wrong people, Caleb shoots back, and his words are so sharp, so close to the bone of my new reality, that I flinch. He made a deal with the devil, and it cost him everything. And now you're doing the exact same thing. He gestures with his chin toward the owner's box, a glass-walled suite overlooking the track. You just picked a devil in a more expensive suit. I stare at him, my heart a cold, heavy stone in my chest. He has no idea how right he is. He has no idea that the devil he's talking about and the one my father dealt with are related by blood. You don't know what you're talking about, I say, but my voice lacks conviction. Don't I? He stares at me, and for a second, the bitterness evaporated in a flash of flicker of the boy I used to know, the kid who loved the smell of gasoline as much as I did. We grew up in this world, Ava. We know the rules. You don't take money from the sharks. You don't make deals with the suits. You trust the engine, and you trust the driver next to you. His eyes hold mine. I thought we were on the same side. The unspoken history hangs between us. The late nights working on engines, the shared dream of being something more than kids from the wrong side of the tracks, the brief, clumsy attempt at being something more than friends. An attempt that was incinerated by the all-consuming grief after my father's death. He's not just talking about a racing rivalry. He's talking about a betrayal that feels to him deeply personal. And in his words, I see the reflection of the girl I used to be. The girl who believed in the simple, clean logic of a quarter-mile race. The girl who believed that skill and heart were enough. That girl is gone. She died in the front seat of Alexander Hart's car, in a storm of grief and a desperate, shattering release. The woman standing here now is someone else. Someone who understands that the world is not clean. Someone who knows that the sharks in the suits are often swimming in the same bloody water. Someone who let a man into her bed, into her life, who is the living embodiment of everything her father warned her against. And the most terrifying part, the part that makes my breath catch in my throat, I don't want to go back. That side doesn't exist anymore, Caleb, I say, and my voice is quiet, heavy with a truth that is solidifying inside me. Maybe it never did. His face hardens, the brief flicker of vulnerability gone, replaced by a cold, dismissive anger. Right. You've got what you wanted. A rich guy to fix your problems and a fancy garage to play in. Just don't forget what happens when you sell your soul to a man like that. They own you. Every last piece. He turns to walk away but stops, looking back at me over his shoulder. For what it's worth, he says, his voice laced with a final cutting piece of scorn. That car of yours is almost ready. I saw it. Hart's guys are miracle workers. They even fixed the brake line. He lets the words hang in the air for a deliberate beat. The one your father's mechanic supposedly fixed right before his last race. He walks away, disappearing into the crowd, leaving me frozen, the world tilting violently on its axis. The brake line, the official report, mechanical failure, a faulty brake line. The simple, clean explanation that never felt right. The explanation my father, the most meticulous mechanic I've ever known, would never have allowed. A detail I had buried under a mountain of grief. Caleb's words are not just a random jab. They are a key. A key to a door I have been too afraid to open for 10 years. He's not just talking about my car. He's talking about my father's death.
Chapter 13. Alexander. The report from my surveillance team at Irwindale is a model of efficiency. It is concise, detailed, and utterly useless. It contains a list of every person Julian Croft spoke to, cross-referenced with their known affiliations. It notes the arrival and departure times of every key player. It even includes a grainy but identifiable photograph of Silas Croft, Julian's uncle, having a brief, innocuous conversation with a track official. It is a collection of facts that tells me nothing of substance. I'm staring at the photograph on the large monitor in my office, at the image of a ghost in a cheap windbreaker, and all I feel is the cold, sharp edge of a problem I cannot solve with data. My usual methods, analysis, leverage, financial pressure, are like trying to perform surgery with a sledgehammer. Silas Croft is not a corporation I can dismantle. He is a cancer, deeply embedded in a world of cash, loyalty, and violence. A world I only understand through case files and second-hand reports. A world Ava Montgomery navigates by instinct. The intercom buzzes, a sharp intrusion into the sterile quiet. Mr. Hart, Miss Montgomery has returned from the track. She's on her way up. The slight hesitation in my assistant's voice is my only warning. It's a deviation from her usual unflappable calm, a small crack in the perfect veneer of my organization. It tells me that Ava is not returning as an operative delivering a report. She is returning as a storm. I turn from the monitor just as the door to my office slides open. She stands there, framed in the doorway, and the air in the room instantly changes. The temperature drops. The pressure rises. She isn't angry. This is something far beyond that. The fury I've seen in her before was a wildfire, hot and fast. This is the calm, terrifying stillness of a glacier, an immense, unstoppable force of grief and rage, frozen into a single purpose. Her face is pale, her eyes dark and bottomless. "Tell me about my father's accident," she says. It is not a question. It is a demand for a debt to be paid. I remain behind my desk, a deliberate tactical choice. I need the barrier, the illusion of control. I've told you what I know from the public record. A single car crash during a qualifying run at Willow Springs. The official cause was listed as mechanical failure. The brake line, her gaze dropped to his mouth. The report specified a catastrophic failure of the front brake line. She takes a step into the room, then another. She moves with the deliberate, menacing grace of a predator. "Your men are the best. They've been rebuilding my Phantom for weeks. They're meticulous. They document everything. I want to see the initial intake report, the one they did before they touched a single bolt." My mind races, connecting the dots. Her conversation with Caleb, his bitterness, the specific targeted nature of his parting shot. He didn't just throw a rock. He handed her a key. "Ava," I start, my voice a careful, measured tool of de-escalation. "What did Caleb say to you?" "I want to see the report, Alexander," she repeats, her voice cracking on my name, the sound a raw, bleeding thing. She is no longer looking at her boss. She's looking at the only person on Earth who might have the answer to a question that has been haunting her for a decade. My first instinct is to refuse, to control the information, to protect her from a truth she might not be ready for. It is the instinct that has guided my entire professional life. It is the instinct that is screaming at me now. But the look in her eyes, it is not the fury of a woman scorned. It is the agony of a survivor demanding to see the weapon that destroyed her world. It is a look I know intimately. It is a look I see in the mirror every morning. Without breaking eye contact, I tap a command into my desk's integrated tablet. A document appears on the large monitor behind me. The hard automotive intake assessment for her '69 Camaro. It is a litany of mechanical sins, the fried alternator, the jury-rigged wiring, the worn suspension bushings. And then, there it is, a high-definition photograph of the front driver's side brake line. Even on the screen, the damage is clear. It's not a rupture from pressure. It's not a clean break from a faulty part. There is a small, almost imperceptible nick in the braided steel casing. A single, deliberate cut, designed to hold under normal pressure but fail catastrophically under the extreme stress of a racetrack. I watch her face as she processes the image. I see the last fragile piece of her denial crumble to dust. Her father's death was not an accident. It was an execution. A sound escapes her, a choked, broken sob of pure, unadulterated pain. Her knees buckle and she catches herself on the edge of my desk, her knuckles white. She doesn't cry. The grief is too deep, too old for tears. It is a wound in the very foundation of her soul. And in that moment, she ceases to be a variable in my calculations. She ceases to be a responsibility. She becomes a mirror. My carefully constructed office, my fortress of control, dissolves around me. The scent of her grief is the scent of my own. I'm no longer in my office. I'm standing on the side of a highway in the rain, the night shattered by the flashing red and blue lights of emergency vehicles. The sound of her choked sob is the sound of my own mother's scream. I walk around the desk, the barrier between us no longer relevant. I stand in front of her, but I don't touch her. I wait. Finally, she looks up at me, her eyes a raw, open wound. "Why?" she whispers. "Why would someone—" "Because he was in debt to Silas Croft," I say, the words tasting like poison. "And in that world, a debt is a leash. My guess? Your father was trying to get out. The sponsorship, the legitimate career. It was his escape route. Silas couldn't allow that. He couldn't afford to lose the leverage." "So he killed him," she breathes, the terrible truth finally given a voice. "Over money." Her eyes find mine. I see a new question forming in her eyes. The question that has been there all along. The question of me. "And you, all of this." She gestures around at the office, at the life I've built. "This control, this obsession with perfection. Why? What are you so afraid of?" My own ghosts, the ones I keep locked in the deepest, most secure vault of my soul, begin to stir. She has shared her apocalypse with me. The rules of engagement have changed. A debt must be paid. I turn away from her and walk to the window, looking down at the endless, glittering grid of city lights. A perfect, ordered system. A beautiful lie. "I had a brother," I say, my voice a quiet, rusty thing I don't recognize. The words are short, clipped, each one a stone I have to dredge up from the bottom of a cold, deep lake. "His name was Leo. He was 16. I can feel her gaze on my back, a silent, focused intensity. "He loved cars," I continue, my hand resting on the cool glass of the window. "He didn't care about the business, the law, any of it. He just loved the machines, the logic of them, the honesty." I pause, the memory a sharp, physical ache in my chest. "I built him a car for his 16th birthday, a vintage Mustang. I restored it myself, right here in the garage. Every bolt, every wire. It was perfect. I made sure of it." The silence stretches, heavy and profound. "He took it out, the night of his birthday." My voice is a monotone, a sterile recitation of the facts. It is the only way I can get through it. "A drunk driver ran a red light. The police report said he was doing over 90. I trace a line on the glass, following the path of a single car's headlights, a tiny point of light in an ocean of darkness. The car I built, the perfect controlled system I engineered, it meant nothing against that kind of chaos. The impact, the passenger side, it wasn't perfect enough. My control, my work, my obsession, it was a useless illusion." I finally turn to face her. The mask is gone. I know what she sees on my face, the same raw, irreparable damage she feels in her own soul. "I couldn't protect him." Her expression is one of profound, shocking recognition. The anger is gone. The suspicion is gone. All that is left is a deep, startling well of empathy. She is not looking at the billionaire lawyer. She's not looking at her boss. She's looking at a man who has spent his entire life trying and failing to build a wall high enough to keep the chaos out. She understands. She understands my need for control, for perfection. It is not about power. It is about prevention. It is the desperate, futile attempt of a survivor to ensure that the storm that wrecked his life can never make landfall again. An emotional bridge, fragile and untested, forms in the space between us. It is forged in the fires of our shared trauma. We are not a boss and his employee. We are not a lawyer and his asset. We are two ghosts haunting the ruins of our own lives. "My father's accident wasn't an accident," she says, her voice quiet, but filled with a new, hard certainty. I nod, my throat tight. "I know." She looks at me, her eyes clear now, the grief and rage focused into a single sharp point. They lied. The reports, the investigation, all of it was a lie to cover for him. For Silas. "Yes," I say. The pieces are clicking into place, the legal and the personal, the past and the present, all converging on this single, terrible point. She takes a deep breath, and when she speaks again, her voice is the voice of the ghost, the woman who does not lose, the woman who does not back down. "Then we are going to find the man who wrote that report," she says, her gaze locked with mine, a silent vow passing between us. "We need to get him to be honest with us."
Chapter 14. Ava. The vow I made in Alexander's office hangs in the air between us, a fragile, untested thing. We need to get him to be honest with us. We. A word I haven't used in connection to another person in a decade. It feels foreign on my tongue, heavy with a terrifying unearned trust. The emotional bridge between us, forged in the fires of our shared apocalypses, is a strange, disorienting landscape. We have shown each other the wreckage of our pasts. The aftermath is a quiet, charged space where the old rules of engagement, banter as armor, silence as a weapon, no longer apply. We are two ghosts, and we have agreed to haunt the same house. For now. The next morning, I'm in the garage, my sanctuary, but the peace I usually find here is gone. I'm staring at the phantom, at the new, perfect brake line my guys, Alexander's guys, have installed, and all I see is a ghost. The ghost of a lie that has defined my entire life. My father's death was not an accident. The knowledge is a cold, hard stone in my gut. It changes the shape of every memory I have of him, twisting them into something sharper, more tragic. A courier in a crisp uniform walks into the garage, his polished shoes clicking on the pristine concrete. He looks around, clearly out of his element, until Marcus points him in my direction. "Ava Montgomery?" he asks, holding out a rectangular padded envelope. "That's me," I say, my brow furrowing. I'm not expecting anything. All my bills are sent electronically to a P.O. box I can barely afford. I sign for it on his tablet, and he leaves as quickly as he arrived. The package is anonymous. No return address. Just my name and the address of Hart Automotive, printed in a clean, blocky font. A chill, unrelated to the garage's air conditioning, spiders its way up my spine. I tear it open. Inside, wrapped in a layer of bubble wrap, is a book. My breath catches, a painful hitching thing in my chest. It's a simple black leather-bound journal, the kind you can buy at any office supply store. But the edges are worn smooth, the cover is soft from years of use, and there's a dark, familiar grease stain in the bottom right corner, shaped vaguely like a thumbprint. My father's racing journal. I thought it was lost in the chaos after the accident, another piece of him that was just gone. My hands are shaking as I open it. The first page is his handwriting, his familiar, slightly sloppy scrawl, the way he formed his M's like mountain peaks. My name and his are written on the inside cover. Marcus and Ava Montgomery, the A-Team. Tears, hot and sudden, well in my eyes. This isn't just a book, it's a piece of my father's soul. A direct line to the man I remember, the man who smelled of gasoline and cherry cigarillos. I flip through the pages. It's exactly as I remember. Notes on gear ratios, sketches of engine modifications, frantic scribbles about track conditions. But interspersed with the technical data are other entries. Cryptic personal notes that I never fully understood as a kid. Talked to S today about the new fuel injectors. Says they're top of the line, but the pressure drops after 5,000 RPM. Smells like a rat. Gallo wants to move another package. The Eagle is getting greedy. Told him the Phantom isn't a delivery truck. The kid is getting reckless. His uncle is going to put him in the ground if he's not careful. S. Silas, the Eagle, Frank Gallo, the kid, Julian. It's all here. A roadmap of his descent into a world that would eventually kill him. He was chronicling his own murder, and he didn't even know it. My first instinct is to hide it, to take this last sacred piece of my father and hoard it, protect it from the clinical, analytical gaze of Alexander Hart. This is mine, my grief, my history. But as I read the entries, a new cold reality sets in. This is not a personal diary. It is a ledger of evidence. The coded language, the half-mentioned names, the financial figures disguised as engine specs. I can understand the racing jargon, but I can't see the bigger picture, the patterns, the connections. There is only one person who can. My legs feel heavy as I climb the stairs to the panopticon. He is on the phone, his back to me, his voice a low, authoritative murmur. He's closing a deal, eviscerating an opponent, moving mountains with quiet, precise words. He is the man my father warned me about. He is also the only man I trust to help me. The paradox is a physical ache behind my ribs. I wait. When he finishes the call, he turns, and his eyes land on the journal in my hands. The professional mask slips for a fraction of a second, replaced by a look of guarded curiosity. "What is that?" he asks. "Evidence," I say, my voice raspy. I walk to his desk and lay the journal on the smooth, cold surface between us. "It's my father's. It just arrived." He raises an eyebrow. "Arrived? From who?" "I don't know," I admit. "There was no return address." He leans forward, his gaze intense, his entire being focused on the worn leather-bound book. He doesn't touch it. He looks at me, a silent question in his eyes. He is asking for permission. It is a small thing. A gesture of respect so profound it almost undoes me. I give a short, sharp nod. He opens the journal, his long, elegant fingers surprisingly gentle on the worn pages. He reads for a long time, his expression unreadable, his mind processing, cataloging, connecting. The silence in the office is absolute, broken only by the soft rustle of the pages. I watch his eyes move, and I see the moment he transitions from reading a man's diary to analyzing a legal document. "This S he mentions," he confided the words, his voice thick with unspoken history. "It has to be Silas." "And the Eagle was his nickname for Frank Gallo," I add, moving to stand beside him, pointing to an entry. "And the package. It wasn't car parts. Gallo owned a shipping company. My dad was a mule." The word tastes like dirt. "He was a man trying to pay off a debt," Alexander corrects softly, his gaze still on the page. "And this is a record of how deep the rot goes. We fall into a rhythm, a strange, seamless partnership. It's a dance of two completely different minds, moving in perfect, unspoken sync. I provide the context, the language of the track. He provides the legal and financial framework, seeing the patterns I could never spot. "Here," I say, pointing to a string of numbers. "I always thought this was a formula for a fuel-to-air ratio. But the integers are all wrong. It wouldn't run." Alexander leans closer, our shoulders brushing. The brief contact is a familiar, low-voltage current. "It's not a ratio," he says after a moment. "It's an account number, a Swiss account, based on the prefix. He's not tracking engine performance. He's tracking money laundering. We work for hours. The city outside his window goes from the bright, hazy glare of midday to the soft, bruised purple of twilight. We are a two-person code-breaking team, fueled by coffee and a shared single-minded purpose. The emotional bridge between us solidifies with every page we turn. We are no longer two ghosts, haunting our separate pasts. We are partners. His initial formality has melted away, replaced by a focused, collaborative energy I've never seen in him. The passion he has for solving a puzzle, the same passion I saw when he was working on my car, is back. But this time, it's not directed at a machine. It's directed at me. At us. He mentions a meeting, Alexander says, his voice tense, pulling me from my thoughts. He points to one of the last entries, dated 2 days before the accident. The handwriting is rushed, almost frantic. Final delivery for S at the docks. Payment from H confirmed. Brakes are ready for Willow Springs. He said the kid deserves a win. Something isn't right. This feels like a goodbye. Payment from H, I whisper, the letter a cold, hard knot in my stomach. H, Alexander repeats, his face a grim mask. He stands up and walks to the large monitor, typing with a swift, brutal efficiency. A file directory appears. He opens a folder labeled Hart Enterprises Archive. Subfolders branch out, a family tree of corporate holdings. My family's corporation has dozens of subsidiaries, holding companies, he murmurs, his eyes scanning the screen. The official investigation into your father's accident was handled by a private insurance firm, a subsidiary of a larger financial group. He stops typing. His entire body goes still. He clicks on a name. The corporate ownership chart that appears on the screen is a complex web of lines and boxes, but the line at the very top is simple, unambiguous. He points to the screen, but he doesn't have to. I can see it from here. The name of the company that owned the insurance firm, that rubber-stamped the investigation into my father's death, the one that declared it a simple, tragic accident. Hamilton Corporation. My grandfather's middle name was Hamilton, Alexander says, his voice a dead, hollow thing. He turns to look at me, and the confident, controlled man I know is gone. A man staring at the undeniable proof that the chaos that destroyed his life and the conspiracy that destroyed mine might have originated from the exact same place. The H in my father's journal was not a random initial. It was a signature, and it belonged to his family.
Chapter 15. Alexander. The world has been rendered down to 2 facts. Fact 1. Ava Montgomery's father was murdered in a conspiracy that appears to have been financed by a subsidiary of my family's corporation. Fact 2. The woman who is the living, breathing embodiment of that conspiracy is standing in my office, looking at me not with accusation, but with a terrifying, resolute trust. The vow she made, "We're going to get the truth out of him," was not a declaration of war. It was the signing of a treaty. Our 2 broken nations, founded on the ruins of our separate griefs, have just formed an alliance. The air in my office, my fortress of control, is thick with the terms of this new, unwritten contract. Hamilton Corp., I say again, the name of my grandfather a foreign, toxic thing on my tongue. The corporate ownership chart glows on the monitor, an intricate web of deceit that has my family's name stamped at its center. All my life I have sought to build order, to create systems of perfect, unassailable logic. I'm now staring at the undeniable proof that the foundation of my entire world is a meticulously constructed lie. Ava doesn't flinch. The initial shock has passed, burned away, and replaced by something harder, something colder. It is the look of a driver who has just seen the finish line. The journal. A low, musical hum fills the space between her words, steady instrument of purpose. The last entry. Final delivery for S at the docks. He wasn't just a mule, Alexander. He was the accountant. He was keeping a second set of books. She's right. The journal isn't just a diary. It's a failsafe, a dead man's switch. He knew they were going to kill him, I say, the realization a cold weight in my gut. This feels like a goodbye. He was leaving a trail. My mind, finally finding a problem it can solve, kicks into gear. I turn to my terminal, my fingers flying across the keyboard. The Port of Los Angeles is a labyrinth of shell corporations and holding companies. Finding a specific warehouse leased 10 years ago. Look for Gallo, Ava says, moving to stand beside me. She points to a name on the screen. Frank Gallo. The Eagle. He owned a logistics company, Eagle Eye Shipping. My dad mentioned it all the time. Said it was a front, that Gallo couldn't track a package across a one-way street. I pull up the records. Eagle Eye Shipping, a defunct LLC dissolved 9 years ago, a year after her father's death. But the property records are still there, buried in the city archives. I trace the leases. One stands out. A long-term lease on a warehouse in San Pedro, terminated abruptly the month after the accident. Warehouse 7. I've got it, I say, a grim satisfaction cutting through the chaos. I'll drive, she states. It's not a question. The treaty has been ratified. We are partners. The drive to the docks is a study in our new dynamic. The silence in the Audi is not the awkward, charged quiet of the morning after. It is the focused, humming silence of two professionals on their way to a job. Ava is behind the wheel of my car, her hands light but certain on the wheel. She navigates the tangled LA freeways with an instinctive grace, a fluid, beautiful violence. She is in her element. She is in control. Since my adult life, I willingly, completely cede it to another person. I watch her profile, the hard set of her jaw, the way her eyes are constantly moving, scanning, processing threats. The grief that broke her in my office has been forged into a weapon. She is no longer a ghost, haunted by the past. She is a hunter. San Pedro smells of salt, diesel, and the slow, patient decay of metal. The warehouses are colossal, rust-streaked behemoths, sleeping iron giants against a gray, indifferent sky. Warehouse 7 is at the end of a deserted service road, set apart from the others, forgotten. A chain-link fence, sagging and topped with rusted barbed wire, is all that guards it. The gate is secured with a heavy, corroded padlock. "Allow me," I say, getting out of the car. I retrieve a small, leather-bound kit from the trunk. It contains a set of high-end lockpicks, a tool of my trade that has gotten me out of more than one legally ambiguous situation. Ava raises an eyebrow as I approach the gate. "Of course you know how to do that." "A lawyer should always be able to open a locked door," I say, inserting a tension wrench into the lock. It's a useful metaphor. The lock clicks open with a satisfying snap. The gate groans in protest as we swing it open. The air inside the perimeter feels different, stagnant, wrong. The massive corrugated metal door of the warehouse is scarred with graffiti, but otherwise sealed. "There," Ava says, pointing to a small, almost invisible service door near the corner. It's a single slab of steel, flush with the wall. This lock is more substantial. It takes me a full minute, my fingers working with a focused delicacy, before I feel the tumblers give way. I push the door open, and we are hit with a wave of cold, dead air. It's the smell of trapped time, of dust and decay, and the faint, metallic scent of something long since spilled. We step inside. I pull a powerful, compact flashlight from my jacket pocket, its beam cutting a sharp, white cone through the oppressive darkness. The space is vast, cavernous. Mountains of rotting crates and pallets are stacked almost to the ceiling, creating a maze of narrow, claustrophobic canyons. The only other light is the faint, hazy gray, filtering through a row of grimy clerestory windows high above. "He was here," Ava whispers, her voice a reverent, aching thing. "I can feel it." We move through the maze, our footsteps echoing in the profound silence. This was his world, a place of secrets and shadows, a world away from the sun-drenched, grease-stained garage of her memory. We're looking for a second set of books, I say, my voice low. A ledger. Something that ties the shipments to the money. We split up, moving through parallel aisles. I searched the obvious places, a small, wrecked office with a rusted-out file cabinet, the hollow legs of a steel workbench. I find nothing but rat droppings and cobwebs. Alexander! Her voice is a sharp, urgent hiss. I find her at the back of the warehouse, standing before a solid wall of stacked, identical wooden crates. What is it? She doesn't answer. She just points. She's looking at the floor, at a series of deep, parallel scratches in the dusty concrete leading from the base of the wall. Scratches that could only be made by moving something heavy, something that was designed to be moved. Together, we put our shoulders to the crate at the bottom of the stack. It's heavy, but it shifts, sliding away from the wall with a low, grating groan. Behind it is not the corrugated steel of the warehouse wall. It is a section of flat, riveted metal plate, and at the bottom, almost invisible in the grime, is a small, recessed handle. I pull it. The plate swings inward with a pneumatic hiss, revealing a dark, square cavity, a hidden compartment. Inside, sitting on a dusty shelf, is a single metal document box. My heart, an organ I'm usually only peripherally aware of, is a frantic, hammering drum against my ribs. I reach in and lift the box out. It's heavy, solid, locked. Allow me, Ava says, a ghost of her old sarcastic smile touching her lips. Before I can object, she pulls a bobby pin from the messy knot of her hair, straightens it, and bends the tip into a tiny hook. She takes the box from my hands, kneels on the floor, and goes to work. It's a skill I would not have associated with her, and yet it fits perfectly. She is a woman who knows how to open locked things. Less than a minute later, the lock clicks. She looks up at me, her eyes dark and wide in the flashlight's beam. She opens the lid. Inside is a single leather-bound ledger. It's thicker than the journal, more formal. I shine the light on the open page. It is a meticulous, damning record. Columns of dates, shipping manifest numbers, and dollar amounts. Payments from H Corp to S Croft, routed through a series of offshore accounts. And next to the final entry, dated the day before his death, is a note written in her father's familiar scrawl. Final payment received. Contract terminated. M. Montgomery liability neutralized. There it is, the smoking gun. A death warrant signed and accounted for. A wave of profound, grim triumph washes over me. We have it. We have the truth. I look at Ava. She's staring at the ledger, her face a mask of grief and vindication. A single tear traces a path through the grime on her cheek. We got him, Dad, she whispers to the ghosts in the room. In that moment, in the shared victory, I reach out, my hand covering hers where it rests on the open book. A silent, instinctive acknowledgement of everything we have just found, of everything we have become. It is a mistake, a fatal lapse in situational awareness. Standing at the warehouse's wide entrance, we hear a metallic scrape, a footstep. Before we can even process the sound, the massive rolling metal door of the warehouse slams shut. The sound is a deafening, echoing boom of absolute finality, a cannon shot that reverberates through the steel and concrete, through the very marrow of my bones. The last hazy strips of gray light from the high windows are extinguished. We are plunged into a thick, suffocating darkness, broken only by the single, suddenly inadequate beam of my flashlight. We are not alone, and we are trapped.
Chapter 16. Ava. The boom of the door slamming shut is not just a sound. It is a physical event. A shock wave of solid, vibrating steel that travels through the concrete floor, up through the soles of my pumas, and detonates deep in my bones. It's a sound of absolute finality. The sound of a coffin lid closing. Darkness, thick and suffocating, swallows us whole. My first reaction is not panic. Panic is a luxury, a waste of oxygen. The street taught me that the moment you panic is the moment you die. My body goes still, my breathing shallow, every sense instantly dialed to a razor's edge. I am a creature of the shadows, and the world has just become my native habitat. My second reaction, a half-second later, is for the ledger. My fingers tighten on the cold metal of the document box, my knuckles pressing against Alexander's hand. It is not just a book. It is my father's life. It is his justice. It is the smoking gun, and I am not letting it go. Alexander's hand, which had been a point of shared, triumphant connection, becomes an anchor. He doesn't pull away. His grip firms on mine, a silent, immediate transmission of strength. His flashlight beam, which had been illuminating our victory, is now the only reality we have, a single, terrified cone of light in an ocean of black. They're here, I whisper, the words barely a puff of air in the sudden, tomb-like quiet. Stay calm. Alexander's voice comes from beside me, a low, steady instrument of control. He is not whispering. He speaks in a measured, conversational tone that is somehow more chilling than a shout. They've made a tactical error. They've revealed their presence and their position. I want to laugh. It's such a lawyerly, academic assessment of a situation that is about to get very, very real. They didn't just reveal their position, Hart. I hiss back, my own voice a true whisper, honed by years of not wanting to be heard. They locked the door. They're not trying to corner us. They're preparing the slaughterhouse. The single beam of his flashlight snaps off, plunging us into absolute disorienting blackness. My heart leaps into my throat. What are you doing? I breathe, my hand instinctively tightening on his. Making us harder to find, he replies, his voice now a murmur right beside my ear. His proximity is a sudden, startling reality. They know where we are. They don't know that we know where they are. We move. Now. He is right. As long as we stay here, we are a static, predictable target. He pulls gently on my hand, and I follow without question, clutching the document box to my chest with my free arm. The warehouse, which had been a place of discovery, is now a death trap. The canyons of rotting crates are no longer a maze. They are a series of potential ambush points. The service door we came in, I whisper, my mouth so close to his ear, I can feel the heat of my own breath reflecting back at me. It's our only way out. It will be the first place they look, he counters, his voice a low vibration against my cheek. They herded us to the back. They'll expect us to double back toward the known exit. We need to do the opposite. We need to find another way. There is no other way, I insist. It's a solid steel box, Alexander. That door is it. We stop, huddled behind a mountain of what smells like water-damaged textiles. The darkness is so complete it feels like a physical pressure against my eyeballs. There's always another way, he says. And the absolute certainty in his voice is a strange, illogical comfort. Every system has a flaw. You taught me that. A heavy scraping sound echoes from the front of the warehouse. They are reinforcing the trap. Or they are waiting. Okay, I breathe, the fight going out of me, replaced by a cold, pragmatic focus. Okay, the loading bays. On the south wall. Are they accessible from the inside? He asks. They have to be, I say, the mechanics of it clicking into place in my mind. Manual chain hoists. Emergency releases. Lead the way, he says simply. I take the lead, one hand on the wall of crates beside me, a tactile guide in the blackness. Alexander is a shadow at my back. Finally, my outstretched hand meets not rough wood, but the cold, corrugated steel of the warehouse wall. I run my hands along it, my fingers searching for a seam, a chain, a lever. They brush against a recessed handle, the emergency release. I've got it, I whisper. I wrap my hands around it and pull. It's stiff with age and rust. It doesn't budge. It's stuck. Together, he says. He moves up beside me, his body pressing against mine. His hands find the lever, covering my own. On 3, he murmurs. 1, 2, 3. We put all our weight into it. The lever groans, a high-pitched metallic scream of protest, and then gives way with a deafening clang that echoes through the warehouse like a gunshot. We freeze. A shout just beyond the warehouse doors. A flashlight beam cuts through the darkness, sweeping across the tops of the crates. They heard us. The hunt is on. The door, I say, my voice urgent. The release is pulled. We have to lift it. We find the bottom lip of the massive rolling door and heave. It's impossibly heavy, but it moves, scraping its way upward with a sound like tearing metal. We get it a foot off the ground, then 2. It's enough. Go. Alexander grunts, his voice strained with the effort of holding the door. I drop and roll under the opening, the document box clutched to my chest. I scramble to my feet in the hazy gray twilight of the loading dock, turning as he rolls through, his expensive suit now covered in rust and grime. We are out. We stand for a single gasping second, and then we see him. He is standing at the far end of the loading dock, leaning against a black sedan, flanked by 2 men who are built like refrigerators. He is older, his hair a distinguished silver, his face the same one from the file. Silas Croft, a thin, cruel smile touches his lips. He looks from me to Alexander, and then to the document box in my arms. I was beginning to worry you wouldn't find the exit, Silas says, with a chilling politeness that slithers through the air. I would have hated for this to be any more complicated than it needs to be. My blood doesn't run cold. It ignites. This is him. The man who signed my father's death warrant. The man who has been a faceless, nameless monster in the dark for a decade, and he is standing right here. Before I can take a single, stupid, suicidal step forward, Alexander moves. It's not a dramatic shove. It is a swift, economical, and absolute repositioning. He steps directly in front of me, his body a solid wall between me and Silas Croft. One arm is slightly back, a barrier across my chest, holding me in place. He has shielded me completely. The message is clear. You will go through me. Silas, Alexander says, and his voice is transformed. The quiet, controlled lawyer is gone. This is a voice I have never heard before. It is cold, hard, and resonant with a kind of lethal authority that has nothing to do with the courtroom. It is the voice of a man who is entirely, dangerously out of patience. You have made a grave miscalculation. Silas chuckles, a dry, rattling sound. Have I, Alexander? It seems to me my calculations have been perfect. I have the ledger, and I have the 2 people who are foolish enough to think it matters. My nephew's keeper and Marcus Montgomery's little ghost. At the mention of my father's name, a fresh wave of rage washes over me. I try to push past Alexander, but his arm is an iron bar. Let me go. I seethe, my voice a low growl. No, he said, a quiet command that brooks no argument, his eyes never leaving Silas. Stay behind me. Always the protector, aren't you, Hart? Silas taunts. Just like with your little brother. How did that work out for you? The blow is low, personal, and brutally effective. I feel Alexander's entire body go rigid in front of me. The air crackles. For a single terrifying second, I think he's going to launch himself at Silas. But then I feel him take a slow, deliberate breath. The lawyer is back, cold and calculating. The difference, Alexander says, his voice now devoid of any emotion, is that this time, I'm prepared. It happens in a split second. A flash of movement from Silas's men. They are reaching into their jackets. And my world explodes into motion. There is no plan. There is only instinct. Alexander is the shield, but I am the engine. Run! I scream, shoving the ledger into his hands. The car! Get to the car! I don't wait to see if he follows. I pivot and sprint, not toward our Audi, but away from it, along the length of the loading dock. It's a desperate, insane gambit. A feint. I am the ghost. I am the target. Look at me. It works. The two goons hesitate in a flash, their attention split, and in that moment, Alexander is moving. He is faster than I would have believed possible, a blur of motion toward the driver's side of the Audi. I leap off the side of the loading dock, a 4-foot drop that sends a jarring shock up through my legs. I hit the asphalt and keep running, weaving between stacks of shipping containers. I hear shouts behind me, heavy footsteps. They've taken the bait. One of them is coming after me. I risk a glance over my shoulder. The second goon is closing in on Alexander, who has just reached the car door. The black sedan peels out, its tires screaming in protest, moving to block him in. I have maybe 2 seconds. I reverse direction, sprinting back the way I came, my lungs burning. My pursuer, caught off guard, skids to a halt. I see Alexander get the car door open. He's not getting in. He's leaning across the driver's seat. The Audi's engine roars to life, a sound more beautiful than any symphony. The goon chasing me is closing the distance. I can hear his heavy, gasping breaths. I see the black sedan bearing down on the Audi. Then the Audi's headlights flash on, blindingly bright, and the car lurches backward at an impossible speed. Alexander isn't driving. He started it remotely. Another one of his goddamn tricks. Another perfect, beautiful system. The maneuver is so unexpected it catches everyone flat-footed. The sedan swerves to avoid a collision. My pursuer hesitates. It's all the opening I need. I sprint for the passenger side of the Audi. Alexander is already in the driver's seat, the engine screaming. I yank the door open and throw myself inside, landing in a heap on the plush leather. Go, I yell, not even bothering to close the door. He doesn't need to be told. The car shoots forward, the acceleration of violent physical force that slams me back into the seat. I reach out and pull the door shut as we fishtail around a corner, the black sedan already in hot pursuit. We are bruised. We are shaken. We are hunted. But as I look over at Alexander, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, his face a grim, focused mask, I feel a strange, fierce clarity. The terror is still there, a cold hum beneath my skin, but it's overlaid with something else, something powerful. He looks at me momentarily, his dark eyes meeting mine. There is no victory in his gaze, just a shared, brutal understanding. The danger, the chase, the shared, desperate fight for survival has burned away every last lie between us. He is not my boss. I am not his asset. We are partners. And as the city lights blur past and the black sedan relentlessly pursues us, I know one thing with absolute certainty. We are just getting started. Chapter 17. Ava. The silence in the safe house is a physical presence. It's a thick, heavy blanket that smothers the echo of screaming tires and the frantic hammering beat of my own heart. The adrenaline from the chase, that white-hot, life-saving fuel, has burned out, leaving a toxic, gritty residue in my veins. Every muscle in my body is a tightly coiled wire, vibrating with the memory of motion. I'm standing in the middle of a living room that looks like a photograph from a magazine. A sterile, untouched space of gray and white and chrome. It's a ghost apartment in a ghost building, a contingency Alexander had for a life he probably never imagined he'd have to live. We are off the grid, we are safe, and I have never felt more exposed. Alexander locks the door behind us, and the heavy, definitive thud of the deadbolt is the sound of a cage door closing. He leans his forehead against the cool metal of the door for a long moment, his back to me. His shoulders, usually so straight and unyielding, are slumped. In the harsh, recessed lighting of the entryway, I see that his hands are shaking. The sight is so jarring, so profoundly out of character, that it steals the air from my lungs. The man of perfect, unassailable control is coming apart at the seams. He pushes himself off the door and walks past me without a word, his movements stiff, robotic. He heads straight for a minimalist wet bar, retrieving a bottle of scotch and 2 heavy crystal glasses. His hands are still not steady as he pours, the amber liquid splashing against the side of a glass. He hands one to me. Our fingers brush, and the contact is a jolt of shared frayed electricity. I take the glass, my own hand trembling so badly I have to use 2 to hold it steady. I watch him toss back half his glass in one swallow, his throat working. The mask is gone. The lawyer is gone. The man standing before me is the ghost of a boy who lost his brother, a man who just relived his worst nightmare and somehow survived. We drink in silence, the scotch a welcome, controllable fire in the cold, hollow space inside my chest. The only sound is the clink of ice, the whisper of our own ragged breathing. I look down at my arm. A long, angry scrape weeps from where I hit the asphalt. A dark, ugly bruise is blooming on my cheekbone, where my face must have hit the passenger window during one of our violent turns. I am a road map of the last hour. Alexander sees it too. His eyes, dark and haunted, fix on the scrape on my arm. He puts his glass down with a heavy final clink and disappears into a hallway. He returns with a first aid kit, another one of his contingencies, perfectly stocked and organized. He doesn't ask for permission. He simply walks up to me, takes my arm with a gentleness that feels utterly alien, and begins to clean the wound. He is methodical, his movements precise, but the tremor is still there in his hands. He is focusing on this small, solvable problem, a tiny island of order in an ocean of chaos. He works in silence. His touch is a strange, agonizing comfort. I watch the focused line of his jaw, the way his brow is furrowed in concentration. Silas Croft's words echo in the quiet room, just like with your little brother. How did that work out for you? He wasn't just trying to kill us. He was trying to psychologically dismantle Alexander, piece by piece. It wasn't your fault, I whisper, and the words are a raw, broken thing in the silent room. He doesn't look up from my arm. A different outcome does not absolve me of the same failure in judgment, he said. I led you to that warehouse. I put you in that car. His fingers, deft and gentle, smooth a bandage over the scrape, is my responsibility. He finally looks up at me, his eyes a raw, open wound, and I see it. The deep, soul-shattering grief he keeps locked away is not just for his brother. It's a living thing, a monster he fights every single day. And tonight, Silas Croft fed that monster. No, I say, my voice firmer now. I reach out and cover his hand with my own, where it rests on my arm. His skin is warm, in contrast with the ice in my veins. This is my fight, Alexander, my father's ghost. You just showed up for it. I force him to meet my gaze. We showed up for it. We got out. Together. The air between us thickens, the charged quiet of the room collapsing into this single point of contact. The ghosts of our pasts, the raw, bleeding wounds we've shown each other. They are all here, in this touch. He doesn't pull away. He turns his hand over, his fingers lacing with mine. His grip is a desperate, grounding pressure, an anchor in a sea of chaos. Alexander's hands, which I know can be instruments of brutal efficiency, are now a source of staggering stillness. The space between us is no longer a battlefield. It is a sanctuary, a fragile, two-person foxhole in the middle of a war zone. This is no longer about the frantic, desperate collision in his car. That was about anger, about a release of pressure that felt more like an explosion than a connection. This is something else entirely. Something quiet, something terrifyingly real. I don't know who moves first. It doesn't matter. It is a slow mutual drift, a gravitational pull that has been inevitable from the moment he told me about his brother. I take a step forward. He meets me halfway. His free hand comes up to cut my face, his thumb gently tracing the bruised, tender line of my cheekbone. The touch doesn't hurt. It acknowledges. It sees the damage and stays. His mouth meets mine. The kiss is not a collision. It is a question. It is a quiet, desperate search for solace in the midst of a storm. It is achingly gentle, a stark contrast to the bruising anger of our first encounter. His lips are soft, patient, and they taste of scotch and a deep, soul-shattering grief. He isn't taking. He's asking. He's listening to the way my own lips soften against his, the way my breath hitches. I know. We were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
I feel his lips against my hair. I'm not going to lose you, Ava. His tone was a velvet-wrapped command. The words are not a promise. That's an indisputable reality. For a man like him, a man who deals in contracts and certainties, it is the most binding oath he could possibly make. It is not a question of if we will win. It is a declaration of his stake in the outcome. And as I lie there, wrapped in the arms of the one man my father would have told me to run from, I realize I am not an asset anymore. I am an anchor. And so is he. And we are the only thing keeping each other from drifting away in the storm.
Chapter 18. Alexander. I haven't slept. The sterile quiet of this apartment is a tomb, and I've spent the hours before dawn watching the ghost of the woman beside me, the angry, violent bruise on her cheek a stark reminder of my failure. When she emerges from the bedroom wearing my shirt, her hair a wild tangle, she looks like a stranger in my world. She walks to me, her bare feet silent on the polished concrete, and takes the coffee from my hands without a word. Her eyes hold mine over the rim of the cup, a silent, complex question passing between us. "So what's the plan, Hart?" she breathes, her voice raw. A test. "The plan is already in motion," I say, defaulting to the familiar armor of my profession. "My legal team is preparing the injunctions. We can use the ledger to freeze Silas's assets. We can dismantle his entire operation." Ava sets the cup down with a sharp, definitive click. "You mean your plan? A plan that involves lawyers and injunctions, the same system that buried my father?" "It's the only system that can dismantle a man like Silas." "Can it?" Her eyes narrow, and the fragile peace between us shatters. "Or will it just protect your family's name while you do it? Your grandfather's name?" The accusation lands, a clean, sharp blade. She turns away from me and walks to the dining table where the ledger waits. She places a hand on its cold leather cover. "He was a good man," she whispers, her voice so thick with unshed tears, it is barely audible. "He wasn't a criminal. He was a mechanic. He loved the sound of an engine when it's perfectly tuned. He taught me how to listen to it, how to feel it in my bones." She opens the ledger, her fingers tracing the lines of her father's familiar, sloppy scrawl. "He got in over his head. He made a deal with the devil to give me a future. He thought he could outsmart him, thought he could build a case, create a failsafe." Her shoulders begin to shake. A single, ragged sob escapes her, a sound of such profound, hopeless grief. "But he couldn't," she chokes out, the words torn from her. "He couldn't fix it. And they killed him for it. They killed him and called it an accident. They erased him. And I couldn't help him. The dam breaks. She curls in on herself, her forehead resting on the open pages of the book, her body racked with silent, agonizing sobs. She isn't just crying for her father. She is crying for the lost years, for the stolen future, for the little girl who had to become a ghost just to survive. There is no plan for this. There is no legal strategy that can contain a grief this profound. I walk to her. I don't speak. I simply stand behind her, my hands settling on her shaking shoulders. She flinches but doesn't pull away. I gently pull her to her feet, turning her to face me. Her face is a mess of tears and raw, naked pain. I slide my arms around her, pulling her against my chest. She is stiff at first, a rigid line of resistance. And then, with a final shuddering sigh, she collapses. She wraps her arms around my waist, buries her face in my chest, and she weeps. She cries for her father. She cries for my brother. She cries for the 2 broken children we were, and the 2 haunted adults we have become. I hold her. I stroke her hair, absorbing the shuddering force of her grief, my shirt growing damp with her tears. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not her boss. I'm just here. I don't know how long we stand there, 2 ghosts clinging to each other in the sterile silence. But eventually, the ragged sobs subside, replaced by a quiet, exhausted stillness. She doesn't pull away. She just stays there, her ear pressed to my chest, listening to the steady beat of my heart. When she finally pulls back, her eyes are red-rimmed but clear. The storm has passed, leaving a fragile, clean quiet in its wake. I keep my hands on her waist, unwilling to break the connection. Before we talk about a plan, my voice is a low rumble as I speak. We need to talk about this. She looks down at my hands, then back up at my face. Her expression is wary, guarded. The walls are already going back up. There is no this, Alexander. There's a $15,000 debt, a dead man's ledger, and a whole world of trouble. That's it. That's a lie, I counter, my voice soft but unyielding. And we've had enough of those. I watch her jaw tighten, her first instinct to fight, to run. I don't give her the chance. What happened in the car? What happened in this bed last night? It was not a mistake. It was not a pressure valve. And it was not nothing. Then what was it? She challenges, her voice a raw whisper. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like 2 desperate people clinging to each other in a hurricane. That's not a relationship. It's a trauma response. Maybe it started that way, I concede, my thumb stroking the curve of her hip. But the woman I held last night, the one who broke down in my arms, that was not a trauma response. That was you. The real you. And the man who held you was the real me. I lean in, my forehead resting against hers. All my life, I've built systems to keep chaos out. But you're the most beautiful chaos I've ever known. And you're the only thing that's felt real in years. She closes her eyes, a single tear escaping and tracing a path down her cheek. I don't know how to do this, Alexander. I've never done this before. I only know how to be me. Alone. You don't have to know, I murmur, my lips brushing against hers. We can figure it out. Together. I pull back just enough to look her in the eyes. No more contracts. No more assets. Just you and me against them. Partners. In everything. Is that a risk you're willing to take? She searches my face, looking for the lie, for the angle, for the escape clause. She finds none. And with a slow, shuddering breath, the last of her walls crumble. Okay, she whispers. It is not a word of surrender. It is a word of acceptance. Okay, I whisper back, sealing the new, unwritten contract with a soft, definitive kiss. After a long moment, she pulls away, her eyes clear now, filled with a new, hard-edged purpose. The grief and the fear are still there, but now they have been forged into a weapon. our weapon. "Okay, partner," she says, the word feeling solid, real. "So what's the first move?" I look from her determined, tear-streaked face to the ledger on the table, the book of sins that connects our two broken worlds. "The first move," I say, my voice a low, final vow, "is we find the first lie. We find the person who signed that original police report." I look directly into her eyes, our new purpose absolute. And we start pulling on that thread until their whole world unravels.
Chapter 19. Ava. The safe house has a name. I call it the Vault. It's a sterile, anonymous box in the sky, but it has become our entire world. For 3 days, the city has been a distant, glittering abstraction beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Inside, we are a 2-person army, and the war room is this glass dining table. It's littered with takeout containers, 2 laptops humming in the quiet, and in the center of it all, my father's ledger, the Book of Sins. Our life has been pared down to a single, obsessive purpose. The awkwardness that followed our first night together, the raw, bleeding grief from my breakdown, it has all been burned away, forged into something else. Something hard and sharp and perfectly efficient. We are partners. The word, once a foreign, terrifying concept, now feels like the only truth I have left. "He's lying," I say, pointing a chopstick at the screen of Alexander's laptop. He's on a conference call, his voice the smooth, lethal instrument of a lawyer dismantling an opponent. On the screen is a video feed of a man in a suit, sweating under the invisible pressure Alexander is applying. "With all due respect, Mr. Sterling," Alexander says, his tone anything but respectful. The subclause is unambiguous. Your liability is not in question. He catches my eye, raising a single questioning eyebrow. I shake my head, then mouth the word, bluffing. A ghost of a smile touches Alexander's lips. It's a secret shared language we've developed, a silent, deadly partnership. However, he continues, his voice shifting, becoming magnanimous. I am prepared to offer a revised settlement. Let's call it a gesture of goodwill. He names a number that makes the man on the screen visibly sag with relief. The moment the call ends, he closes the laptop. He was lying, he says, echoing my own assessment. He had another $10 million in his back pocket. I could tell by the way he kept touching his tie, I say, grabbing a Cold Spring roll from a carton. It's his tell, like a poker player who fiddles with his chips. You are terrifyingly perceptive, Ms. Montgomery, he says, his voice laced with a weary admiration. He runs a hand through his hair, which is no longer perfectly styled. It's rumpled, a testament to the sleepless nights and the long hours. The mask of the untouchable lawyer is gone, replaced by the man who is my partner, my anchor. You're one to talk, Mr. Hart, I counter. You just convinced a man to accept a settlement that is still $10 million more than he deserves, and he's probably sending you a thank you basket. It's a win, he says, but his eyes are on the ledger. Everything always comes back to the ledger. Now, let's get back to ours. This is our new rhythm. He handles the crumbling pieces of his old life, the ament of the failed Sterling-Finch merger, with a detached, brutal efficiency. I act as his silent, street-smart counsel. And in between, we pull at the threads of the conspiracy that destroyed both our families. He has the name, the first lie. Officer Frank Miller, the man who signed the original police report on my father's accident. He retired from the force 6 months after the accident with a full pension and an unexplained windfall that allowed him to buy a fishing boat in Marina del Rey. Miller is the first domino, Alexander says, his finger tracing a line on a digital whiteboard he's had delivered, a chaotic map of names and connections that now covers one wall of the living room. He's the one who legitimized the cover story. If he talks, the whole thing begins to unravel. A cop with a sudden influx of cash is a good place to start, I agree. But he's not the one who killed my father. He just buried him. I tap a second name on the board. Sal the Weasel Petrino. He is. Sal's name came from the fine print of the accident report. He was the owner of the independent garage that supposedly inspected my father's car the morning of the race. The one that cleared it. I knew him. He was a hanger-on, a man who always smelled of desperation and cheap cologne, a man who would sell his own mother for a winning lottery ticket. My father wouldn't have let Sal touch his car with a 10-foot pole, I say, the certainty a hard knot in my gut. He called him Sal the Shortcut, said he'd use duct tape to fix a cracked engine block if he thought he could get away with it. And yet, his signature is on the official inspection report. Alexander said in a low, thoughtful murmur, "He's in his element now, the strategist, the hunter." He brings up another file on his laptop. Sal Petrino's financial records. And a week after your father's death, Sal's failing garage received an anonymous wire transfer of $50,000, enough to clear his debts and disappear. Where is he now? I ask, my heart a slow, heavy drum. He owns a bar in Vegas, Alexander says, a grim smile on his face. A place called the Winner's Circle. The irony is astounding. We work late into the night. The city lights a silent, glittering audience. Our partnership is a seamless, efficient thing. He is the logic. I am the instinct. He pulls the data, the bank records, the property deeds, the phone logs. I provide the color, the human element, the why. I tell him how a man like Silas would have approached a man like Sal, not with a direct bribe, but with a threat wrapped in the language of a favor. I explain how a dirty cop like Miller would have justified his lie, how he would have compartmentalized the guilt. We are not just building a case. We are reconstructing a murder. Sometime after midnight, I feel a hand on my shoulder. I look up from the screen, my eyes bleary from staring at grainy security photos of Silas Croft's known associates. Alexander is standing behind me, holding out a fresh mug of coffee. "You need to rest," he purrs, the sound rich and possessive. I can't. My voice betrays me. Every time I close my eyes, I see my father's face. He doesn't offer empty platitudes. He doesn't tell me it will be okay. He simply pulls up a chair beside me, his thigh pressing against mine, a warm, solid presence in the sterile quiet. He looks from my face to the chaotic map on the whiteboard. "We have the who," he says. "Silas Gallo, Miller, Sal." "We have the what?" "Money laundering, murder." "And we have the how." "A sabotaged brake line and a falsified police report." He turns to look at me, his dark eyes intense. "Now we need the why." "The why is money," I say, the word tasting like ash. "No," he counters, shaking his head. "The money is the motive. The why is the leverage. Silas had something on my grandfather, something big enough to force a man like him to finance a murder and orchestrate a cover-up. The ledger is the key to Silas's financial crimes. But we need to find the key to my family's." His gaze lands on me and my breath hitches. The painful conflict in his eyes. He is a man at war with his own blood, his own legacy. "We're not just taking down Silas, are we?" I ask softly. "We are cutting the head off the snake," he murmurs, his voice a low, final vow. "No matter where the body leads." A new, fragile silence settles between us. The hush between us is a language all its own. I lean my head against his shoulder, a simple, unconscious act of trust. He doesn't stiffen. He leans into the touch, his own head resting against mine. We are no longer a boss and his asset. We are not even just partners. We are two broken pieces that, somehow, have found a way to fit together. So, what's the final plan? I whisper into the quiet. How do we get them to talk? He pauses, thinking, his gaze fixed on the name at the center of our web of lies. Silas Croft. We don't. The words rumble from his chest, a gravelly undertone. We make them come to us. He turns to me, his eyes burning with a cold, brilliant fire. Silas is a predator. He preys on weakness, on debt, on desperation. So we are going to give him exactly what he's looking for. He stands up and walks to the window, his back to me, a dark, powerful silhouette against the glittering city. There is a race, he says. An unsanctioned, high-stakes event at the port of Long Beach. The kind of race Julian Croft could never resist. The kind of race where a $500,000 pot is not uncommon. He turns to face me, and the look on his face is a terrifying, beautiful thing. It is the face of a man who is about to burn his own world to the ground. You are going to enter that race, Ava. You are going to be the ghost again, and you are going to put up a buy-in that you could not possibly afford. You want me to be bait, I say, the realization a cold, sharp thrill. I want us to be the trap, he corrects. Silas will see your name on the entry list. He will see the impossible buy-in. He will assume I am bankrolling you, that I am using you to get to him. He will see it as a direct challenge. He takes a deep breath, the final pieces of his strategy clicking into place. He will not be able to resist the opportunity to eliminate his two biggest liabilities in one night. On your turf. He walks back to me, his eyes locked with mine. He will come for you, Ava, and when he does, we'll be waiting. I finish, my own voice a low, steady whisper. The plan is insane. It is reckless. It is a desperate, beautiful, and utterly terrifying gamble. It is the most alive I have ever felt. Okay, partner, I say, a slow curve of my lips.
Chapter 20. Alexander. The port of Long Beach at night is a mechanical leviathan, sleeping but not still. The air, thick with salt and diesel, hums with the low-frequency thrum of generators and the distant groan of container ships. It is an alien landscape of stacked, multicolored steel canyons and the skeletal silhouettes of cranes against a starless, hazy sky. And tonight, we have brought our war to its gates. This is her world. I see it in the way she moves, a fluid, confident shadow navigating the organized chaos. She is not Ava Montgomery, my partner, the woman who wept in my arms. She is the ghost, a myth made flesh, and she is magnificent. She stands beside the Phantom, which we had transported here under the cover of darkness. The car is no longer a project. It is a declaration. Its silver-blue paint job drinks the harsh, temporary floodlights, its engine idling with a low, menacing purr that is pure, analog aggression. It is a relic, a beautiful, anachronistic weapon in a world of modern, soulless machines. It is her. I am out of place. A man in a bespoke suit in a sea of leather jackets and worn denim. I am the money, the strategist, the man in the tower. My role is to observe, to analyze, and to be the safety net if the wire snaps. The feeling of powerlessness is a deeply unfamiliar, deeply unsettling sensation. My entire world, our entire plan, rests on her shoulders. "You're sure about this?" I ask, my voice a low murmur as I stand beside her. She doesn't look at me. Her eyes are scanning the crowd, the other cars, the makeshift starting line. She is processing data at a speed my legal mind can only envy. "The plan is solid." Her voice dropped to a conspiratorial hush. "The question is, are you?" Before I can answer, a figure detaches itself from the crowd. Frank Gallo. The Eagle. He moves with the unearned confidence of a man who has always survived by feeding on the scraps of more powerful predators. His eyes are fixed on Ava, a look of greedy, predatory curiosity on his face. This is the first test. "This is it," I murmur, my hand instinctively going to the phone in my pocket, which is feeding a live, encrypted audio stream to my security team, stationed a half-mile away. "Stay back," she commands softly, her gaze still not on me. "Let me drive." She walks to meet him, intercepting him before he can reach the car. She moves with a casual, almost lazy grace that is pure performance. She's drawing him in, away from the prying ears of the crowd. I retreat into the shadows of a nearby container stack, my role reduced to that of a voyeur. I watch them on my phone screen, the image grainy, the sound a tinny, wind-whipped thing. "Montgomery," Gallo says, his voice a slick, familiar purr. "I heard a rumor you were coming out of retirement. Didn't think you had the balls, or the buy-in." His eyes flick over her shoulder, trying to find me in the darkness. "Funny what you can find when you turn over the right rocks," Ava says, her voice cool, dismissive. She has her arms crossed, her weight on one hip, a picture of bored indifference. "Or when you find the right checkbook," Gallo counters, his smile widening. "Hart's a big step up from your father's usual associates. Marcus always had a taste for the cheaper brand of shark." The mention of her father is a deliberate jab, a test of her composure. I see her jaw tighten, a flicker of the raw, wounded girl I held in my arms. But when she speaks, her voice is pure ice. "My father had a taste for loyalty, Frank," she says. "Something you wouldn't understand. He thought you were a partner, a friend." "Business is business, Ava," Gallo says with a shrug, the casual cruelty of it making my blood run cold. "Your father was a brilliant mechanic, but he was a terrible businessman. He didn't understand the rules. He thought he could play in our world and still be a saint." "And what rule is that?" Ava asks, taking a small, deliberate step closer to him. "The one where you sabotage your partner's car? The one where you take a payout from a man like Silas Croft to cover it up?" Gallo's face pales. The slick, confident mask slips, revealing the terrified, cornered rat underneath. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't you?" Ava's voice drops, becoming a low, dangerous thing. It is the voice I heard in the warehouse, the voice of a hunter closing in on her prey. "I do. I know about the $50,000 payment to Salpetrino. I know about the falsified inspection report. I know about the brake line, Frank." She takes another step. She is crowding him now, forcing him back on his heels. "My father kept records, you see. He was a meticulous man. He wrote everything down in his journal. Every meeting, every payment, every lie you ever told him. This is it. The brilliant, devastating core of her plan. She is not just accusing him. She is using the truth as a weapon, a phantom threat that he has no way of verifying." Gallo is sweating now, his eyes darting around looking for an escape. Unbeknownst to him, every word he says is being recorded, that his panicked, guilty face is being broadcast to my legal team. "That's crazy," he sputters. "You're crazy." "Am I?" Ava asks, and her voice is almost a whisper now, a soft, lethal thing. She leans in, and I can see her face on the screen, her eyes burning with a cold, righteous fire. "Then let me ask you a question. Something I've been wondering for 10 years. My father's car, the one Sal supposedly inspected, it had a custom-built fuel injector system. My dad designed it himself. It was his secret weapon. There was only one tell if you didn't know what you were looking at. Under high pressure, the manifold would leak a single tiny drop of hydraulic fluid, barely noticeable, unless you knew exactly where to look." She pauses, letting the silence stretch, letting the trap tighten around him. "So tell me, Frank," she says, her voice a soft, silken razor. "How did you know to wipe it clean?" Checkmate. It is a masterful, brilliant, and utterly devastating move. It is a question that has no innocent answer. If he denies it, He is calling her a liar. If he admits it, he is placing himself at the scene of the crime, admitting he tampered with evidence. It is a perfect, inescapable legal trap, sprung not in a courtroom, but in the grime and noise of a dockside race. Gallo's face collapses. The bravado, the lies, the years of carefully constructed denial, it all comes crashing down. He opens his mouth, a series of panicked, incoherent sounds tumbling out. He doesn't have to confess. His face is a confession. Ava just smiles, a slow, grim, and utterly triumphant smile. And then she turns her back on him and walks away, leaving him to be consumed by the ghosts she has just resurrected. She walks back to me, her movement steady, her face a mask of cold, hard resolve. She has her justice. The first piece of it, anyway. "Did you get it?" she asks. Her voice was the only solid thing in the room. "Every word," I say, my own voice rough with an emotion I cannot name. It is pride. It is awe. It is a profound, terrifying respect for the magnificent, dangerous woman who is my partner. But our victory is short-lived. A sleek black sedan, the same one from the warehouse, detaches itself from the far side of the lot. It does not move with the aggressive roar of the other race cars. It glides through the crowd with a silent, menacing grace. It comes to a stop 20 feet from us. The back door opens. Silas Croft steps out, and the festive, chaotic energy of the racetrack instantly evaporates, replaced by a cold, heavy silence. The crowd parts for him, a sea of whispers and fearful glances. He's not just a man. He's a predator, and this is his hunting ground. He ignores me. His eyes, cold and reptilian, are fixed on Ava. "You have your father's fire, girl," he said in a calm, chillingly pleasant thing. He was a fighter, too, right up to the end. He allows himself a thin, cruel smile. "It's a shame you'll share his fate." He raises a hand, and from the shadows of the container stacks, a half-dozen men emerge, blocking our only escape route. They are not the street racers. They are his men, professionals. The trap we set has just been sprung. But we are not the hunters. We are the bait, and we are caught.
Chapter 21. Ava. The world narrows to a 20-foot strip of cracked, oil-stained asphalt. At one end, Silas Croft stands with a smile that could curdle milk, flanked by his two thugs, and a half-dozen more emerging from the shadows, like cockroaches. At my end, there is me, Alexander, and the beautiful, defiant silhouette of my phantom. We are an island, and the tide is coming in. My body is a coiled spring, every muscle screaming with the instinct to either fight or fly. My eyes dart between the men, calculating angles, searching for an escape route that doesn't exist. They've boxed us in. The only way out is through them or into the cold black water of the port. But Alexander doesn't move. He stands in front of me, an unbreachable wall, his body radiating a calm so profound it's terrifying. It isn't the absence of fear. It's the presence of absolute lethal focus. "You have your father's fire, girl," Silas says, a polite, cold chill in his voice. He was a fighter, too, right up to the end. He allows himself a thin, cruel smile. "It's a shame you'll share his fate." The threat hangs in the salt-heavy air. A promise. I feel Alexander's hand, hidden from view behind his back, make a small, precise gesture. A signal. He's been playing a different game all along. The phone in his pocket. The live feed to his team. He wasn't just waiting for the trap to spring. He was documenting it. "This is over, Silas," Alexander utters with a low, resonant instrument of command. "Gallo has already confessed on a live wire. My security team has this entire area locked down. You have nowhere to run." Silas actually laughs, a dry, rattling sound that scrapes at my nerves. "Run? My dear boy, you still think this is your world? You still think your rules apply here?" He shakes his head, a look of pity on his face. The law is a beautiful, flexible thing, Alexander. It is a tool for men like me and for men like your family to maintain order. Your father understood that. Your grandfather, he practically wrote the book. He takes a step forward, his expensive shoes crunching on the gravel. You think you've won because you have a ledger and a confession from a coward? That's just paperwork. I have something far more valuable. He smiles that snake smile again. I have leverage. The same leverage I had on your grandfather. The kind that makes men like him sign off on murder to protect the family name. My gaze snaps to Alexander. His face is a mask of stone, but I see the flicker in his eyes. The barely perceptible tightening of his jaw. Silas is not bluffing. You have nothing, Alexander states, his voice pure ice. Don't I? Silas purrs. He gives a small nod, and another car, a dark stately Bentley, glides out from behind a different stack of containers. It pulls up beside Silas's sedan, its engine a deep, confident whisper. The back door of the Bentley opens. A man steps out. He is older, with a mane of silver hair and a face that looks like it was carved from granite. He's wearing a beautifully tailored cashmere coat that probably costs more than my Phantom. There is an air of old money and unquestionable power about him. He looks at Alexander, and his expression is one of profound, weary disappointment. The effect on Alexander is immediate and devastating. It's not a flinch. It's an implosion. The air leaves his lungs in a silent, visible rush. The color drains from his face, leaving his skin a waxy, ashen gray. The unbreachable wall in front of me crumbles to dust. Elias? Alexander breathes, and his voice is not the voice of the lawyer, the commander, the man in control. It is the voice of a boy, a lost, broken boy. I don't know who Elias is, but I know what he is. He is the ghost at Alexander's feast. He is the root of the rot. The man, Elias, gives a small, sad smile. Alexander, he uttered, his voice a deep patrician baritone. You should have left this alone. You should have trusted that some things are better left buried. You, Alexander whispers, the single word, a universe of betrayal. It was you. Your grandfather was a pragmatist, Elias says, walking forward to stand beside Silas, the two of them a portrait of corporate evil. He understood that the family, the business, was more important than any one person. Marcus Montgomery became a liability, an unfortunate but necessary cost of doing business. I simply facilitated the transaction. The world tilts on its axis. My father's death wasn't just a business deal. It was a family affair. The Hart family, Alexander's family, and this man, this ghost from his past, was the architect. Why? Alexander asks, his voice raw. I trusted you. My father, he loved you like a brother. And I loved him, Elias says. And the lie is so smooth, so practiced, it's almost believable. Which is why I've spent the last 30 years protecting his legacy from the secrets that would have destroyed it. Secrets Silas was threatening to expose. Secrets I am still protecting. He looks at Alexander, his eyes cold. Even from you. The sound of sirens, distant but growing closer, cuts through the night. Alexander's team. Silas and Elias share a look. There is no panic, only a cool, calculated assessment. It seems our time is up, Silas says. A pity. This isn't over. Alexander snarls, his voice regaining a sliver of its old fire. Oh, I know, Elias says. He looks directly at me, his gaze dismissive, as if I am a piece of furniture. Give my regards to your father. And then chaos. The first of Alexander's black SUVs careens around the corner, its lights flashing, tires screaming. Silas's men react instantly, pulling weapons from their jackets. Ava, go! Alexander roars, shoving me toward the phantom. He doesn't have to tell me twice. I sprint for the car, my keys already in my hand. Gunshots erupt behind me, sharp, ugly cracks in the night. I don't look back. I throw myself into the driver's seat, the engine roaring to life with a turn of the key. Alexander is right behind me, diving into the passenger seat, slamming the door shut. "Drive!" he yells. I slam the car into gear, the tires spinning on the slick asphalt. And then we are moving, a silver blue bullet in the night. I risk a glance in the rearview mirror. Silas and Elias are already gone, their cars peeling out in the opposite direction. Alexander's security team is engaging the thugs, a chaotic ballet of flashing lights and muzzle flashes. We don't stop. I drive like a demon, my mind a blank, white-hot engine of pure survival. I don't know where I'm going. I just know I have to get him away. We end up back at the vault. The sterile, silent apartment feels like a tomb. I cut the engine, and the silence that rushes in is heavier, more profound than any before. Alexander doesn't move. He just sits in the passenger seat, staring straight ahead, his hands resting on his knees. The man who got in the car with me is not the man sitting here now. That man was a fighter, a commander. This man is a ghost. He is shattered. I get out of the car and walk around to his side, opening the door. He doesn't seem to notice. I reach in and gently take his hand. His skin is cold, his hand limp in mine. "Alexander," I say softly. He locks eyes with me. His eyes are the eyes of a stranger. They are empty, vacant, a man staring into the abyss of his own life and finding nothing but lies. I lead him out of the car, up the elevator and into the apartment. He moves like an automaton, his feet shuffling on the polished concrete. He walks to the center of the room and stops, his arms hanging limp at his sides. The adrenaline has left me, and what's left is a deep, aching clarity. I have spent my entire life being the one who needs saving. I have been the one who is cornered, desperate, out of options. But in this moment, in this sterile, silent room, he is the one who is drowning. I walk to him. He doesn't look at me. He is a million miles away, lost in the wreckage of his own past. I don't offer words. There are no words for this kind of betrayal. I simply do the only thing I can think of, the only thing that feels real. I take his hand. His fingers are still cold, but I wrap my own around them, my grip firm, steady. I am not his asset. I am not his partner in a war. I am his anchor. I am the only thing keeping him from drifting away into the storm of his own grief. He looks down at our joined hands as if he doesn't recognize them, and then, slowly, his fingers curl around mine. His grip is weak at first, then stronger, a drowning man clinging to a piece of wreckage. He looks up at me, and the mask is gone. The lawyer is gone. The man of control is gone. All that is left is the raw, bleeding wound of his betrayal. "He was my godfather, Ava," he whispers, his voice a raw, broken thing. "He taught me how to ride a bike." And in the face of that simple, devastating childlike grief, I do the only thing that makes sense. I hold on tighter.
Chapter 22. Alexander. The silence in the vault has changed. It is no longer the sterile, empty quiet of an unused space, nor is it the heavy, grief-stricken silence of a tomb. Over the past 48 hours, it has become a living thing, a shared atmosphere that hums with the low, constant energy of our singular purpose. It is the quiet of a war room, the quiet of a home. The paradox of it is not lost on me. Our lives have been compressed into this single vast room with its godlike view of a city that is currently hunting us. The glass dining table is our battlefield, littered with the spoils of our obsessive work, my laptop, a half-dozen burner phones, take-out cartons, and the ever-present silent witness of her father's ledger. Ava is asleep on the couch, her body curled into a question mark, one hand tucked under her cheek. She looks young, peaceful, the hard lines of the ghost erased by the soft, unguarded vulnerability of sleep. My shirt, which she has claimed as her own, hangs off her shoulders. A fresh white bandage I applied this morning covers the angry scrape on her arm. I find my gaze drawn to the dark, fading bruise on her cheekbone, a brand left by my world on hers. A cold, familiar fury stirs in my gut. It is a feeling I'm beginning to recognize as the protective, primal hum of my own heart. I'm on the phone with my lead counsel, my voice a low, clinical murmur. We are discussing legal strategy, the precise, bloodless language of motions and injunctions. But my mind is not on the law. It is on her, on the quiet, steady rhythm of her breathing. She has become the center of my new, chaotic universe, the fixed point around which everything else revolves. My other phone, the one connected to the garage, buzzes on the table. It is Marcus. I hold up a finger to my legal team on the conference call, a silent command to wait. "What is it, Marcus?" I ask, my voice low, not wanting to wake her. "It's done, Mr. Hart," Marcus says, and the note of profound, almost reverent pride in his voice is unmistakable. The Phantom. She's perfect. We finished the final diagnostic this morning. She's not just restored. She's better than she ever was. The words land with a strange, unexpected weight. In the midst of this war, surrounded by the ghosts of the past and the threat of the future, this small, tangible victory feels monumental. It is not just a car. It is a promise kept. It is a piece of her soul, resurrected. "Thank you, Marcus," I say, a raw edge to my tone. "Have her detailed. No one touches her but you." I end the call and turn back to the couch. Ava's eyes are open. She is watching me, her gaze clear and sharp, the sleepiness already gone. "What's perfect?" she asks, her voice husky. I walk to the couch and kneel in front of her, my knees sinking into the plush, expensive rug. I take her hand, my thumb stroking the back of her knuckles, a familiar, comforting gesture that is already a part of our new language. "The Phantom," I say softly. "She's ready." Her reaction is a slow, beautiful sunrise, a genuine, unadulterated joy that starts in her dark eyes and spreads across her face, transforming her features. A smile, a real one, not the grim, sarcastic curve of her lips I'm used to, but a wide, brilliant, breathtaking smile that shows a hint of her teeth. And then, she laughs. It is not a chuckle. It is a full, throaty, musical laugh of pure, unbridled delight. It is the most beautiful sound I have ever heard. It's the sound of hope. It's the sound of life. And it undoes me completely. The lawyer, the strategist, the man who has spent his life in the gray, muted tones of control and grief. He ceases to exist. I am just a man, kneeling at the feet of a woman whose laughter is the only victory that matters. I don't think so. I act. I slide my arms under her, one under her back, the other under her knees, and lift her from the couch. She lets out a startled gasp, her arms instinctively wrapping around my neck. "Alexander, what are you doing?" She laughs, the sound of a warm, delicious vibration against my chest. "I am celebrating." My voice drops, a low thrum against her ear. I spin us around, a single dizzying circle in the middle of the vast empty room. She throws her head back, her laughter echoing in the silent apartment. I am celebrating the fact that, in the midst of all this chaos, something can still be made whole again. I stop spinning, but I don't put her down. I look at her, at the pure, unadulterated joy in her face, and a fierce, possessive, and utterly overwhelming love hits me with the force of a physical blow. It is not the quiet, comforting solace of the other night. This is a wild, untamable thing. "You are so beautiful when you laugh," I whisper, my voice rough. "You're the reason I can," she whispers back, her smile softening into something tender, something that makes my heart ache. The second our victory is sealed, The air doesn't just crackle, it ignites. I look at Ava, her chest rising and falling in sharp pants, her eyes blazing with a feral light I recognize because it mirrors my own. I stalk toward her, cornering her against the wall. "I'm going to ruin you for what you just did," I growl, my voice a low, guttural promise. She doesn't flinch. A slow, wicked smile spreads across her lips. "I'd like to see you try. That's all the invitation I need." I kiss her. It's not a kiss of joy. It's a collision of pure, unadulterated filth. It's a bruising, desperate claiming, a war of tongues and teeth, and a silent, snarled agreement that tonight there are no rules. It's the taste of victory, but this time the victory is carnal. I scoop her up, and she wraps her legs around my waist, her mouth still fused to mine. She nips my bottom lip, hard enough to sting. "Too slow," she whispers against my mouth, and I laugh, a raw, hungry sound. I carry her to the bedroom, kicking the door shut behind us. I don't lay her on the bed. I drop her, a playful, deliberate act that makes her bounce on the mattress. The sterile room doesn't feel like a sanctuary. It feels like an arena, and we are the only two combatants. I follow her down, my body a dead weight covering hers, grinding the thick ridge in my jeans against the heat between her legs. Well, that escalated fast, and unfortunately, it escalated right past what this platform allows.
To keep giving you free audiobooks, we've got to cut things off here before they flag us into next week.
But the full, heart-racing, naughty version?
That's ready for you at VixAvaughnRomance.com, along with an entire collection of unabridged romance audiobooks and ebooks.
Use VIXA40 to get 40% off your digital purchase, even on those already discounted bundles.
If you want every heated whisper, every tangled moment, every "oh my God, they're really doing this,"
you know where to find it. So don't wait. Go to VixAvaughnRomance.com and feel the heat at a discount. I look at her, at the joy in her eyes, and I know, with an absolute, unshakable certainty, I'm a man who has been resurrected, just to be delightfully corrupted. I lean down and kiss her, a long, slow, deep kiss that isn't a promise or a prayer. It's a seal on a sinful pact, and I have every intention of upholding my end of the bargain. When I pull away, the laughter has faded from her eyes, replaced by a soft, serious light. "What happens now, Alexander?" she whispers, her fingers tracing idle patterns on my chest. "After this? When we leave this room, this vault, what are we?" The question hangs in the air, a fragile, terrifying thing. The joy of the moment gives way to the gravity of our reality. I slide out of her, the loss of connection a sudden sharp ache. I prop myself up on an elbow, forcing her to look at me. "What we are," I murmur the words against his skin, "is a foregone conclusion. That was decided the moment you walked into my garage." I take her hand, lacing my fingers with hers. But what we do now, that is a choice. "It's impossible," she breathes, the old fears, the old ghosts creeping back into her voice. "Your family, my father, Elias, Silas, we're not just ill-fated. We're a time bomb." "Then let's explode," I said, and the words are not reckless. They are a statement of fact. My family built an empire on secrets and lies. They built it on the wreckage of men like your father. They maintained it with men like Elias. I will not be a part of that legacy. I will be the man who burns it to the ground. I lean in, my forehead resting against hers. The only legacy I care about is the one we build right here. You and me. My control, your fire, my logic, your instinct. I pull back, my eyes locking with hers. That is how we love each other, Ava. We don't hide from the turmoil. We become the storm. We fight this war together, and we build our own world from the ashes. That is my promise to you. A single tear slips from the corner of her eye, but it is not a tear of sadness. It is a tear of profound, earth-shattering relief. Okay, Hart, she whispers, a slow, beautiful smile spreading across her face. You be the strategist. She brings my hand to her lips, pressing a soft kiss to my knuckles. I'll be the engine.
Chapter 23. Ava. The quiet is the loudest thing in the room. We're in a suite at the Fairmont Miramar, a hotel so luxurious it feels like another planet. The vault was a sterile, anonymous box. This is different. This is Alexander's world. Old money, understated elegance, a sprawling terrace that looks out over the Pacific Ocean. He chose this place for a reason. It's a statement. A king moving his pieces back onto the board, in the center of the kingdom he plans to conquer. The sun is beginning to set, painting the sky in violent, beautiful streaks of orange and purple. It feels like the world is holding its breath. In 12 hours, Alexander will hold a press conference in the ballroom downstairs. He will present the ledger. He will name the names: Silas, Gallo, Miller, Petrino. And he will detonate a bomb in the heart of his own family. Our final plan, the one we built in the sterile quiet of the vault, is in motion. We are no longer hiding. We are the trap. And we have sent out a formal engraved invitation. I'm sitting on the floor of the terrace, the cool stone a grounding presence against my legs. In my lap is one of the Phantom's carburetors. It doesn't need to be cleaned. Marcus and his crew have already made every piece of my car a gleaming work of art. But my hands need to be busy. They need the familiar methodical work of taking something apart and putting it back together again. It is the only prayer I know. Alexander is on the phone with a journalist. He's wearing a pair of soft gray trousers and a white linen shirt, his feet bare on the stone. He looks more relaxed than I've ever seen him, but I know it's a lie. I can see the tension in the line of his shoulders, the way he keeps pacing the length of the balcony. "No, I won't be giving you an exclusive, Michael," he says into the phone, his voice a smooth, dangerous purr. "I will be giving everyone the same story at the same time. 10 a.m. tomorrow. Be there." He ends the call and slides the phone into his pocket, running a hand through his hair. He walks over and sinks to the floor beside me, our shoulders brushing. He doesn't speak. He just watches my hands as I meticulously clean a jet with a soft cloth. "You're going to wear a hole in it," he says finally, his voice a low, amused rumble. "It helps me think," I say, not looking up from my work. "And what are you thinking about?" he asks. I finally look at him. His eyes are dark, serious, and full of a quiet, unnerving understanding. He already knows. "I'm thinking about my father," I whisper. "I'm thinking that this is what he wanted. For the truth to come out. For his name to be cleared." I pause, the small brass jet suddenly impossibly heavy in my hand. "And I'm thinking that he would have hated you." Alexander doesn't flinch. He just nods, a slow, sad acceptance. "He would have been right to." He told me to never trust the smile. I continue, my voice thick. He was talking about men like Gallo, men with slick, easy lies. He never warned me about the man who doesn't smile at all, the one who just shows you the truth, no matter how ugly it is. "I'm not a good man, Ava." His voice is deep, a raw, honest thing. "I've done questionable things to protect my clients, to protect my family." "I know," I say. "But you're a just man, and right now I think that's more important." The silence that falls between us is no longer awkward. It is a shared, comfortable space. It is the quiet of two persons who have seen the worst of each other and have chosen to stay. We sit like that for a long time, watching the sky bleed from purple to a deep velvety black, dotted with the first shy stars. The city below us begins to glitter, a carpet of captured light. He gets up, his movements fluid in the twilight, and walks back into the suite. When he returns, he's holding his laptop. He sits beside me again, the warmth of his shoulder a solid, grounding presence. He turns the screen toward me. On it is a satellite image of a private airfield, nestled in the undeveloped hills north of Malibu. "What am I looking at?" I ask, my voice a whisper. "Leverage," he says, his own voice a low, steady thing. This is Elias's escape route, his private jet. He keeps it fueled and ready, registered to a shell corporation based in the Cayman Islands. When the news breaks tomorrow, Silas will be the firewall. He'll take the initial fall. Elias will try to run. I stare at the screen, at the clean, orderly lines of the runway, an echo of what once was the messy, chaotic war we're about to start. "And you're showing me this because—" He turns from the screen to stare at me, and his eyes in the deepening darkness are serious, stripped of all artifice. "Because if something happens to me tomorrow, Ava, you are the only one who can finish this. You are my contingency." The words land with a quiet, devastating weight. This is not a declaration of love. It is something more profound. It is an act of absolute, unconditional trust. He is handing me the keys to his entire world, to the final move in a game he has spent his life mastering. He is making me his failsafe, his successor. My carefully cleaned carburetor parts sit forgotten on the stone beside me. My hands find his on the laptop. "Nothing is going to happen to you," I say. It's a hope. They are a vow, a promise from me to him. "I deal in facts, not wishes," he says, his voice rough. He turns his hand over, his fingers lacing with mine. His grip is a solid, unbreakable anchor. "And the fact is, you are the only person on this planet I trust to see this through to the end. That is the final piece of the plan." He closes the laptop, and we are left in the quiet dark. The city lights a distant, silent witness. He stands up, pulling me with him, and leads me back inside. He retrieves the bottle of champagne, the same kind from the gala, and opens it with a soft, celebratory pop. He hands me a flute, his fingers brushing against mine. "To the contingency," he says, his eyes burning into mine. "To the engine," I reply, my voice a steady, certain thing. We clink our glasses, the delicate crystal sound a promise in the quiet room. We drink. The champagne is cold, crisp, and tastes of a future that is terrifying and beautiful, and, for the first time, truly ours. He takes the glass from my hand and sets it on the table. He pulls me into his arms, his mouth finding mine in a kiss that is no longer about comfort, or celebration, or a desperate search for solace. It is a kiss of profound, quiet, and absolute certainty. It is the kiss of a partner, a co-conspirator, the kiss of a man who has just handed me his entire world, and the woman who has just promised to protect it. He lifts me into his arms, and as he carries me to the bedroom, I know that this is not just another night. This is the first night of the rest of our lives. Whatever the morning brings, whatever the war costs us, we will face it together. He is the strategist. I am the engine. And we are finally ready to fly.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The Romantic Suspense Audiobook Bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn romance.
Chapter 24. Alexander. The morning of the press conference, the world feels unnaturally still. From the terrace of the Fairmont suite, the Pacific Ocean is a calm, placid sheet of gunmetal gray, the sky above it a soft, hazy white. It is a deceptive peace, the quiet intake of breath before the scream. Ava is beside me, a warm, solid presence in the cool morning air. She's wearing a simple, dark gray sheath dress that is both elegant and severe. It is the armor of a warrior, not the finery of a guest. Her hair is pulled back, her face is bare, and the ghost of a bruise shadowed her cheekbone. It is a defiant splash of color, a metal she has refused to conceal. She is not hiding. She is bearing witness. She says nothing. She simply reaches for my hand, her fingers lacing with mine. Her grip is firm, steady. She is the engine, ready for the flag to drop. And I, for the first time in my life, am not afraid of the chaos to come. "Are you ready?" I ask, my voice a low murmur in the quiet. "I was born ready," she says, her eyes fixed on the horizon. "The question is, are they?" My mind flashes back to last night, to the final, necessary, and most unpredictable piece of our plan. The bar is a dive in a part of the valley that pretends to be up and coming. It smells of stale beer and desperation. It is neutral ground. I sit in a worn vinyl booth, a glass of untouched whiskey in front of me. Caleb slides into the seat opposite, his movements wary, hostile. He looks at me like I'm a snake he's considering stomping on. "You've got a lot of nerve calling me here, Hart," he growls. "Thank you for coming," I speak, my voice a steady line. I push a folder across the table. "I'm not here to talk about Ava. Not in the way you think." He eyes the folder with suspicion but doesn't touch it. "Then what do you want? Come to pay me off? Keep me away from your new girlfriend?" "I want to talk about Marcus Montgomery," I say, and the name is a solid, tangible thing, a ghost at the table. "And I want to talk about what you saw the night before he died." His entire demeanor shifts. The arrogance recedes, leaving behind a guarded, painful memory. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. "That was a long time ago." "It was yesterday for his daughter," I counter, my voice sharp. "Open the folder, Caleb." He hesitates, then slowly pulls the folder toward him. Inside are copies. The falsified inspection report signed by Sal Petrino, the bank transfer to his failing garage, the official redacted police report, and a single high-resolution photo of the cut-break line from the Phantom. He stares at the photo, his knuckles white where he grips the edge of the table. "What is this?" he whispers. "It's murder," I state simply. Sal Petrino was paid to cut that brake line, the same way he was paid to cut her father's. Elias Hart, my godfather, and Silas Croft, Julian's uncle, financed the entire thing. He looks up from the photos, his eyes wide with a dawning, horrified understanding. All the small moments began to align for him, the ugly, jagged edges of a conspiracy he only ever saw a corner of. "I saw him," Caleb breathes, his voice a raw, shaken thing. "Sal, I saw him under the hood with cutters. I thought he was just trying to sabotage the engine for the race. A dirty trick. I never thought—" "You thought it was a rivalry," I finish for him. "Not an execution." His gaze lands on me for the first time. He is not looking at a rival. He is looking for the truth. "Why are you telling me this? Why come to me?" "Because you were there," I say, leaning forward, my voice a low, urgent thing. "And because, despite everything, you care about her. I see the way you look at her. You always have." He lets out a harsh, bitter laugh. He looks down at his hands. "A lot of good it's ever done me. Or her." He finally looks back at me, his gaze clear, stripped of all pretense. "She looks at you differently. She never looked at me like that. Not really. He shakes his head, a moment of quiet, painful acceptance, like she finally found something she wasn't even looking for. I know, I say softly. Does she love you? He asks, the question a raw, final test. Yes, I say, the word a simple, unshakable fact. A long silence follows, the ghosts of his own past, his own what-ifs, flickering in his eyes. Then he closes the folder and pushes it back across the table. His decision is made. So what's the plan, Hart? He asks, and his voice is the voice of an ally. What do you need me to do? We walk through the hotel, a silent, two-person army. The air in the elevator is thick with unspoken words. We are about to betray my family, expose a conspiracy, and rewrite a decade of lies. We are about to burn my world to the ground to build a new one from the ashes. It is the most terrifying, most profound moment of my life. The ballroom is a frenzy of controlled chaos. 100 journalists are crammed into the space, a restless, chattering sea of cameras and microphones. The rhythmic, blinding flash of strobes is a frantic, artificial lightning storm. This is my world, the world of narrative control, of public opinion, of trial by media. And I'm about to cede all control to the simple, brutal force of the truth. We walk to the podium at the front of the room. I do not ask her to stand behind me. She takes her place at my side, a partner, an equal. Her presence is a silent, unambiguous declaration. This is not just my story to tell. It is ours. The chatter in the room dies down as I approach the microphone, replaced by the hungry, rapid-fire clicking of camera shutters. I scan the faces in the crowd, a sea of familiar, predatory eyes. Michael from the Times, Sarah from the Journal. And then I see him. He's standing at the very back of the room, near the main entrance, a ghost from another world. Caleb. He's not wearing a racing jacket or a tuxedo. He's in a simple black t-shirt and jeans, his arms crossed over his chest. He looks as out of place as I did at the docks. His eyes find Ava's, and a silent, complex conversation passes between them. It is not a look of anger or of rivalry. A look of weathered grief, weary respect. He came to see how the race ends. I clear my throat, the sound unnaturally loud in the sudden, expectant silence. Thank you all for coming, I begin, my voice the cool, steady instrument I've spent my entire life perfecting. My name is Alexander Hart, and for the last 10 years my family and the legal systems we control have perpetuated a lie. A murmur ripples through the crowd. I let it build for a moment, then continue. 10 years ago, a brilliant mechanic and legendary street racer named Marcus Montgomery was killed in a crash that was ruled an accident. This was a lie. I gesture to Ava. This is his daughter, Ava Montgomery. And for the last several weeks, she and I have been uncovering the truth of what really happened. The truth is that Marcus Montgomery was murdered. The room explodes. Questions are shouted. A barrage of verbal shrapnel. I hold up a hand and the room falls silent again. The murder was orchestrated by Silas Croft, a known criminal financier, I continue, my voice a cold, hard line. I press a button on the podium, and the large screen behind me comes to life. It displays a high-resolution image of the ledger page, the final damning entry. Liability neutralized. Silas Croft did not act alone. The murder and its subsequent cover-up were financed by Hamilton Corp., a subsidiary of Hart Enterprises. I name the names: Frank Gallo, Sal Petrino, Officer Frank Miller. With each name, I display the evidence, the bank transfers, the falsified reports, the audio file of Gallo's terrified, complete confession. The room is a symphony of frantic typing and the blinding, relentless flash of cameras. I am dismantling my family's empire piece by piece in the harsh, unforgiving light of public scrutiny. As if on cue, the doors at the back of the ballroom swing open. Elias Hart, my godfather, my father's most trusted friend, the man who taught me how to ride a bike, walks in. He is flanked by Silas Croft. They are not here to run. They are here to fight, to control the narrative. Elias looks at me. His face is impassive. It is a look that has controlled me, has controlled my entire family for decades. But today it has no power. I am no longer the boy he can manipulate. My nephew, as you can see, is distraught, Elias says, his voice a smooth, reasonable balm poured over the fire I have just started. He walks toward the stage, a concerned elder coming to collect his emotional, reckless charge. He has recently been under a great deal of stress. He has fallen under the influence of a troubled young woman with a long-standing and understandable grudge against my family. These documents, they are fabrications, the desperate, tragic fantasies of a grieving daughter. He is good. He is a master. He is twisting the truth into a story of a lovesick, manipulated boy, a story the media will devour. But he has made a fatal miscalculation. He is still playing the old game, and he does not know the new rules. A fantasy, Elias? I ask, my voice quiet, conversational. I look past him to Ava. She gives me a single, almost imperceptible nod. The engine is ready. My father's journal, Ava says, her voice clear and strong, cutting through the murmurs in the room. She steps up to the microphone beside me. Is that a fantasy too? The one where he documented every meeting he had with you? Every payment you laundered through his garage? Elias's mask flickers. The ravings of a desperate man. Then let's talk about something real, I say. I click a button, and the image on the screen changes. It is a satellite photo of a private airfield. This is your escape route, isn't it, Elias? Your private jet, registered to a shell corporation in the Caymans. The same corporation, coincidentally, that received a series of payments from Hamilton Corp the week my brother died. Elias freezes. The blood drains from his face. This is a move he did not anticipate. I've not just connected him to Ava's father. I've connected him to Leo. What are you talking about? The confession was a low tear in the silence. I'm talking about the truth you buried, I say. And my own voice is shaking now, the grief and the rage of 16 years finally breaking free. My brother wasn't just killed by a drunk driver. He was killed because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was on his way to see you that night, wasn't he? He'd overheard a conversation. He knew about Silas. He knew about the money. He was a liability. I take a step forward, my entire world narrowing to this single devastating point. You didn't just let him die, Elias. You had him killed. The room is utterly, completely silent. The truth, in all its ugly, monstrous finality, hangs in the air. Elias looks at me and I see him for what he truly is. Not a protector, not a family friend. A monster stripped of his power, his lies exposed to the world. You have no proof, he hisses. I have a witness, a voice says from the back of the room. Every head turns. Caleb is walking forward, pushing his way through the sea of stunned reporters. He comes to a stop at the foot of the stage, his eyes on Ava. The night of the race, he says, his voice clear, steady. The one before the accident. I was there. I saw Sal Petrino under the hood of Marcus's car. I saw him with a pair of wire cutters. I thought he was just a rival, trying to sabotage the engine. I never thought... He looks from Ava to Elias. His features were unreadable, horrified understanding. I never thought he was cutting the brakes. It is the final domino, the last missing piece, the eyewitness testimony that connects the conspiracy to the act itself. The doors of the ballroom burst open again. This time it is not a villain. It is a team of uniformed police officers, led by a grim-faced detective. Elias and Silas do not run. They are trapped. The game is over. As the police move forward, their hands outstretched, a final silent look passes between me and my godfather. It is a look of profound, absolute, and deserved ruin. I feel a hand slide into mine. Ava. She is looking at me, her eyes shining with unshed tears, with pride, with a fierce, beautiful love that is the only truth that matters anymore. We did it. We burned their world to the ground. And as the camera flashes erupt around us, a storm of light and sound, it is the beginning of our own world. A world built not on lies, but on the simple, unshakable foundation of two broken people who, together, have finally found a way to be whole.
Chapter 25. Ava. 1 year later. The air tastes of salt and victory. I'm sitting on the sun-warmed hood of the Phantom, a bottle of cold beer in my hand, watching the Pacific Ocean stretch out before me. A vast, glittering expanse of impossible blue. The sun is a warm weight on my skin. This ridge in the Malibu hills, the site of our frantic, desperate escape, has become our sanctuary, our home. The house behind me is a testament to the beautiful, chaotic treaty of our life together. It's a modern structure of glass and steel, Alexander's clean lines and love of order. But it's filled with the comfortable, lived-in clutter of a life well spent. My father's old racing posters hang on the walls next to priceless abstract art. A half-assembled engine block sits on a stand in the garage next to a pristine vintage Porsche. It is a house built on the foundation of two worlds colliding to create a new one. A familiar low rumble echoes from the garage, the sound of Alexander's 1968 Shelby GT 500, a car he has been meticulously restoring himself for the past 6 months. It is his therapy, his church. The sound is no longer just a mechanical function. It is the steady, familiar heartbeat of my new life. He walks out onto the driveway, wiping his hands on a clean rag. He's not wearing a suit. He's in a simple, soft black t-shirt that stretches across his broad chest and a pair of worn, comfortable jeans that have a small grease stain on the knee. He looks nothing like the cold, untouchable lawyer I first met, and everything like the man I love. He looks happy. He walks over to me, his eyes crinkling at the corners in a smile that is no longer a rare, surprising event, but a constant, familiar warmth. He leans down and kisses me, a slow, easy kiss that tastes of coffee and contentment. "What are you thinking about?" he asks, his voice a low, familiar rumble against my lips. "I'm thinking about the noise," I say, leaning my head back against the warm windshield. "How quiet it is now." He nods, his gaze drifting out to the ocean. The noise of the past year was a deafening roar. The press conference was just the beginning. The trials, plural, were a media circus. Elias Hart, my godfather, the man who built an empire on lies, will spend the rest of his life in a federal prison. Silas Croft, the architect of my family's pain, met a less formal but equally permanent end in a prison yard altercation 3 months ago. The snakes have been decapitated. The Montgomery Heart Foundation had its first fundraiser last night. He says, changing the subject, his hand finding mine where it rests on the hood of the car. Our foundation, a nonprofit that provides legal aid and technical training for kids from neighborhoods like mine, kids who the world has already written off. We raised over $2 million. "See?" I say, a private amusement played on my lips. "I told you people would pay good money to watch you in a tuxedo." He laughs, a real, genuine sound that still makes my heart do a stupid little flip. "They were there for you, Ava. You're the one with the inspiring story. The ghost of L.A. tamed." "I'm not tamed," I counter, my voice a low, playful growl. "I'm just aimed." He grins, his eyes sparkling. A technical distinction I am more than happy to concede. We fall into a comfortable silence, the only sounds the cry of a distant seagull and the gentle sigh of the ocean. The ghosts are still here, but they are no longer screaming. They are quiet, peaceful presences. My father, his brother, Leo. They are the foundation of this new, quiet life. My grandmother is happy. Alexander paid off her mortgage, an act of quiet, unshowy generosity that he never mentioned again. And her nurse, Elidia, is now a permanent full-time companion. She spends her days gardening and watching soap operas, safe and loved. Caleb called this morning, I say, the name no longer a source of tension, but of a quiet shared history. He won the Pro-Am series at Irwindale. He's going pro next season. He earned it, Alexander says, and there is no jealousy in his voice, only a quiet, profound respect. He did the right thing when it mattered most. We all did, I say softly. Alexander's hand tightens on mine. He looks from my face to the car to the endless ocean beyond. Do you ever miss it? He asks, his voice serious. The race? The adrenaline? I think about it for a long, honest moment. The thrill of the starting line, the high-speed blur of the world, the raw, beautiful violence of a life lived a quarter mile at a time. Sometimes, I admit. But the thing about that life, you're always running. From the past, from the bills, from yourself. I turn to look at him, at the man who is my partner, my anchor, my home. I'm not running anymore. I slide off the hood of the car, pulling him with me. I press myself against him, my arms wrapping around his neck. He smells of clean soap and grease, and a faint lingering scent of sandalwood that is entirely his own. I love you, Alexander Hart, I whisper against his lips. I love you, Ava Montgomery, he whispers back, his voice a raw, beautiful thing. You are the most beautiful, terrifying, and perfect system I have ever encountered. He kisses me, and the kiss is not a victory, or a promise, or a prayer. It is simply us. A quiet, profound, and absolute certainty. He pulls back, a slow, wicked grin spreading across his face. However, he says, his eyes sparkling with a familiar competitive fire, I'm willing to bet my Shelby could still take the Phantom in a straightaway. I laugh. A full, happy sound that echoes in the clean, salt-tinged air. You are so on, Hart, I say, my own grin matching his. But just so you know, I never lose. He kisses me again, a deep, laughing, joyful kiss. And as I stand here, wrapped in the arms of the man I love, with the ghost of my father at my back, and the endless, open road of our future stretching out before us, I know that he's wrong. I have already, finally won.
Chapter 26. Alexander. The silence is the most disorienting sound. After the screaming engine, the shriek of tires, and the frantic, hammering beat of my own heart, the quiet of this place is a physical presence. It's composed of the gentle sigh of the ocean far below and the whisper of the wind through the canyon. The sound of an exhale I've been holding for 16 years. We are on a ridge in Malibu that technically doesn't exist. The house is a structure I built years ago, a fortress of glass and steel hidden behind a series of private roads and holographic security measures. It was my ultimate contingency, my doomsday bunker. I never imagined I would actually use it. I certainly never imagined I wouldn't be alone. Ava sits in the passenger seat of the Phantom, her hands resting loosely in her lap. The engine ticks as it cools, the only sound that feels remotely familiar. She is staring out at the impossible blue of the Pacific, her profile a study in exhaustion and a dawning, disbelieving peace. The warrior who navigated us through a firestorm is gone, and in her place is the woman who is looking at her new home for the very first time. So this is the real fortress, her voice dipped, thick with a promise. Not the penthouse, not the safe house. This was always the end game, I admit, my own voice hoarse. I turn to look at her, really look at her. The last stubborn stain of a bruise, a ghost-like echo against her skin. The smudge of dirt on her jaw. The fierce, beautiful, and utterly unbreakable light in her eyes. It was the one place I knew would be safe. The one place I built just for me. And now it's for us, she says. The words a simple, profound statement of fact. She turns her gaze. A slow, tired smile touches her lips. You know, for a man obsessed with control, you're surprisingly good at letting someone else drive. I wasn't letting you drive, I counter, a ghost of our old banter returning, softer now, stripped of its armor. I was trusting my engine. Her smile widens. It is the most beautiful sight in the world. We get out of the car, our movements slow, aching. The adrenaline has left a deep, cellular weariness in its wake. I lead her to the house, the massive glass door sliding open with a soft, pneumatic hiss. Inside, the space is minimalist, masculine, and untouched. It is a house that has been waiting for a life to begin within its walls. Ava made her way to the center's great room, which is dominated by a fireplace made of black stone and a wall of glass that looks out over the ocean. She runs a hand along the back of a sleek leather sofa. It's quiet, she says again. I'm not used to it either, I confess. She turns to me, her expression unreadable. What happens now, Alexander? We just hide? We don't hide, I say, walking toward her. I take her hand, my fingers lacing with hers. Her skin is warm, a grounding presence in the surreal quiet. We heal. We build. And then, when we are ready, we live. She let the silence draw out, her thumb tracing patterns on the back of my hand. I'm hungry, she says finally, the simple domestic declaration of a jarring, beautiful note of normalcy in the midst of the impossible. I have a kitchen, I say, a slow smile spreading across my face. I'm told it's state-of-the-art. She raises an eyebrow. Have you ever used it? I believe my security consultant stocked the pantry when the house was built, I admit. I'm not entirely sure what's in there. Lead the way, Hart, she says, a familiar, playful glint in her eyes. Let's see what kind of apocalypse you've been planning for. The kitchen is a gleaming, stainless steel testament to a life I have never lived. It is perfect, pristine, and utterly intimidating. Ava opens the massive, restaurant-grade refrigerator and lets out a low whistle. It is stocked with a soldier's rations, vacuum-sealed packages of organic vegetables, shrink-wrapped cuts of prime beef, bottles of electrolyte-infused water. Jesus, Alexander, she says, pulling out a carton of eggs. Did you think you were going to be fighting off zombies, or just making a lot of very healthy omelets? My consultant is thorough, I say, leaning against the counter, content to simply watch her. She moves through this perfect, untouched space with a casual, confident grace, as if she has been here 100 times. She finds a pan, pulls a block of cheese and a loaf of artisanal bread from a drawer, and begins to work. Do you know how to cook? She asks, not looking at me, her hands busy cracking eggs into a bowl. I know how to make a reservation, I say. She laughs, a full, happy sound that echoes in the quiet kitchen. Right. Well, tonight, you're the sous chef. Find me a whisk. I open a drawer. It is filled with a dozen different kinds of whisks, all perfectly aligned in a velvet-lined tray. I pull one out and hand it to her. Thank you, she says, her expression serious. Your contribution to this meal has been noted. I watch her cook. It is a simple, beautiful ballet. She moves with an economy of motion, a deep, ingrained knowledge that runs deeper than a recipe and everything to do with feel. She was born for this, creating order from chaos, making a home in this house that has only ever been a fortress. Okay, your turn, she says, pushing the bowl of eggs and a block of cheese toward me. Grate the cheese. Try not to lose a finger. This is a very expensive kitchen, and I don't want to get blood on it. I take the grater, a sleek, menacing-looking object, and begin the unfamiliar, clumsy work. The silence that falls between us is comfortable, easy. A quiet understanding passes between us, deeper than any words. My father taught me how to cook, she says softly, her back to me as she slices the bread. He said a person who could feed themselves would never truly be helpless. He was a smart man, the words slip out. He was, she agrees. He also said that the secret to perfect scrambled eggs was a little bit of cream cheese and a lot of patience. I'm afraid I'm fresh out of cream cheese, I say. We'll make do, she says, turning to look at me, a soft, beautiful smile on her face. It's what we're good at. We eat at the massive, polished concrete island in the middle of the kitchen. Scrambled eggs on thick, toasted bread. It is the most delicious meal I have ever had. We don't talk about the case or the chase or the ghosts of our past. We talk about small, simple things. The way the light hits the water, the best way to tune a carburetor, the ridiculous number of whisks in my kitchen drawer. This is not the quiet of a war room. It is the quiet of a Sunday morning. After we eat, we clean up together, a shared domestic rhythm that feels both strange and perfectly natural. I stand beside her at the massive sink, drying a plate as she washes. Our hips brush, and a familiar low-voltage current passes between us. She turns to me, her hands still in the soapy water, her eyes dark and serious. This is real, isn't it? She whispers. This quiet. Us. It's the only thing that's real. I use a tone that's barely a whisper. I take the dish towel from my hands and toss it on the counter. I cup her face in my hands, my thumbs gently stroking her skin. Everything else, the money, the law, the lies, it was all just noise. This, you are the signal. I lean in and kiss her. It is a slow, deep, and profoundly peaceful kiss. It is a kiss that tastes of coffee and toast and a future that is finally ours. It is the kiss of a man who has come home. She pulls back, her forehead resting against mine. So what's the plan, strategist? She murmurs against my lips. What do we do tomorrow? Tomorrow, I murmured in a quiet, unshakable vow. I'm going to learn how to make you breakfast.
Chapter 27. Ava. For the very first time in my life, I understand the concept of a Sunday morning. It is separate from the day of the week. It is a feeling, a quiet, slow, and profoundly peaceful state of being. Here, in this fortress of glass and steel, perched on the edge of the world, every morning feels like Sunday. We have a routine. We wake up late, tangled together in sheets that smell like him, like me, like us. He makes coffee, a ritual he has perfected with the same unnerving focus he applies to dismantling a hostile witness in court. I make breakfast. Scrambled eggs, usually. My father's recipe, a small daily act of remembrance that no longer feels tragic but triumphant. Today, we are in the garage. His garage, a space as pristine and organized as his mind, but one that now bears the marks of my own beautiful chaos. A set of my well-worn wrenches sits on his stainless steel workbench. The Phantom is on the lift, her undercarriage exposed, and we are working together, a quiet, two-person symphony of clinking metal and soft conversation. He is replacing a gasket on the oil pan. His hands, usually so at home with a legal document, or the delicate mechanism of a watch, moving with a new, hard-won confidence. I am beside him, handing him tools, our bodies brushing in the close space. A familiar, easy dance. You know, I say, passing him a 9/16 socket. For a man who owns a dozen different kinds of whisks, your torque wrench is a piece of junk. He looks up at me from under the car, a smudge of fresh grease on his sharp jawline. He is not wearing a suit. He is wearing a simple gray t-shirt that stretches across his chest and a pair of jeans. He is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. It is a vintage, custom-calibrated instrument. Thank you very much, he rasped, the sound a rough caress. It requires a certain finesse. It requires a miracle. I shoot back, a grin spreading across my face. My father had one just like it, I think he used it as a hammer. He smiles, a real, easy smile that still makes my heart do a stupid little flip. Your father, it seems, was a man of many talents. In this moment, it is easy to forget the war. It is easy to forget the lies, the betrayals, the ghost that brought us here. In this moment, we are just a man and a woman in a garage, fixing a car, falling more in love with every turn of a wrench. The shrill, insistent ring of his phone, the one he keeps for his security team, is a violent, unwelcome intrusion. It is the sound of the outside world, the world of noise and threats, crashing into our quiet sanctuary. Alexander's entire body goes still. The smile vanishes, replaced by the familiar cold mask of the strategist. He slides out from under the car, wiping his hands on a clean rag. "Hart," he says into the phone, his voice a clipped, all-business tone. I watch his face. I have learned to read the subtle, almost imperceptible shifts in his expression, the tiny tells that betray the emotions he works so hard to control. As he listens, his jaw tightens, a muscle feathers just below his eye. The blood drains from his face, leaving his skin a pale, ashen gray. "When?" he asks. The air was thick with everything they didn't need to say. He listens for another moment, his eyes dark and suddenly haunted, fixed on a point somewhere beyond the garage wall. "Understood. Keep the perimeter locked down. No one in or out without my direct authorization." He ends the call, but he doesn't move. He stands with the phone in his hand, his back to me, his shoulders a rigid, unyielding line of tension. The silence in the garage is no longer peaceful. It is the heavy, charged quiet of a bomb that has just been armed. "Alexander?" I ask softly. "What is it? What happened?" He doesn't turn. "There was an incident," he says, and his voice is a sound I have not heard before. It is a sterile, dead thing, stripped of all emotion. "At your grandmother's." The wrench in my hand clatters to the floor. "What? Is she okay?" "She's fine," he says, his voice still that terrible, flat monotone. "My team intercepted him. A man was seen on the street. One of Silas's old enforcers. He was just watching the house, testing the perimeter. He never got close." I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding, a wave of profound, dizzying relief washing over me. She's safe. He kept her safe. "Then it's okay," I say, my voice trembling slightly. "Your plan worked. Your system held." "Yes," he says, the word a hollow, meaningless thing. "It held." He turns to face me, and my relief evaporates, replaced by a new, sharp, and terrifying fear. The mask is gone. The lawyer is gone. The man standing before me is utterly, completely undone. His eyes are wide, dark, and full of a raw, naked terror that I have only seen once before, in the mirror. He is looking at me, but he is not seeing me. He is seeing a ghost. For a second, he cracked, his voice a raw, broken thing. "When my man said your grandmother's name, I saw it. All of it. The rain on the highway, the flashing lights, the sound of my mother's scream. He is not here, in this sun-drenched Malibu garage. He is back on the side of that road, a boy of 18, watching his world burn. He takes a shaky, stumbling step toward me, his hand coming up to cut my face, his fingers trembling against my skin. "The thought of losing you, Ava," he chokes out, his voice cracking, the last final piece of his control shattering into a million pieces. "It is not a variable I can calculate. It is not a risk I can mitigate." He pulls me to him, his arms wrapping around me in a crushing, desperate embrace. It is the end of the system, the end of everything. I can feel the violent, frantic tremor that is racking his body. The great, powerful, untouchable Alexander Hart is falling apart in my arms. The man who has been my fortress, my strategist, my anchor. He is drowning. And in that moment, I am no longer the one who needs saving. I wrap my arms around him, my own grip fierce, steady. I am not his asset. I am not his partner in a war. I am his anchor, and I will not let him sink. I'm here, I whisper into his hair, my voice a quiet, unshakable vow. I'm right here, Alexander. You're not on that road anymore, and you are not alone. I hold him, my hand stroking the back of his head, as the silent, agonizing sobs he has held back for 16 years are finally released. He does not weep. He simply shatters, a profound silent breaking that is more devastating than any sound. This is not about the law. It is not about the case. It is about a boy who could not protect his brother, and a man who has just been confronted with the terrifying, beautiful, and utterly unacceptable reality of having something to lose again. We stand like that for a long time, two survivors clinging to each other in the quiet of the garage. He is no longer a fortress. I am no longer a ghost. We are just a man and a woman, stripped bare of all our armor, our shared broken hearts, beating a steady, synchronous rhythm. He finally pulls back, his eyes red-rimmed, his face a raw, open book of a vulnerability I have never seen. His eyes catch the light of something I can't deny. A man who has just walked through the fire and found me on the other side. I love you, he says, and a confession. That's the bottom line. A new, unshakable law in his universe. I am so terrifyingly completely in love with you. I know, I whisper, my own tears finally quietly falling. I love you too. The war is not over. The danger is still a shadow at the edges of our world. But in this moment, in the quiet of our shared, sun-drenched sanctuary, I know that we have already won. Because the ghosts of the past no longer have the power to haunt us. We have each other.
Chapter 28. Alexander. The sun is setting. It bleeds across the horizon, painting the calm surface of the Pacific in strokes of bruised purple and molten gold. The light spills into the house, setting the dust motes dancing in the air, transforming the sterile, modern space into something warm, something sacred. We are on the floor of the great room, my back against the cool leather of the sofa. Ava, a warm, solid weight nestled between my legs, her head resting on my chest. Her scent, the faint, clean smell of soap mixed with the metallic tang of engine oil that never quite leaves her skin, is my anchor in a world that has been systematically dismantled. The ghosts are quiet. After 16 years, the screaming echo of sirens in my head has fallen silent. My breakdown in the garage was not a moment of weakness. It was an exorcism, a violent, shuddering release of a poison I have carried for half my life. And she was my anchor. She held me as I shattered. And now, in the aftermath, she is the only thing holding the pieces of me together. Her hand rests over my heart, her fingers tracing the faint, rhythmic beat. "Is it always this loud?" she murmurs, her voice smoky, sleepy murmur against my shirt. "Only when you're near," I say, the words a simple, unadorned truth. She tilts her head back to look at me. Her eyes are dark, clear, and full of a quiet, steady strength that stills the last of my own internal tremors. A faint, mottled blossom blooming on her skin is a galaxy of purple and yellow, a map of the war we have just survived. I reach up, my thumb gently tracing its edge. "I'm sorry, Ava," I whisper, my voice a raw, rough thing. "For all of it. For bringing this into your life. For this." "Don't," she says softly, her fingers tightening on my shirt. "You didn't bring this into my life, Alexander. You walked into the middle of it. And you stayed." She leans up, pressing a soft, lingering kiss to my lips. That's the only thing I'm going to remember. I pull her closer, my arms wrapping around her, my face buried in the wild, beautiful mess of her hair. I breathe her in. She is my sanctuary. I'm not sure how to approach this, I confess into the quiet, the admission of foreign, terrifying thing. This peace. I've spent my entire life building fortresses, preparing for the next attack. I've no idea how to live in a world where the war is over. She pulls back, her dark eyes searching mine. Then we learn together, she says simply. You teach me how to build a future. I'll teach you how to live in the moment. Her words are a lifeline, but they ignite a fuse, not a prayer. She's not just the architect of my peace. She's the catalyst of a fire I've kept banked for years. In this quiet, golden moment, a new, profound, and overwhelming need rises in me. It's not comfortable. It's not even just worship. It's the raw, sinful need to possess, to consume, to claim this woman, this moment, this life, and brand it as my own in the filthiest, most honest way I know. I slide my hands into her hair, my fingers tangling in the soft, thick strands, gripping the back of her head. I need you, Ava, I murmur, the words catching in my throat that's more predator than lover. Right now, all of you. A slow, wicked smile touches her lips, a silent, beautiful acknowledgement that she feels the same delicious, corrupting shift in the air. She leans in and kisses me, a slow, deep, and deliberate kiss that is an answer and a challenge. It's a kiss of pure, unadulterated want, a celebration of the simple, miraculous fact that we are here, alive, and ready to sin together. I lift her and carry her to the bedroom. The last rays of the setting sun spill through the massive windows, bathing the room in a warm, ethereal glow that feels blasphemous for what I'm about to do. I lay her on the bed, on the cool white sheets that still smell faintly of us.
I know. We were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going. I look at the quiet, sated peace in her eyes as she turns to lock eyes at me, and I know, with an absolute, unshakable certainty, that I am not that man defined by his grief. I am a man who has been resurrected by sin and saved by love. I lean down and kiss her, a long, slow, deep kiss that is a promise, a vow, and a brand. And as the last of the light fades from the sky, leaving us in the soft, intimate darkness of our new world, this is not just an ending. It is the beginning of everything.
Chapter 29. Ava. The world is a supernova of light and sound. Camera flashes strobe against my retinas, a relentless, blinding blizzard. The roar of the reporters is a physical thing, a wave of noise that washes over the podium, threatening to drown me. But at the epicenter of the storm, there is a single, perfect point of stillness. Alexander's hand in mine. I watch the police lead them away. Silas Croft, his face a mask of cold, impotent fury, and Elias Hart. He looks old, diminished, a king stripped of his crown and his lies. He looks at Alexander, and in his gaze, I see the ghost of the man he once was, the godfather, the friend, a solemn weight, absolute, and deserved ruin. We did it. The words are a silent, stunned mantra in my head. We actually did it. The aftermath is a blur, a vortex of headlines and flashing news alerts on every screen. Hart empire implodes, cold case murder, solved. The ghost and the lawyer, the untold story, we watch it from the quiet sanctuary of the Fairmont suite, the chaos of the world reduced to a series of images on a television screen. As I review the footage, I see Elias's face, haggard and gray, as he's led into a federal courthouse, I see Silas Croft, his eyes like a cornered snake's, refusing to answer questions. I see Frank Gallo, his face a mess of tears and terrified regret, giving his confession to a scrum of reporters. It is a total, systemic collapse, a beautiful, brutal demolition. Alexander stands beside me, watching the empire his family built crumble to dust on live television. He is silent. His expression was carefully blank, a necessary resolve. I reach for his hand, my fingers lacing with his. He doesn't look at me, but his grip tightens, a silent acknowledgement. We are watching the wreckage together. Is this what victory feels like? I whisper, the question a raw, uncertain thing in the quiet room. He remains quiet, deep in thought, his eyes fixed on the image of his godfather's face. No. Quietly, he says, this is what justice feels like. Victory comes later. The sun is warm on my skin, a gentle, healing weight. The sky is a perfect, cloudless blue. The only sounds are the whisper of a light breeze through a row of ancient oak trees and the quiet, reverent chirping of birds. It is a peaceful sound, a sound I have not truly heard in 10 years. I'm kneeling on a small, perfectly manicured patch of grass, my fingers tracing the letters carved into a simple granite headstone. Marcus, the Maverick Montgomery. Beloved father. Hey, Dad, I whisper, my voice a thick, wobbly thing. I run my hand over the cool, smooth stone. It's over. We got him. All of them. I tell him everything. I tell him about the ledger, about the warehouse, about Elias and Silas. I tell him about the press conference, about how the whole world now knows his name, not as a casualty, but as a hero who was trying to do the right thing. Your name is clear, Dad, I uttered. And the words are a release, a key turning in a lock I didn't even know was still there. A single hot tear slips down my cheek, followed by another. They are not the angry, grief-stricken tears I have cried for a decade. They are tears of peace. Everyone knows. You can rest now. A profound, quiet stillness settles over me. The weight I have been carrying for my entire adult life, the crushing, invisible burden of his unsolved murder, of his tarnished legacy, it lifts. It is not a violent, sudden release. It is a slow, gentle unburdening. I feel lighter. I feel free. A shadow falls over me, and I look up. Alexander is standing a few feet away, his hands in the pockets of his slacks. He is not wearing a suit jacket. His tie is loosened at his throat. He is not the lawyer. He is just the man I love. He doesn't speak. He just watches me, his eyes full of a quiet, profound understanding. He knew I had to do this alone. I give him a small, watery smile and pat the grass beside me. He walks over and sits, his long legs stretching out in front of him. He doesn't try to hold me. He just sits with me, a silent, supportive presence in the warm afternoon sun. I'm okay, I say, and for the very first time in 10 years, it's not a lie. I know, he says softly. He reaches out, his fingers gently wiping a stray tear from my cheek. Victory, he whispers. And he is right. This quiet, sun-drenched patch of earth, this peace, this is what it feels like. 2 years later, the air tastes of salt and victory, but this time it's a different vintage. It's the clean, high-octane scent of a professional racing facility, a place that smells not of desperation, but of possibility. The sign over the massive, gleaming hangar doors reads, M.H. Racing, Montgomery Hart. I'm standing in the owner's box, a glass-walled suite that looks out over a state-of-the-art test track. Below me, a team of mechanics in clean dark gray jumpsuits, my jumpsuits, with my logo on the back, is making a final adjustment to a car. It's as if it were sculpted from a single piece of carbon fiber and lightning. It is our car, our design, my engine. Are you sure about that fuel-to-air ratio, Ms. Montgomery? A low, familiar voice murmurs in my ear. I lean back into the solid, warm presence behind me, the corners of my mouth tilted upward. Are you questioning your lead engineer, Mr. Hart? Alexander's arms slide around my waist, his chin resting on my shoulder. He is wearing a suit, a ridiculously expensive, perfectly tailored thing that still makes my breath catch in my throat, but it is no longer his armor. It is just his work clothes. Merely consulting with the CEO, he says, his lips brushing against my temple. I laugh, a full, happy sound. I am no longer the ghost. I am Ava Montgomery, the founder and chief executive of the most talked about new racing team on the circuit. I have not just fulfilled my father's legacy. I have built my own. Alexander turns me in his arms, his dark eyes sparkling with a love that is no longer a fragile, new thing, but a deep, abiding, and unshakable foundation. You did it, Ava, he says softly. You built all of this. We built it, I correct, my hand coming up to rest on his chest, over the steady thumping beat of his heart. You're the strategist. I'm the engine. He grins, that slow, devastating smile that is no longer a rare event. A perfect system. A roar from the track below draws our attention. Our driver, a young, hungry kid from Inglewood with more talent than sense, pulls the car to the starting line. The engine screams. A beautiful, high-pitched symphony of pure, controlled power. We turn to watch, our arms still around each other. The starting lights flash. Red, 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 green. The car launches forward, a black and silver blur of speed and ambition, a testament to everything we have built. Alexander's hand finds mine, our fingers lacing together, a familiar, easy gesture that is the bedrock of my world. We stand there watching the car disappear around the first turn, a perfect, beautiful symbol of the future we have forged from the ashes of our past. The noise of the engine is no longer a sound of survival. The race is far from over. But for the first time, I'm not just a driver in it. I am home.